The action of the story begins when children's laughter was heard from the children's room. The baby laughed in his lullaby and wanted to be held in his arms. The girl approached the lullaby and asked if the young master had already woken up. Behind her, a man said that if she had said such a thing in the palace, she would have been immediately arrested for treason. Marie, turning around with the baby in her arms, smiled and said that there were only 3 of them here. She looked at the count and did not understand how one could be so charming. The girl came closer to him and asked if he wanted to hug the baby. He very carelessly picked up the boy and asked if this was normal. Marie didn't understand how he even thought of this. The man said that it was not easy for him to control his powers. What if he somehow takes it the wrong way? The girl, looking at how he held the baby, thought that this was quite possible. But isn't he taking on too much? After all, he is a minister, not a warrior, even if this is a novella. Yes, she ended up in the novella. When her life was suddenly cut short, the girl opened her eyes and thought that this was heaven. Initially, it was not so easy to understand that she was in the novel. Marie was overly delighted with the angelic appearance of the baby in front of her. He was so warm, the girl hoped that his short life was good. She looked around and thought that everything in heaven was Western style. Is it normal for an angel to have the same body temperature as a human? Another maid came into the room and asked what happened to the young master. Why doesn't he move when she touches him? Marie looked at the young master and thought that his eyes were very clear. The maid told Marie that she still needed to work. The girl needs to take care of Prince Brea. Marie thought about what name they gave her and the baby. She had already heard these names somewhere. The girl remembered that they were from the novel she liked to read on the way to work. Out of love for children, she decided to become a kindergarten teacher. She remembers the names of almost every child from movies, dramas, and novels. Marie thought that wasn't this the novel she read right before her death. The girl suddenly remembered the script and realized that Marie had to kill this baby. This is outrageous. It was necessary to get caught in such a role. The girl did not know how to return to her world. She hoped that this girl would realize that her body was possessed, and that would help her escape from here. Every morning, Marie hoped that she woke up at home, but the reality was cruel. She won't go back there. Suddenly, the girl heard an unintelligible croaking behind her. Brea pulled her out of the tiny darkness of despair. What will happen to him when she leaves? He won't die, will he? Just this thought sent a herd of goosebumps down Marie's spine. No, you can't do that. She couldn't let this angel die. Perhaps she was sent to this world to save Prince Brea. The girl hugged him and thought that he was very warm. That day she realized the purpose of her life in this short story. After the time had passed, when Brea was supposed to die, she stopped trying to return to her home world. It's been 3 months since then. She asked the baby if he needed help with burping. How Marie would like his parents to see how he will grow up. Unfortunately, they died in an accident. The Count, Brea's uncle, adopted him. Being a nanny, she changed the original plot and saved the little prince, which also smoothed out the life of his uncle, who in the story was terribly depressed by the death of his nephew. Marie turned to the baby and told him not to forget her when he grows up. He's alive thanks to her. She put Brea in a lullaby and said that since his portion was digested, shouldn't they do some exercise? When he first saw Marie next to Brea, the Count thought that she wanted to kill him. Then he put the sword to her throat, if she hadn't come to her senses then, and she said that these exercises will help Brea control her body. It's time for him to move on his own. The man put away his sword and thought, it seems that Marie then managed to gain his trust. The baby was spinning in his lullaby, doing stretches and taking some poses that were unnatural for him. Marie told the young master that it was a great job. She asked if he wanted to ride on her back. After some time, the doors to the palace opened and the Count returned home. The man greeted the nanny, and in response, baby Brea began to mutter indistinctly and asked to see his uncle. He reached out to his nephew, but Marie turned the baby away and told him not to do that. She turned to your lordship and told him to wash his hands first. The other maids were already used to it, and they just pretended they didn't hear anything. Marie turned to the baby again and invited him to have fun until the count arrived. In the children's room, the nanny put the baby on the bed and began to tickle him a little, asking if he was having fun. Suddenly, the count entered the room. The girl asked why he stood there and invited him to come here. He should have gotten used to it by now. Marie thought that it is really difficult for a man to express his feelings. He's pretty cute though. But this is normal, since this is the count's first time raising a child. Brea continued his vague childish speech. The nanny invited him to play hide and seek with the baby, and the man asked how it was. She told him to watch carefully. The girl covered her face with her hands and suddenly opened it, making a face. The kid burst into laughter. The count wondered if she really wanted him to do that. All he could think about in his head was that a few hours ago, the palace servants had brought him a senseless denunciation. The man turned away and suddenly turned to the baby, opening his face with his hands. Brea burst out laughing again. The shocked count turned to Marie and asked if she had seen. He added that this needs to be done one more time. The girl thought it was funny, so at least he and Brea can play. Nothing bad will happen. Most of all, she wants to protect Brea. This means you need to take good care of him. Ellie, Marie's sister, looked into the room. She heard the girl suggest that the baby walk around a little. She set the young gentleman down and carefully led him, holding him by the arms. Suddenly, Ellie burst into the room and started shouting to her sister that she also wanted to go with her. Out of surprise, Marie accidentally let go of the baby, and he began to fall to the floor. It was very dangerous. She screamed the baby's name and quickly caught him. Ellie put out her hand, and the baby fell right on top of her. Marie exhaled. She took Brea from her sister and asked if she was okay. The girl looked a little depressed. Marie thought that Ellie probably thought that she was going to scold her now. Instead, Marie straightened the girl's hair and told her that the floors were very hard, so they could get hurt if they fell. She suggested that next time she should walk by the hand. The sister did not expect that Marie would not scold her. She smiled sincerely and answered, yes. Ellie became interested in the baby because he was very small. Marie's sister played an important role in accepting Marie as a nanny into the count's family. Since Marie did not give birth, Brea was nursed by a woman named Erin. However, she could not take care of him full-time since she had her own child. In the original, it was Marie who said that she could not entrust the little heir to anyone but herself. It seemed to her that she was hired as a nanny because of her status, but in reality they did it because she had experience raising her younger brother and sister. At first, Brea Marie didn't like it at all. Next to her, he constantly cried and became hysterical. However, when the nanny was about to be replaced, their relationship suddenly improved. This happened on the day she woke up in Marie's body. The girl didn't know if it was because of her. Marie told the young master as he walked that he had strong legs. Ellie happily said that she also wanted to watch. She touched his little legs and said that they were really strong. They lived together in the count's family, and Ellie sometimes also wants to take care of Brea. Marie told Ellie that since the young gentleman laughed, she thought he was having fun. After a while, Marie folded the towels and watched Brea crawl. She asked him if he had come all this way himself. It must have been hard. The girl took him in her arms to hug him. Having learned to crawl, he began to do so often. Prince Brea laughed in her arms, and Marie asked him how he could be so sweet. A couple of weeks later, the nanny taught the baby to walk again. Now he is 7 months old. A month ago, he couldn't even stand, but now he's already rearranging his legs. The girl thought that he probably got genes from his uncle and would grow up to be the tallest man in the entire kingdom. The baby is growing so quickly, and the count has not seen him for several days. Due to his busy schedule at the end of the year, he cannot get out of the palace. She turned to the young master and said that he would definitely surprise his uncle. He has grown so much. At night, the carriage arrived home with the count. The servant greeted him. The count asked him if the baby was sleeping, and he replied that yes. The man was very upset about this. The nanny came up to him and greeted him. The man asked how his nephew was. The girl replied that he was fine. She thought it was sweet that the Count was in such a hurry to get home. Apparently, he wanted to see Brea much more than she thought. She noticed that he had a strand of hair sticking out. The nanny came up to him and said that Brea was already sleeping, but he could quietly look at him. The baby slept soundly in his crib. The Count looked at him and was sad because he had not played with his nephew for a long time. The man said that Brea seemed to have lost weight. Marie said that the boy has been more active lately. She thought that tomorrow he would be surprised by how much the baby had changed. The Count wanted to touch the baby, but the girl forbade him, saying that he would wake him up with his cold hands. They probably haven't been washed yet. The man regretfully removed his hand from Brea. Marie took a closer look and noticed that the Count himself had lost weight. However, this made him even more beautiful. The man saw that the girl was looking at him for a long time and asked what was wrong. He took Marie by surprise. She thought he wouldn't notice anything in the dark. The nanny said that she would now sing a lullaby to the baby. She thought that why sing a lullaby to an already sleeping baby? Marie lightly touched the baby and began to quietly sing a soothing song. The men simply stood for several minutes and enjoyed the singing of their nephew's nanny. The next morning, when the Count came to the nursery, the baby had already woken up. The man asked Prince Brea if he was having fun. In response, the baby smiled and reached out to his uncle. The Count could not believe what he saw. The nanny said that teeth were already being cut. The man became sad because all this time he had not participated in his upbringing at all. He thought that he had nothing more valuable than his nephew, so he would like to spend as much time as possible with him, regardless of his busyness. The nanny said that they could still show him something. She lowered the baby to the floor and told the Count to watch. The boy was lying on the floor, but at one moment he sat down on his knees and then moved to his butt. The man was shocked by what he saw. He couldn't believe that Brea could already sit. Marie laughed and thought that someone else said that he would be embarrassed in front of his uncle. She believes that the young master will be glad to see his uncle, the Count, tomorrow. Should she try to do something that they both will definitely like? The girl meant a game with textures from Marie. She has already prepared almost everything for this. She wanted Brea to try out the texture play that many kids his age love. After much thought, Marie found a solution: seaweed. The girl was surprised that this seemed to be a medieval world, and they already eat algae here. At such a time, many die of hunger, so it would be a crime to use too good food. The Count began to spend more time in the mansion. He's working from home again. She believes that after seeing Brea mature, he decided he couldn't miss out on such precious moments with his nephew. Marie thinks it's cute. Perhaps this game with textures will bring them closer together. Together with the baby in her arms, she went to look for the Count, and when she found him, she asked him to come up for a minute. The girl went into the bathroom, and the man asked where she was going and if something had happened to Brea. Marie smiled and, pointing to the bathroom, said that it was algae. The Count did not understand at all what was happening. He asked if she wanted to wash it. Marie thought that no matter how hard he tried to hide his emotions, his confusion was too visible. The girl said that this is a game with textures. It is very good for muscle development and expression of emotions. The nanny undressed the baby and wanted to put him in the bathroom, but the Count abruptly stopped her. He took the baby from her. Marie said that the boy can play with seaweed while bathing in the bath. She asked to take a look and placed 2 seaweeds on Prince Brea's eyebrows. The kid took one of the seaweeds from his face and began to laugh. The man relaxed a little and said that since Brea liked this game, then so be it. He released the boy into the water and began to play with the seaweed together. The Count gave him his hand, but instead of giving him his, the boy splashed both hands in the water. All the splashes from the water flew towards the man. The girl, confused, asked if he was okay. The Count shook his head a little and said yes. Marie took a towel to give it to him, but when she walked towards the man, she accidentally tripped over her leg. She fell straight into his arms. Nobody expected such a turn of events. Marie didn't even know how she would need to apologize now. The Count froze a little. The towel flew somewhere far from them. The girl was still shocked. She got off the count and began to apologize. The two of them suddenly stood up. The man said that everything was in the water, and the girl ran to call the maids to help them clean up. She didn't understand why her heart was beating so hard. The count didn't say anything to her because she fell on him. A couple of months later, Marie was sitting in the nursery, sewing a nose on a soft toy. Her sister came running to her and asked her what she was doing. The girl replied that she sews toys and invited her to take a look. The girl was a little upset because she thought that they were both for the young master. Marie patted her on the head and said that the bear was really for him. Ellie asked who the bunny is for. Then her sister laughed and said that for her. Of course, she added that it is a little larger, so she will make it a little longer, and she will need to wait a little. Ellie began to nod quickly, agreeing to wait. Marie thought that she was already quite an adult, but sometimes she still seemed like a small child. This behavior on Ellie's part reminds her of how shocked Marie was when she first saw the house where they lived before. It was a dilapidated hut, and they wore rags instead of clothes. Toys are out of the question. She used the money she earned from the count to provide her brother and sister with better clothes and food. However, they still couldn't even dream about dolls. Of course, what shocked her most was that while she was working, they were left completely alone at home. It hurt her to look at them, so she asked the count for a favor. Marie approached him and asked if her younger brother and sister could live with her in the maid's room. Instead of a bed in a shared bedroom, the man gave them an entire room on the same floor as Brea. The girl wiped away a tear and thought that she was so glad that she could at least give something to these children. As a thank you to the count, she needs to work harder. Marie began to quickly finish the toy. After some time, when both toys were finished, the girl wanted to give the toy to the baby as soon as possible. The young master did not listen and quickly crawled away from the nanny. Marie called him, saying that he needed to change his diaper. Suddenly, she drew Brea's attention to herself and showed him his new toy, Miss Bear. The baby immediately calmed down and began to look at her. Unexpectedly, the maid was finally able to catch him. Brea started screaming and reaching for the toy. Marie laughed and asked the young gentleman to be a little quieter. She thought that Brea had already lived for almost a year. How she would like to believe that everything will be fine. Sometimes anxiety visits a girl even on the calmest days. Who ordered the death of this baby? And for what purpose? Who dared give the order to kill this angel? A week later, the man was reading Brea's fairy tale. He said that the baby dragon then asked the baby, "How can I avoid these horrors?" The baby began to make sounds, and the nanny said that the young master seemed to like the dragon. The count replied that he believed this was what Brea wanted to say. Marie thought that reading the fairy tale had clearly brought them closer. They started spending more time together after she recently had to go away for a while. She needed to move some things Brea has been shy about a lot lately, so he refused to spend time with anyone else. However, the count responded to the butler's request and agreed to babysit the baby. Brea was already used to it, so he immediately stopped crying. However, the butler told her that half an hour later, the count regretted his decision. The man could not understand how a 1-year-old child could be so fast. You can't look away for a second. Suddenly, the baby began to scatter his books. The count made a serious expression, which he uses when arresting high-ranking officials, and asked what would happen if he got hurt. But unfortunately, Brea did not have a rank, and this expression did not affect him. Unexpectedly, the baby dropped the book, and it opened. When he looked at its contents, he first froze and then screamed. This cry could not leave the count's head. He didn't understand what was happening and was confused. Someone's footsteps were heard in the corridor. The nanny burst into the room and started asking what happened. Why did he call her so suddenly? She saw his confused expression and realized that something had happened. The count said that it seemed to him that Brea was ill. He screamed, and his eyes widened. The baby must have developed a fever. But Marie noticed something different. The way Prince Brea looked at the picture of the dragon from the book. It turned out that Brea liked the dragon from the book so much that the count confused his delight with illness. The girl smiled, and turning to the man, said that he should not worry too much. The Count blushed a little. This incident led to the Count beginning to read tales about dragons to his nephew. The nanny looked at the man and thought that he looked very worried. She just smiled and pretended not to notice his excitement. But then it was clear that the Count was shaking with fear. The death of his older brother, his wife Brea's parents. These events were not described in detail in the novella. It was just said that they died in an accident while on their way to see the Count. If he had arrived a couple of minutes later, Brea would have died along with his parents. When the baby sneezed, the man immediately stopped reading and asked if he was okay. Marie believes that this is precisely why the Count is so worried about his nephew. Even an ordinary sneeze bothers him. Apparently, there was a huge wound left on his heart. The next day, the screams of the maid were heard in the palace. She called Marie to come to her quickly. Brea is always so quiet, but as soon as Marie leaves, he becomes violent. The maid was still trying to call the nanny with tears in her eyes. As soon as the baby saw her, he immediately calmed down. She said that the young master did not stop crying the entire time she was in the swimsuit. The girl asked to give it to her and thanked the maid for looking after him. The servant looked and thought that Brea seemed to have a split personality. The nanny put the baby in the crib and said that he was becoming quite stubborn. She suggested that he quickly change his diaper and then she would take him in her arms again. Unexpectedly, the baby said his first word, and it was a distorted name, Marie. The girl did not expect this and was a little shocked. Is this really Brea's first word? Not mom, dad, uncle, or even the nanny. This is her name, Marie. Even if it's not entirely hers, only Brea was able to alleviate the suffering that she experienced after entering this world. The precious baby, whom she managed to save, and became the only reason to live on. She hugged and thanked the baby. His first word was a gift, as if he realized how hard it was for her. A few weeks later, Ellie was walking down the hallway and singing a song. She looked into Brea's room and said hello to her sister and the young master. Marie was glad to see her, but Prince Brea did not even pay attention to her. He still continued to concentrate on building the pyramid. Ellie thought that he did not pay attention to her because of the toy. The girl decided to change this, and to do this, she plopped down on his mattress, destroying the pyramid. Brea was shocked and immediately crawled after Ellie. There, running away, she said that she was very sorry. Marie laughed and thought that she obviously did it on purpose. They clearly have fun with each other. The girl put a treat in front of them and asked if they wanted to have a snack. She allowed Ellie to eat with her hands. This is also, one might say, a game with textures. The girl was surprised by this and asked if they were too hot. She took one in her hands and began to blow. After it cooled down, Ellie gave this potato to the young master and told him to take a bite. She smiled and decided to take another one, but suddenly screamed that it was very hot. Marie offered her help, but the girl replied that she herself. The nanny thought that apparently she wanted to be like her older sister. She suggested just giving her a less hot one. Ellie said she could cool things down. Suddenly, Brea shouted Ellie's name and began to laugh. Marie asked them what they wanted to do after snack. Ellie suggested reading about dragons. All this time, a boy, Marie's brother, was standing outside the door. The girl said that she would bring them something to drink and asked Ellie to keep an eye on the young master. The girl said that she could take her time. When the nanny came out, she saw her younger brother Brea outside the door. She was a little surprised. The boy greeted her and apologized for distracting her. The girl said he didn't distract anyone. In fact, she was waiting for him. Marie asked if he wanted to play with the young master. Without waiting for an answer, she pulled him into the nursery and told him to be with Ellie. At first, the boy looked at her with frightened eyes, but then he smiled and promised that everyone would have fun. He approached Ellie and told her that he would also like to play with the young master. The girl left the room and told herself that she needed to quickly bring drinks and join them. The boy asked the prince if he wanted to play ball with him, and the baby immediately drew attention to him. Brea crawled towards Brea, and because of this, Ellie was angry with him because she was playing with the baby. Brea testified that he brought him the bear and said that he would have more fun with it. Ellie said that the young gentleman is already used to her, so she is sure that he will be much more interesting with her. She even cooled sweet potatoes for him. There was some kind of hatred between brother and sister, but Brea still couldn't choose the teddy bear or the familiar Ellie and sweet potatoes. Suddenly, Marie came into the room and asked if they were fighting for the attention of the young master. As soon as Brea saw his nanny, he immediately crawled towards her, trying to pronounce her name. The girl took the baby in her arms. The brother and sister were a little shocked and felt unfair. They turned around and said that they couldn't defeat their little sister. That's for sure. Marie smiled and thought about how cute the children are. All the guests have already gathered at Brea's birthday party. When Marie lit the candle, everyone began to congratulate the baby on his birthday. Brea was in a good mood and laughed all day. It was Brea's first birthday. The Count decided to celebrate his nephew's birthday in the mansion with his close circle. The servants were glad that they too were invited to the celebration. Instead of a luxurious banquet, he organized a nutritious dinner, especially for Brea. And instead of high-status nobles, he invited Ellie and Brea. Brea couldn't believe that he was invited to the aristocrat's birthday. Previously, he could not even dream of this. Marie thinks that the Count made the right choice. The young master would be very uncomfortable among strangers. And now he smiles the most contented smile. The Count stood up and said that he thought it was time Marie agreed with him. He invited her to blow out the candles together. At first, the girl did not believe what she heard. She blushed a little when the Count asked her to come closer to him. The girl stood next to him, and they began the countdown. She stood and did not understand why she felt so excited from being close to him. I am sure that the young master can clearly feel her heartbeat now. Marie and the Count approached the candle to blow it out. The Count looked at the girl. Suddenly, the word 3 was shouted at the guests, and they both realized that because of their thoughts, they almost forgot to blow out the candle. Finally, they blew it out, and Marie congratulated the young gentleman on his birthday. She said that she would swear he would be just as healthy. Before she could finish speaking, the baby suddenly crawled towards her. Unexpectedly for everyone, Prince Brea kissed the girl on the cheek. Everyone was simply shocked. They couldn't believe it. He kissed his nurse. The maids burst with envy because some of them also want this. In the evening, the girl walked through the palace and thought about what a significant day it was today. In the original story, Brea did not live to see his first birthday. This time he succeeded. Marie was very touched. She was so happy that he managed to achieve the goal that she had set for herself by getting into this short story. She hopes that he will continue to grow quietly. As she walked, she saw a light in the room. Marie thought that the Count was still awake. Should she bring him coffee? When she looked through the door, she saw a man standing over a photo of his brother and crying. He said that he missed him very much and did not know if he could raise his child. He would really like his brother to see Brea's smile with his own eyes. Now Marie understood why the Count decided to arrange such a celebration. As a gift to his brother, the man provided his son's happiness. Of course, Brea's safety was a priority. However, she decided to slightly adjust the goals in her diary of caring for him, adding an item about the happiness of the young master. Ellie was walking with Brea in the garden and suddenly screamed that the long-awaited day had finally come. The long-awaited day. Brea looked at her and did not understand what was happening. Ellie said that the long-awaited day had come when the young master finally learned to walk by the hand. She asked if he remembered that she once tried to teach him, but they didn't succeed. Marie asked her to be careful because the young master is a fast learner, but may still fall. The girl took him by the hand and dragged him along. Brea was a little confused. The boy screamed in displeasure and broke away from Ellie's hands. The girl asked the young master if he was having fun. She asked her to kiss her if that was the case, but in response, Prince Brea only turned away. Marie looked at them and couldn't stop looking at them. They were too cute. Someone knocked on the Count's office, and he allowed entry. Marie entered the room. The girl said that she would like to discuss something with him. Kentrail didn't really understand what she was talking about. The man tensed a little and stood up. Marie immediately assured him that everything was fine with the young master. She said she thought it would be nice if he had children his own age. The nanny is not sure whether the aristocrats introduce their children. This has not happened in their family for a long time. Kentrail said typical kids make friends at parent-teacher reunions. The girl objected, saying that he was not dating anyone. The story said that the Count did not like being in company since childhood. He often ran away from all kinds of meetings, so he had almost no acquaintances in high society. And among my close friends, there are only 2 boys. The Count said that one of his comrades has a child, Brea's age. He will talk to him. Marie was glad to hear this and decided that she already needed to leave. But suddenly the Count stopped her. The man gave her a small red box and told her to take it. The girl opened the box and saw a very beautiful brooch. She asked what kind of brooch it was. Kentrail said, Ellie said Marie bought the brooch for herself, but didn't wear it while she was courting Brea, and then it went out of fashion. The nanny blushed and wondered what brooch Ellie was talking about. She remembered one. It was she who was on Marie when she got into her body. I had to remove it as any accessories can be dangerous for small children. Just think, Ellie remembered. Suddenly the girl noticed how much her sister had changed. She and Brea lacked love and attention, so they accepted such changes quite easily. The girl thanked her for the brooch. Kentrail asked if she didn't like the brooch. Marie didn't understand what he meant. The Count said that he chose her himself, so she may well not be her type. The girl was very surprised that he chose it himself. The man said that this was the first time he had to choose a woman's brooch, so he couldn't be sure how good it was. Marie smiled sincerely and said that the brooch was lovely. The Count became embarrassed and said that it was nice to hear this. In the evening, when it was time to read Brea a fairy tale, the 3 of them were in the library. The baby suddenly shouted to his uncle. It was a little unexpected for the Count that he called him uncle. He turned to Brea and asked what happened. The kid started hitting him on the leg and screaming for him to move away from Marie. Kentrail was embarrassed, and Marie just laughed. She picked up Brea from the floor and told him that they were choosing a book for him. They had already read about dragons. She asked if he wanted to read about other animals, maybe about deer or tigers. But Prince Brea made it clear to her that he only wanted to talk about dragons. Marie said that apparently they will read about dragons again. The Count asked if there were any other books about them. The nanny replied, no, only if they write it themselves. She asked him how good he was at drawing. The girl suggested that he write a book for children. He asked if she would write. After a while, they were already reading a book to the baby about a baby dragon. After this interesting story, the baby immediately fell fast asleep, and the Count put him to bed. Marie said he is doing great with the baby. She thought this was compared to how things were when she first came into this world. The 2 of them left the room and headed down the corridor to his office. Suddenly, the Count stopped abruptly, and Marie hit her forehead painfully against him. The man turned and asked if she was okay. The girl froze and could not answer. She admired his facial features and suddenly realized that he was too close. She quickly pulled away and said that of course she was in pain and ran down the corridor. The Count apologized and thought that he had been too close. Marie said that everything was fine and offered to go until the little gentleman woke up. The nanny thought that handsome men were especially dangerous at night. During the day, the children played in the playroom. Ellie picked up 2 horses and began to clatter. She asked the young master what he thought which horse would win. The boy pointed at the horse with the blue scarf. Ellie laughed and said that was wrong. The one with red won. Suddenly, Brea approached Ellie and hit her with the elbow. She screamed, asking why he hit her. The boy told her not to dare to make fun of their master. She herself led this horse to victory 3 times. Suddenly, Prince Brea jumped up and hit Brea on the leg, calling him stupid. Nobody expected this from him. Brea blushed. He looked at the young master, and he was very angry. The boy asked the young master why he hit him. In response, Brea began waving his arms. Ellie hugged him because he stood up for her. Brea said he only mildly scolded Ellie for making fun of him. So why did the young master decide to hit him? The boy was a little upset. Meanwhile, Marie finally finished drawing the insect cards. This method should help the young master remember more of everything. The girl was proud of herself that she had done such a job. The count approached from behind. The man asked if she was drawing, or if Brea had drawn it. Marie was simply furious. She asked if it was really so bad: head, chest, body. It's an ant. The man thought about it and said that the ants he saw didn't look like that. He drew a new card with an ant. The girl didn't understand why he was doing so well. She asked the butler about the count's grades during his studies. Marie asked where he ranked in the exam results. The butler then smiled at her and said that she took first place in every discipline. Marie admitted that he was also the best at drawing. She began to sort through the cards she had drawn. The count put his hand on one of these and said that he would take it. The girl asked why he needed her card. The man said that he would collect them as memories will show Brea when he grows up. Marie screamed that she would not give it up. Kentrail didn't understand why, because she herself wanted to show them to him. The girl meant that she didn't want him to show this to Brea in the future. The man raised his hand with the card, "Hi." The nanny tried to take him away, but nothing worked. Then she shouted that it was a scam. Suddenly, the two of them realized that they were very close to each other. Suddenly, the girl fell on Kentrail, and he did not notice how he lowered his hand. The man did not understand what was happening and how she could have slipped. A second later, he understood everything when a satisfied Marie finally took the piece of paper from him. Kentrail was disappointed, but Marie was again proud of herself for catching her masterpiece. The girl walked with the young gentleman along the corridor and said that a friend would come to see him today. She thought that he would probably be very happy to see a child his own age. His world will become a little wider. After entering society, life changes a lot. The boy asked what it meant, and Marie replied that it was nothing special. He already has a fairly wide vocabulary. The count asked Brea to come here because he wanted to introduce someone to him. He pointed to the boy and said that this was now his new friend, Jaden. This is the son of Viscount Jake, a comrade of the Earl. The two boys greeted each other. The count told the nannies that they would leave for a while. Marie leaned over to the young master and asked if he wanted to play with his new friend. She gave them toys and thought that children at that age usually liked toys, so it would be easier for them to get along. After 10 minutes, children could be heard screaming and crying from the room. The count immediately came running and asked what had happened. They saw Jaden crying on the floor. Jake asked what happened here. Marie said that Jaden liked the young master's favorite toy while they were choosing something to play with. It was Miss Bear a few months after its creation. People who are allowed to touch the toy are Brea, Marie, Ellie Berry, and no one else. They both liked her too much. Brea said that touching his Miss Bear is prohibited. Marie asked to accept her apology and said that Brea really liked her. Jake replied that it was no big deal. Jaden took it himself without asking. It seems that the first attempt to make friends failed. In the evening, Marie walked along the corridor and thought that it was good that nothing terrible had happened. Brea is growing safely, but one problem is still not solved. When the girl woke up in this world, under the bed, there was already money that Marie received as the first payment for the murder of Brea. She was wondering why those who ordered the murder had not yet come for her soul. She carefully examined everything that surrounded her and did not find anything suspicious. What should she do now if this assignment has already been transferred to someone else? She really wouldn't want things to be as peaceful as they were. Perhaps it is worth telling the count that someone wants to kill Brea. But how to do this? The girl didn't know where to start. Unexpectedly, the count behind her asked her what was happening. What brought her here at such a late hour? Marie was confused and didn't know what to answer. The count asked if everything was okay with Brea. The girl replied that he was fine. She said she just wanted to discuss something with him. This applies to Brea. In Kentrail's office, Marie asked the Count to place a personal guard for the baby. After a while, she asked if he had already selected knights for the young master. The girl could not tell the Count everything, but she could guide him a little. Kentrail said that it seems that Jaden is already under guard. She remembered the man next to Jaden's nanny. The Count asked if she had really come to him at such a time to talk about this. Marie replied that she was very forgetful, so she was afraid that she might forget to discuss this with him. The man wondered if she was only thinking about Brea all this time. He said he had a couple of nights in mind. He will have to hurry with this because he wants to take Brea for a short walk. The woman said that while he is very small, the likelihood of various incidents is especially high. Walking is very risky. Kentrail said that the baby will be under the protection of the royal guard, so there is nothing to worry about. She asked when he planned to go, and the man replied that soon he has already requested leave. He needs at least a short break. After so many years of work, Marie asked if everything was fine in the palace. The man thought that it had been a long time since he had met a person who was so sincerely worried about him. It is very difficult for him to get used to these completely new sensations. Kentrail replied that he just wanted to rest. Ellie and Brea were walking with a young gentleman on the street. Ellie shouted to her brother that it was her turn to play with the young master. The boy said that she couldn't even kick a ball. The gentleman will be bored with her. Ellie denied everything and said that they would be very interested. Brea caught déjà vu so that they would not quarrel anymore. The boys stood up and drew their attention to the fountain. They immediately ran to splash in the water. The three of them had so much fun without quarreling. Marie looked at them and was touched. She thought about how they had been splashing around in the water for over an hour. Apparently, they really liked it. The girl turned her head and saw that the Count was walking towards her. She thought that he was somehow early today. The nanny drew the children's attention to the fact that the Count had arrived and asked them to finish. Unexpectedly, Kentrail also entered the fountain. The man leaned down, greeted the children, and began splashing water at them. The servants were shocked by the Count's behavior, and Marie only thought that the second round had begun. The assistant thought that His Excellency looked completely different with such a radiant smile. She couldn't believe her eyes. The woman ran up to the Count and began to beg him not to leave his service and not to go on vacation. She wanted him to return to the palace. Without him, everything will wither away. The man asked her if she knew the meaning of the word vacation. Brea touched his uncle's leg. When the Count turned around, Brea also told him what he liked. The man smiled and told the baby. Of course, the assistant couldn't believe her ears. Marie thought about her words, that without him, everything would wither. Now she understands how important the Count's work in the palace is. The subordinate ran up to her colleagues and asked them if they had ever seen his lordship smile. The man replied that he had not seen him, but dreamed that he would return from vacation as soon as possible. The Count, Marie, and the children decided to have a picnic. The girl sat and told the young gentleman that this was his first picnic. She released the baby and told him not to go too far from her. Kentrail that they talked about security, and he took care of it, but it seems that everything is going smoothly for them anyway. Brea pointed his finger and said that he wanted to go there. The girl replied that she didn't know this area well, so she couldn't. The man stood up and said that then he would go with them. Marie was embarrassed. Brea was very fast, and the nanny could barely catch up with him. She couldn't grab the baby's hand. The girl screamed at him to stop, but the baby was too fast. It turns out that he left so quickly because he saw a rabbit. Marie exhaled and realized that he was simply chasing an animal. Suddenly, the girl froze. She had a very strange feeling. It feels like they are being watched. She rushed to the baby and covered him with herself. The Count came up from behind and asked what happened. Marie said she felt like they were being followed. A very nasty feeling. The man said he didn't notice anyone. He believes that if there was someone in the bushes, they have already escaped. The Count will ask the knights to watch the surrounding area. He told her that she could give him Brea. The baby did not want to let her go, but she told him that she would come soon. Kentrail said they would go inside. the girl was sad because the knights did not find a single suspicious person in the park. They were really lucky that no one was there. Then why is my heart so heavy? An unknown man sat down to pet the rabbit. He blamed himself for letting them slip away. He asked Marie if she was doing well after the betrayal. Time passed, and Briella's second birthday arrived. This time the Count decided to invite the nobles too. There were a lot of people. Then it just seemed to her in the park. Since that day, nothing strange has happened. A young gentleman approached Marie and began to tug at her dress. The girl thought that he was probably uncomfortable, seeing so many unfamiliar faces. She smiled at how cute he was, hiding behind her skirt. From behind, a man called her and said that he was looking for her. This was Brea's maternal grandfather. She greeted Lord Piranga. He asked if he understood correctly that she was his nanny. The man congratulated Brea on her birthday. He said that he was pleased to be present at his celebration in person. To this, the child only hid even more behind the nanny. Grandfather laughed. The Count told her that the Lord's domain was far from here. However, he arrived on time. The man pulled out a toy behind him and asked Brea to look at it. It was a baby dragon, and Grandfather hoped that he would like it. The kid took it and couldn't believe his eyes. Marie told the young master to thank him for the gift. At first he was embarrassed, but then he hugged the toy and thanked him. The grandfather patted his granddaughter on the head and told the nanny that she was taking good care of him and thanked her for that. Marie replied that she was his nanny. Keeping an eye on small children is never easy, but the young master is very modest and gentle, so it is not so difficult to be with him. Brea started telling Marie about Miss Brea. The nanny said they would go away for a minute. It seems that the young master wants to add a new toy to the others. Marie told the young gentleman to be careful on the stairs, and he responded by telling her to be careful too. The man thought that his grandson was surrounded by such good people. He's glad Ellie can grow up in peace. He turned to his daughter, Era, and asked if it was wonderful that her son was living such a glorious life. He hoped she felt happy watching him from heaven. Ellie told the young master that he needed to hurry before the sun went down. Yesterday they weren't able to go down the slide because of the holiday. She suggested doing it today. The maids looked at them and were touched. It seems that the patter of their feet can be heard even from here. Ellie showed the baby the slide that Marie had suggested and said that this is where they should go. They need to climb to the top and go down and then back to the top. That's the whole point of a roller coaster. She told him to watch because now he would develop incredible speed. The girl pushed the boy down the slide, and he rode down laughing. She asked if he liked it, and he replied that he liked it very much. Ellie said that now it was her turn, and the baby confirmed it. The children had a lot of fun together. The gardener would never have thought that, as a gardener, he would see such a charming scene. He thought that the young master was not inferior to him. Why does Ellie have so many privileges? The girl asked the young master if Miss Brea would like to go for a ride too. Brea said he would. Ellie noticed that the bear had a new dress and said that her little sister was simply adorable. When it comes to the young master, she thinks through every detail. Brea stood in the same position as his girlfriend Ellie, was surprised that the young gentleman was repeating after her. Marie approached them and heard their conversation. Her sister said that she saw this pose at the market. The nanny snapped at Ellie, asking where she saw this pose. She told her not to do that because it might hurt someone's feelings. The girl put a piece of food on her fork and asked the young gentleman if he wanted to try it. The boy opened his mouth and took this piece from the fork. Marie said he seemed to like potatoes. He looked like a little bird. The nanny asked the Count if he wanted to try feeding him. From behind, the grandfather began to be indignant and say, "Where has it been seen that the Count feeds a child from his hands?" Kentrail stopped him and said everything was fine. He picked it up and started feeding Brea. Brea began to get indignant and spin. The nanny laughed and asked him not to do that. Then he obediently opened his mouth and took a spoon into it. The Count was happy. He told him to take another spoon, but this time he started spinning again. The Count said that he wanted to ask her something. He asked if she was free tomorrow evening. Marie smiled and told Your Excellency that she was free and asked if something had happened. The man asked if she wanted to have dinner together. The girl did not expect this. He invites her to have dinner together in such an environment. Is this an invitation to a date? It turned out that this was not an invitation to a date. Kentrail invited Brea to go. How could she even think about dating? Of course, the Count meant dinner with the young master. The Count said that his nephew looked quite plump. Has he gained weight? The girl said that she just dressed him warmly because it was cool today. He's wearing about 6 layers of clothing: underwear, a shirt, 2 vests, a thin jacket, and a warm jacket. The man told her not to forget and take care of herself. Marie replied that she was not cold at all. Kentrail thought about it. She herself said today that it's cool. Why then is she dressed so lightly? Unexpectedly, he raised his voice and asked her if she would catch a cold and infect Brea. The girl immediately rushed and said that she would immediately warm herself up. We must not allow the young master to become ill. The man smiled and thought that she meant much more than just a nanny. He asked Brea if that was true. He just looked up questioningly. They were sitting in a restaurant, and the Count said that he would feed Brea and she could have dinner in peace. The girl replied that feeding him would take a long time for the nanny. The man said to show Brea that she also likes this food. She decided to try a piece anyway. The girl cut off a piece of steak and put it in her mouth. She was very surprised at how tasty it was and even blushed a little. It's all very tasty, but it makes her think about Ellie and Brea. The Count said they could take them with them, but she decided not to do this due to numerous rumors, and so people no longer understand where he has 2 more adult children and who their mother is. She regrets this terribly. Next time she will definitely take them with her and give them the best dinner of their lives. Marie told the crash that it was very tasty. Other restaurant patrons noticed them. The man told his lady to look there because the Prime Minister was sitting there. The girl recognized him too. She asked who it was there with him because she couldn't see it from here. The man couldn't believe it was true. He heard about something similar from colleagues. He remembered how the Count scolded him. He said that this was unthinkable and asked how he was hired with such a hole in his head. He said not to bring him such reports. The visitor could not believe that the Prime Minister was smiling. Who's sitting with him? He swore at the candelabra because nothing could be seen from behind it. The girl invited him to just have dinner. Does he really want to talk about his boss on his day off? The man said she was right. Marie wanted to hold the baby in her arms and said that they were home. She asked him if he wanted to sleep, and he answered yes. The Count asked if it was too hard for her because she carried him all the way home in her arms. Brea constantly wanted to be held in her arms. Marie smiled and said that maybe a little. The Count was outraged and asked him to give the child back, but Brea wanted to be held only by Marie. In the evening, a man approached her and asked if she wanted him to give her a massage. Even though he now holds a civilian position during his nightly service, he had to study basic medicine. The girl would never have thought that the Count would give her a massage. As soon as he started, she felt pain. Marie asked if he really served. Kentrail replied that almost all middle and younger sons join orders of knighthood. He just left him early. The girl asked why the man thought for a bit. She thought that the novella didn't say anything about him wielding a sword. Graf said he thinks it's time for Brea to hire teachers. The nanny smiled and said that she had been thinking about this for his birthday. Then the baby put a new toy to Miss Bear, and Marie said that they were very cute together. The kid saw the cards that Marie had drawn and asked to show them to him. She took out one of the cards and asked if he remembered what it was, and the young gentleman replied that it was an auntie. Marie replied that it was true. Ants have 6 legs. The child asked why. The nanny answered because they are insects. Almost all insects have 6 legs. The kid never stopped asking why. For every answer, Marie realized that he had reached this curious age. Because of this, he never stops asking questions. She suggested asking his uncle. At the celebration, Brea approached his uncle and he asked with a smile what he wanted. As soon as Kentrail answered one question, Brea had hundreds of others. During those half an hour, the Count turned pale. Marie asked if anyone was coming to see them. The man replied that yes, the one who took first place in the exam at the Royal Academy should come one day. They say that every time he tries to get a job, he gets a stomachache. He added that it was simply incredible. So he decided to take up tutoring. For now, Marie said it was great. Surely he would be able to answer the questions of their curious gentleman. Marie brought the baby tea and said that the teacher would come to see him today. She hopes everything goes well. Someone from the bedroom started screaming. The girl turned very pale and thought that this was not the case. She burst into the room and asked the young master if he was okay. When she entered the room, what she saw was not at all what she expected. A young man stood next to him. He held a fountain pen in his hands and looked at Marie with a surprised face. She asked him what was wrong, and he replied that he was trying to teach the baby letters. But suddenly Brea screamed, "The man himself does not understand what is wrong." Brea's teacher's name was Ujays. Minutes earlier, the teacher was teaching Brea how to count. The man noticed that the baby was having a hard time concentrating. To interest Brea, he suggested that he learn how to spell his uncle's name. The baby didn't want his uncle's name, but Marie. He remembered that that was his nanny's name. He thought that the young master simply adored her. Apparently, she is a good person. Come to think of it, this girl looked pretty cute. Brea was already on the verge of anger, and suddenly, the baby screamed and began throwing pieces of paper around. He shouted at the teacher to leave. Ujays was a little scared because of such suddenness. He said there were only 2 words left. The kid stood his ground, even when the teacher told him about 1 word. That's when Marie heard screams. The nanny took the baby in her arms. It will be difficult for Ujays and Marie to understand what happened. Marie thought that maybe Brea had been scolded a little. She believes that he is simply not used to doing things without her. Ujays asked if the young master might like some words. Maybe he just said something wrong. The girl replied that there seemed to be nothing like that, but there is something he likes: dragons, apples, bananas. Brea likes almost all fruits. Prince Brea laughed and had fun asking Barry to spin him even more. Marie looked at them and thought that Barry often plays with the young master. She believes that Brea likes to play with him because he is physically stronger than Ellie. Ellie came running to them and asked them to look. Her sister was glad that Ellie was no longer angry, but was looking for a way to play together. The girl asked the young master to take a look. She herself wove a wreath of beautiful flowers for him. Brea didn't like this gift very much, and the girl was already sad because he didn't like it. The baby felt embarrassed that Ellie was sad because of him, so he leaned over and accepted her gift. Barry laughed and asked the young gentleman if he really fell for her acting skills. Marie thought that she would need to find a game that the 3 of them could play. Last time their game with water made even the Count smile. It would be nice if he could play with Brea more. At this time, a guest came to the Count. The king greeted him and asked if he had at least eaten before work. Kentrail dryly replied that yes, continuing to go about his business. The king laughed and said that of course he couldn't believe it, but since he said so, to hintily ask him to leave his office, the Count asked if the king was busy. The man replied that he had already done everything he heard, that it would rain in the evening, so he invited him to have a drink with him and stay the night. The Count refused. The king was indignant since no one was waiting for the Count at home, but in response the man replied that he was busy and asked to leave him. The king said that Kentrail had changed. Previously, he would have said he planned to work all night. He added that he had heard that he had even begun to smile recently. The Count caught himself thinking that this happens when he remembers Brea or his nanny. The king asked about his nephew and said that his birthday was coming soon. He hoped that he would be invited to at least the 3rd. Kentrail thought that he knew in advance that this would not happen, but still asks, His Majesty is trying to find out whether he intends to make Brea his successor. The king smiled and said that he loved his nephew so much He even wonders what will happen if he has his own child. He asked if he had heard rumors. Everyone just talks about how nice his nephew's nanny is. The Count was angry and rudely asked who was spreading these rumors. But suddenly he realized, why was he so offended by someone else talking about her like that? He justified this by saying that if there were too many rumors, they could ruin her reputation. He needs to concentrate on work. Marie was folding clothes and said that Barry had grown a lot and he needed to buy a new shirt. Ellie and Brea grow moderately. These kids make Marie so happy. Suddenly, the girl outside the window heard a sound. She thought it was a bird knocking. She is not allowed to open the windows, but suddenly the bird was injured. Marie looked a little closer and was shocked. She suddenly opened the window and at that moment realized this thought gave me goosebumps. She realized that the man who ordered the murder of Brea had reached her. The girl felt someone's gaze on her and goosebumps ran all over her body. The feelings she felt in reality and then in the books were completely different. Nevertheless, through her trembling, the girl was still able to ask the stranger who was there. Literally a moment later, the shadow that had previously stood among the trees simply disappeared. Meanwhile, the action moves to the same rainy evening. Ellie was sitting under the door. She noticed that her sister and brother were late today, and everything would have been fine, but she didn't have a key. Thus, the girl sat for a very long time, and her brother and sister still did not return. As a result, on this one rainy day, Ellie could not wait for her family to return. After this incident, the girl finally found herself, but she was not quite at home. She began to call her sister in surprise. At this moment when Ellie jumped up, people were saying that Marie had abandoned Ellie and decided to only care about Barry because raising a boy was much more beneficial. Just like these people said, the girl just took all her money and ran away. Ellie was incredibly depressed. The next day, the girl returned home, shameless. She didn't even say hello to them. Marie really was such a person. She didn't care at all about the welfare of her younger brother and sister. There was nowhere to live. There was not enough money for anything. So she abandoned Ellie. The worst thing was that the girl began to think that it was normal that her sister hated her because she only bothered her. But one way or another, the children never went against Marie's will. When Ellie didn't finish her food, saying that she was full and couldn't take it anymore, Marie told her to eat because it was not easy for her to get this food. The girl told her sister that she really couldn't. But Marie, looking at Ellie, began to threaten and say that she would not leave the table until she finished eating. The girl began fattening the younger ones. As soon as she learned that the Count was looking for a nanny for his nephew, she knew that the well-fed appearance of her brother and sister would play into her hands. Marie was mired in debt, and when the moneylenders came after her, she simply ran away, leaving Ellie, but she still needed to earn a living. In the original story, a dark hand handed her a bag of silver coins when Marie had already become a nanny. Was it really this man who was standing in the bushes now? Closing her eyes, she decided that it was just her imagination. The Count has too reliable security. However, her head was completely filled with bad thoughts, and she didn't even know what to do. At that moment, Ellie came out from behind the door to our heroine, who smiled joyfully looking at her sister. The girl asked Marie what she was doing here because she was already all wet. She also wanted to take the towel that was on the table, but as it turned out, the young master had already taken it and was carrying it. Ellie wanted to take a towel, but Brea insisted that he would dry Marie. The girl said in surprise that she could hold it herself. Our heroine now realized that she was not alone. With them, she has nothing to fear. After some time, the Count asked the nanny in surprise if she had really seen a suspicious figure near the mansion. The girl nodded her head, but said that she could not see his face. As soon as their eyes met, he disappeared. And yet last time there was no one at the picnic. Will the Count believe her words this time? She still couldn't tell him that she knew all this from the novella. Shortly after a short pause, Kentrail said that he should expand his security. She and Brea already have personal guards, but this might not be enough. He knew for sure that the sooner he did this, the better, so he would invite the knights here. Marie could not understand why he listened to her, and did not even ask a single question. One way or another, she as always was grateful to the Count for his trust, which was valuable to her. After her words, she noticed that Kentrail was thinking about something. The girl asked what happened. The man told her that everything was fine, but Marie insisted that his face said otherwise. The Count sighed heavily and asked the girl to go and rest. Soon after, he began to think again. The king's words about the rumors about the Count's nephew's sweet Nanny simply could not get out of his head. And yet he couldn't even tell her about it. He himself didn't understand why he felt this way. He was also interested in the question of who could be the person Marie saw, who is watching them. A couple of days later, the action takes us to the dining room, in which Brea for some reason was unhappy. The nanny could not understand what was happening, because it seemed to her that the young master would become less capricious when he grew up. The young master pointed to the bowl and asked Marie to feed him. Sighing heavily, the girl decided that he had not changed at all. After all, the period has already arrived when Brea must study table etiquette. The young master is growing up quite quickly. She understood that one day he would no longer need her. She would have to leave her as just a nanny. However, she would like to watch such a cute baby for as long as possible. What a pity that there are no cameras in this world, because she would definitely record a video with him. But nevertheless, for now, Brea just continues to throw tantrums, and in most cases, he overdoes it. The action moves to the office of the Count, who was working, but someone knocked on his door. Marie came into the room, and Kentrail immediately asked what happened. The girl said it was about the young master. She said that Brea has been acting rather strange lately. The Count suddenly looked away. Marie asked in surprise if everything was okay. The man looked like he wanted to say something, but for some reason he looked awkwardly in one direction. Marie did not understand what was happening, because in any other situation, the Count would have already begun to panic. The girl asked what he was thinking about, to which Kentrail told her that it could be a nice protest. One way or another, he assured her that it was temporary. The action moves back some time. Brea was looking for his uncle at that time and calling him. The Count, who was giving his cloak to the butler, was surprised that his nephew was already running. Brea decided not to hesitate and directly asked his uncle if he still had a lover. The man immediately asked what he meant, to which the boy said that he should not get married before he grows up. Kentrail could not understand what it was all about, when suddenly the butler approached him and decided to tell him everything. The actions take us a few more hours back. Brea and Jaden were drawing something together. Showing his drawing to Brea, he asked if Jaden liked this drawing. The guy asked in surprise if it was a monster, to which Brea replied that it was Miss Bear. Jaden, as soon as he heard these words, screamed in bewilderment. Brea snorted at that moment and asked his friend to forget about what he had just said. Anyway, Jaden also noticed that Brea was sad for some unknown reason, so he asked a question to find out what happened. The boy suddenly sighed and began to say that his uncle was good at absolutely everything. Jaden asked if this was true. He was lost in thought. Marie showed Brea the cards and asked if he remembered them. These insect cards were drawn by the Count. The girl thought that he was truly delightful, and sometimes it seemed to her that Brea's uncle could do absolutely anything. Remembering all this, and especially Marie's words, the guy said that he also wanted to be like that. However, Jaden said his uncle was probably struggling with some things. Brea asked in surprise why. After a while, he remembered the word and said that the Count couldn't do it with love. His father said that Uncle Brea was good at work but bad at love. The guy nevertheless said that this could be for the better. Brea asked why. In surprise, Jaden immediately asked his friend if he liked the nanny. In this case, he said that if his uncle found a wife, the nanny would have to leave. Brea, having heard these terrible words, definitely decided for himself that he could not lose Marie. In turn, this entire conversation was overheard by the butler, who eventually told everything to the Count. Kentrail simply promised Brea not to marry, but could not understand why Marie came to his mind after his nephew's question about his beloved. Actions are postponed to the next day. Marie and Brea chose the boxes. The boy chose yellow because Ellie liked yellow. On that day, the Count, although with difficulty, told the reason for these scandals. Fortunately, everything worked out since Brea did not suit them. In turn, the Count immediately hired Ellie for a walk in honor of her birthday and promised to form an entire order for Brea. But Marie was still worried about many things because the main threat had not gone away. On that rainy day, she probably saw the man who ordered the murder of Brea. When she got into Marie's body and gave up killing, a side story about this criminal appeared. The girl still did not know who was going to kill Brea. In any case, at the checkout, she paid the cashier. Soon she turned around and noticed a man running past with a cloak and sword. Our heroine was immediately very scared because she could not understand what this man was doing here. This man was Derek, owner of the longest sword in the kingdom. In the original story, he was a loyal subordinate of Kentrail, the main villain, and he mercilessly killed anyone who stood in the way of him and the Count. What is he doing in the capital? It seemed to our heroine that the story of this man should have changed due to the fact that Brea did not die. However, at that moment, the frightened Marie was pulled out of her thoughts by Brea, who asked her what happened. The girl suddenly changed her face and said that everything was fine. It's time for them to head back to the mansion. She hoped that the Count's story was different from the one in the novel. Actions are postponed tonight. Meanwhile, Derek had just entered His Excellency's room. The man immediately asked the guest to sit down and, apologizing, said that he would get straight to the point. Looking at Derek, the Count said that he invited him here because he learned that his brother's death was not an accident. The action takes us into the mind of Kentrail. The guy talked to his brother, saying that Brea's grandfather came today. He assumed that his brother's wife would be glad to see that her father was okay. At that very moment, the man stopped his monologue because he saw a note inside the painting. And again, we return to reality. Kentrail told his assistant that this path could be dangerous. He decided to ask Derek if he would be on Kentrail's side the rest of the way. The guy immediately sat down on his knee and reminded the Count that in the most difficult moments of his life, he was with him, so he could not be on anyone's side if not on his. Kentrail was quite grateful to Derek for such courage and loyalty, so he thanked him. Meanwhile, Brea's third birthday arrived, which was much more luxurious than the previous ones. The Count invited all the most influential people in the capital. The Count also managed to help with Ellie's birthday, which was generally not surprising considering that this was his nephew's girlfriend. Nevertheless, the girl clearly understood that there would be many nobles at the festival, which meant that many rumors would arise there. Of course, everything turned out that way. Many people discussed both the Count and his future. People even brought up the death of his family and his nephew, whom he took in after his brother's death. They will see Brea at his party. At that moment, Kentrail went upstairs and came to the room in which the nanny was just getting Brea ready for the holiday. Taking his nephew in his arms, the Count said that it seemed that everything was ready. He was wondering if he was worried, to which the guy said that he didn't have the slightest worry. After that, the Count looked up and told the nanny that it was time to go. Marie asked in bewilderment if she was coming too. The girl suddenly decided that she had reacted too violently. She was very pleased with this invitation, but she was forced to refuse, telling the Count and Brea that they should go together. The young master asked Marie to go with them, but the girl patted him on the head and said that they would do it next time. The girl understood that the young master should not appear in high society with his nanny on such an important day. And now, finally, Count Kentrail and his nephew Brea are out in the world. Immediately, the music started playing. People started looking at the baby excitedly and talking about how cute he was. Even from such an early age, he is so handsome, just like his father. Before the stairs, the Count took his nephew by the hand and asked him to be careful on the steps. Meanwhile, our heroine watched the Count and Brea exit and realized that she had come into this world to save Brea. Well, she even liked it. Soon after she glanced at them, the girl headed outside. After a while, she sat alone with herself and her thoughts and drank champagne. At that moment, the unexpected happened because someone came up to her from behind and wrapped her in his cloak. As it turned out, it was His Excellency. The man told her that it was already quite cold outside, and he could not understand why she was dressed so lightly. Marie said she was fine, and then asked how the young master was doing. The Count answered her that he was already asleep. After greeting the guests, he and Jaden ran to his room to play. At that moment, he drew attention to the bottle of champagne and asked in surprise whether it would fall down the stairs. The girl laughed and said that the Count himself knew that her body was tolerant of alcohol. The Count sighed and admitted that she looked quite strong. Our heroine, looking at the joyful Kentrail, suddenly remembered how the Count changed in the story after the death of Brea. He cried and wanted revenge. Marie suddenly told the Count that together they could protect him. The man asked again in surprise. The girl told him that she was talking about Brea. Kentrail said an unconditional yes, and in that case the heroine said that they must pinky swear. The Count, of course, was surprised, but said that he swears. Looking at her, he mentally thanked her for caring so much about Brea. He doesn't even know if he could have coped so well without her and her strength. One way or another, he hoped that he would someday be able to express his feelings to her. Actions are postponed to the next day. Kentrail met the Queen this morning. As far as he knew, Her Majesty loved luxury. But today, there were only 2 ladies in waiting with her. Is she really pretending that this is enough for her? He assumed that she was still bothered by how she looked in the eyes of her subjects. The guy bowed to the Queen, and she told him that they had not seen each other for a long time. The guy looked at her as coldly as possible and said that he understood that they had a fairly close relationship, but asked not to address him by name. The woman told him in response that everyone already knew, and any other appeal would be much stranger. The guy told her that even though they are relatives, they managed to meet no more than once a year. One way or another, the Queen decided to ask how Brea was doing, to which the Count told her that he was fine. The Queen was glad to hear this, but unfortunately she did not have any news about the children. Kentrail told her that she has a good relationship with His Majesty, so he is confident that everything will work out. The girl also hoped for it. By the way, she decided to ask when he was going to get married, because he wasn't even involved in intrigues. Kentrail said in response that it already has a successor. Sighing heavily, the Queen asked who would want to marry the Count without a chance of an inheritance for the child. Kentrail really loves his brother. Soon after these possibly vulnerable but partly true words, the girl took her leave. The action moves to Brea, who in bewilderment called Marie and asked if she saw it. Jaden, in bewilderment, asked not to shout that he lost because everyone would hear it. The young master said that Jaden did the same last time. However, right before the confrontation, our heroine stood between the 2 of them and said that they were both great. The one who benefited the most from the young master's study of fencing was Brea. After all this, will give him the opportunity to become a Brea knight in the future. She also knew that it was worth thanking all the employees at the Count's mansion. If it weren't for them, Brea would have remained only the nanny's brother. As soon as the girl handed out lemonade to everyone, it was Mr. Knight's turn. She said it was for him. Taylor took the glass and thanked the nanny for her kindness. This guy was a born commoner and a genius swordsman, as well as Brea's teacher. Marie embarrassedly said that there was no need for gratitude. She should be the one thanking him for teaching Brea. The guy said that it's not a burden to him because Brea is trying. Meanwhile, Brea, who was drinking lemonade, noticed strange behavior between Marie and the teacher. The young master immediately began asking for the next round. Taylor asked the boy in surprise if he wanted to take a break, but Brea said he was fine, and Jaden wasn't tired either. Brea insisted on another round, and in bewilderment asked Jaden if he really didn't want to fight. Marie was surprised by the energy of the children. After some time, it was time for riding lessons. Brea, in horror, asked his uncle to let him down. People also told the Count that they thought it would be better to start with smaller horses. Kentrail nevertheless said that everything is in order because he is watching. At this time, our heroine tried not to laugh, but still the young gentleman was very nice. She wanted to hold on to him. Kentrail told his nephew that once he had ridden a high horse, he would never be afraid of a low one. This will make learning to ride faster. The nephew said that he understood, but in a trembling voice, he also said that he was scared. Sighing heavily, Kentrail said that he understood him, and a moment later sat down next to his nephew, saying that they could go for a ride together. After just a couple of seconds, they set off. Brea turned around and delightedly told Marie that he was riding a horse. Our heroine was very happy for the young master, so she waved her hand to them. Meanwhile, Kentrail remembered his childhood, in which his older brother said the same words about a tall horse. He said they would do it together. At that moment, a horse suddenly approached our heroine, which seriously frightened her. The man suddenly smiled and told the nanny that he seemed to like her. He is usually not very friendly with other people. The girl was very surprised by this. As Marie began to stroke him, she thought that this horse looked gentle. At that moment, the man asked the nanny if she wanted to go for a ride, but she in turn said that she didn't know how. Within a moment, Taylor appeared behind her, asking her if she needed help. The guy said that this horse's name is Dan, and he really doesn't usually like to ride anyone too much. However, he noticed that Marie really liked the horse, so maybe they could ride together. The owner, Dan, proudly said that this horse has an excellent pedigree, and no one has ever managed to curb him. Marie asked if she could really try. Taylor said it was true. He was supposed to teach Brea, but since the Count himself was busy with this, then he most likely could be distracted. In this case, our heroine decided to agree, because unfortunately, in her previous life, she was never able to ride because of the rain. So this chance should not be missed. She also decided that Brea would also have fun if she ended up on a horse. Taylor, meanwhile, said that the horse was quite tall. Soon after he approached Marie and asked for forgiveness, the girl asked, in surprise, what happened. At the same moment, the guy grabbed her by the waist and lifted her up to put her on a horse. Meanwhile, the Count and his nephew were riding a horse. Brea said admiringly that he wanted Marie to ride too, and the Count told him that he was right. Kentrail decided that teaching the nanny how to ride was a pretty good idea and could be quite useful. At this moment, Brea screamed in bewilderment and asked the teacher who was touching Marie what he was doing. The girl said in surprise that she just wanted to try riding a horse. Brea asked why she was doing this to Taylor. The guy said in surprise that the horse was too tall, so he helped. However, Brea shouted saying that no one should touch Marie without his permission. Soon after these words, the guy could not restrain himself and told everyone that as soon as he grows up, Marie will marry him. The action moves forward some time. The butler came into his lordship's office and said that news had arrived that Derek had settled in the capital. Kentrail told the man that was very good, then thanked the butler and said he could go. As soon as the man left the room, the Count exhaled heavily and leaned back in his chair. Soon after, he took out a book and began reading the diary. On Brea's birthday, he was indescribably grateful to heaven and to his wife for trying so hard to give him life. The whole family prayed for the baby, and words could not describe how much he loved them. This is Kentrail's brother's diary. He couldn't understand how the guy died leaving this child alone. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. The man asked the guest to enter, and as it turned out, it was our heroine. The girl went inside and asked the Count to look at what beautiful cookies she and Brea had baked. Kentrail said he didn't even notice that his nephew was old enough to create something like that. Seeing how Brea grows is the most desired and bitterest sorrow. The Count understood that it seemed as soon as he blinked, his nephew would be ready to leave this house. Our heroine looked at the Count and thought that all people call him cold and scary. Yet as it turned out, it was quite the opposite. By the way she guessed what Kentrail was thinking about now, she remembered this simultaneously bitter and joyful feeling of children growing up from the time when she worked as a kindergarten teacher. At that moment, the girl put one of the cookies into the Count's mouth and said that it was not too late. Marie asked the Count to spend more time with her nephew and talk more often about how much he loved him. Soon after, she asked how he liked the cookies. Tasty. After a short pause, Kentrail said admiringly that it was delicious. Unexpectedly, the Count's face turned red. Marie asked His Excellency, in surprise, if everything was okay with him, because he was red. The guy said he was fine. The girl touched the Count's head and asked if everything was fine. Is he getting enough sleep? She hadn't seen him outside his office for the past few days. Marie was surprised that the Count did not answer, and soon after that, he simply fell on the girl. After some time, the Count lay in his bed. Brea asked the nanny in surprise if everything would be okay with his uncle. The girl said that, according to the butler, he needed to rest for a couple of days, so there was no need to worry. Nevertheless, this had never happened before in the Count's family. He was working days and nights when he suddenly caught a cold. She tried to remain calm to avoid Brea's worries. Marie told the young master that he might get infected, so it was time for him to go to Brea and Ellie. The boy said that he wanted to stay with his uncle. The nanny asked the young master to show his uncle how strong he was. In turn, she promised to stay with him. Brea was heartbroken, but still agreed to leave his uncle's room. Soon, only Marie was left in the room, watching Kentrail sleep. After some time, the Count came to his senses and said that he had a fever which had already subsided. He asked if Brea was crying. The girl said that he was very worried about him, and the last time he cried was when he promised to marry his nanny. Marie smiled shyly and asked him to give her the plate when he finished. At that moment, the Count said that he should be grateful to her because, according to the butler, she had been there all this time. The girl smiled shyly and said that the young master was worried, and she couldn't help but take care of him on Brea's behalf. Kentrail smiled and said that he understood. In turn, Marie told the Count to reduce the number of working hours, because this also affects the relationship with Brea. Our heroine suddenly said that if the Count had finished everything, then he should take medicine. The man looked at the medicine in surprise and said that it was bitter. Marie began to laugh, not understanding what kind of strange behavior the Count had. She suddenly closed her mouth, realizing that she had laughed too loudly. Kentrail told her that she could laugh as much as she wanted. Marie proudly said that all these days she was careful. She wondered if he would laugh if he saw how clumsy she had once been with children. Kentrail suddenly told the girl that what she was saying was true, and he didn't like it at all. Our heroine asked again in surprise. The Count immediately told her that he wanted her to be comfortable with him. The girl asked again in bewilderment, to which the Count told her that they were a family after all. Or is it just him who thinks so? Marie said that he was right. She had been living in his house for a long time. Nevertheless, for our heroine, it was surprising. She became close to the Count in almost the same way as to Brea. She would never have thought that she would hear something like that from him. Marie suddenly caught herself thinking that she was about to cry. If she had known that the Count was so gentle, she would not have cursed him so much when reading the novella. Fans of the main characters often criticize Kentrail because of the role he plays, and she was no exception. I realized that she herself did not know how she would behave if she found herself in the situation of the Count from the original story. Our heroine suddenly turned to His Excellency and asked if anyone held a grudge against him. The man asked again in surprise. The girl decided that this question was too sudden. She immediately started talking about some official, or maybe a subordinate or servant in the mansion. Someone might have done something wrong. Kentrail asked in surprise if she really had such an opinion about him. The girl told him that she was not saying this as an insult at all. Marie wanted to say something in her defense, but at that moment the Count coldly said that there was no such thing as anyone holding a grudge. The girl was surprised by such a quick answer and immediately wondered if she should ask any more questions. In this case, the girl sighed and asked His Excellency to rest, and she would go. Kentrail, meanwhile, was thinking, Was Marie asking this because of that incident? He assumed that there were those who were still angry with him from the time when he first became prime minister. What if they want to take revenge by using Brea? He then wondered if anyone had a serious quarrel with his brother, but immediately shook off the thought. He certainly had no enemies, unless someone wanted revenge on their parents. The action moves forward some time. Joyful Brea ran to his uncle because he could already walk. The boy asked if he was already feeling better, to which Kentrail told him that the rest was beneficial. Unexpectedly, the boy extended his hand and asked his uncle to take this gift. Kentrail asked in surprise what it was. As it turned out, it was candy for Uncle Brea, who had to take bitter medicine, although he did not like it. The Count asked his nephew in surprise how he knew that he didn't like them. The young master proudly said that he has his own ways. At that moment, Marie caught up with them, who alarmedly asked Brea not to run away like that anymore. The Count immediately asked her if she had really told Brea about his complaints. The girl embarrassedly said that only a little. The man then thought for a moment and soon said that he would like to talk to Marie about something. Already sitting in the Count's room, the girl asked Kentrail in surprise which academy we were talking about. The man said that he would have to ask Barry personally, but he was interested in her opinion. Here the ceiling for Barry's development capabilities was quite low. Our heroine understood that for a member of a fallen noble family, the opportunity could not be better. The academy is a great offer. Due to the high costs of education, even wealthy families send only their eldest sons to academies, and knights who graduate from the academy are treated completely differently than others. Marie said that this would open up many opportunities for her brother, but they could not ask for this because the Count had already done a lot for them. However, Kentrail stood his ground and said that according to Taylor, Barry was excellent with a sword. If the skills are already that good, then with some polish, it will just shine. Barry will be very useful to their family if he grows up to be a great knight. And by the way, the Count decided to remind him that he had previously said that they were now one family. Marie decided to think it over again. No one is safe until they figure out who ordered Brea's murder. It will be nice if Barry can defend himself. Within a moment, the girl said that she would really like Barry to enter the academy. The adults were still talking about something of their own. But at that moment, Brea remembered the words of the teacher, who said that the academy was located quite far from the capital, and you could only come home during the holidays. The boy immediately screamed and said that he agreed, and soon after that, he ran out of the room. Marie called out to the young gentleman in surprise. As a result, Marie's family members were mired in sadness that Barry would leave for the academy. But all the residents of the mansion congratulated him well, except for one upset person. The action moves to the garden. According to those who saw Brea, he was heading somewhere here. After some time of searching, Barry was still able to find the young gentleman who did not respond at all. Looking at the offended kid, the guy asked in surprise whether Brea really wouldn't tell him anything before leaving. The boy silently turned his head away. Barry smiled, and in bewilderment asked the young gentleman why he was being mischievous. Brea began to cry and said that as he was told Barry was leaving here, tears began to roll down more and more. The guy asked the young gentleman in bewilderment if he was really so upset that he was leaving for the academy. Realizing that words were useless here, Barry went down to the baby and hugged him. Brea began to say sadly that if his beloved brother left, he would have to fencing alone. There will be no one to practice with, and no one will carry him in their arms. Barry understood that he could not refuse such an offer, but Brea too nicely called him a relative of the Nanny brother. The guy said that when he returns to him being an outstanding knight, he wants Brea to become his master. The young master had more or less calmed down, but still said that he was not yet good enough to be a master. Barry didn't understand what he meant by this, so he added that it was enough to see how kind and sweet a person he was growing up to be. In this case, the baby, although with difficulty, promised his brother to become someone his brother can be proud of, and in turn, he should quickly become a great knight and return. Barry was incredibly happy that someone was so worried about him and couldn't let him go. He also promised that he would return as quickly as possible. And so, then Barry still left for the academy, and Marie didn't really have time to say goodbye to her brother, and Ellie was left completely alone after his departure. Realizing that her sister needed support, our heroine approached her and offered to take a walk together. Ellie asked in surprise if they could, to which our heroine said in surprise that of course they could go out. The whole city is now celebrating His Majesty's birthday. During the celebration of the ruler's birthday, all the shops in the kingdom decorate their doors with flowers, and in the evening musicians take to the streets. Marie also knew that security was being expanded in the capital during this period, so they could walk together calmly. They just had time while the young master was sleeping. That same evening, our heroines went for a walk in the capital, which at that time was shining. There were a lot of kind and cheerful people everywhere, and there was also a lot of delicious food. As soon as Ellie finished eating, she happily took her sister's hand and danced with her to the songs of the musicians. Luckily, Ellie was able to take her mind off all the commotion and finally smiled that evening. Suddenly, they were interrupted. Teacher Eugees noticed the nanny and approached her to say hello and say that he was pleased to see her here. The girl was no less surprised. She immediately told the teacher that they had not seen each other for a long time. Eugees laughed and said that it was so. He has been very busy with his students lately. Ellie, meanwhile, looked at this guy in bewilderment when suddenly Marie said that this was Mr. Eugees, their teacher. The man greeted the young lady and assumed that she was the nanny's younger sister. He had never had a chance to talk to her about this before. Soon, he said that he wanted something to drink, and would Marie join him? The girl said she would be happy to do it. Ellie suddenly screamed and said that she wanted orange juice. Eugees agreed and said that this was with the nanny's permission. The girl decided that nothing bad would happen from one drink, so she agreed. Soon they were standing outside the store. Eugees said that he would pay, but the girl in bewilderment began to say that there were only 2 drinks there, if you count Ellie juice. The teacher said that everything was fine because he was lonely, because all his friends had gone into pairs. This is a kind of payment. Marie suddenly decided to ask what he has been doing lately. Eugees told her that he plans to focus on management exams. Ellie meanwhile watched them and understood that the count was better, and we must not forget about him. When people grow up, it is time for them to find their happiness. The girl suddenly remembered how she was told that if adults are in a strange mood, then they need to be left alone. Ellie immediately said that she urgently needed to go to the restroom, so she had to leave. Marie looked in surprise at her sister running away and asked where she was going. So abruptly Eugees laughed and told Marie that she has a very energetic little sister. The girl smiled and said that it was true. Ellie is much more lively than her. Soon they began to have a nice conversation with each other, and Ellie, as planned, simply watched them. At this point, when talking about siblings, Eugees said that he is an only child, but to tell the truth, sometimes he thinks that Brea is his angry little brother. Marie asked in surprise if he was angry. The gay said that Brea listens attentively, but if you talk about her, he immediately starts to get angry. Our heroine laughed and understood for herself why he reacted this way. It was quite nice. Meanwhile, Ellie, watching everything, hoped that her sister would finally become happy. At this moment, the actions are transferred to the Count, who was sitting in his office and realized that that very day would soon come. This day meant the king's birthday, and most importantly, Brea's first visit to the palace. Meanwhile, the boy asked Marie what he looked like. The girl admiringly said that the young master was incredibly sweet, and he would be the most handsome of all those present. The boy asked if he was even more handsome than his uncle. Marie laughed and told him that the young master was incomparable. According to the classics of the genre, at that very moment, the Count entered the room and said in surprise that he didn't know that he couldn't even try. Our heroine turned around, embarrassed. Noticing Kentrail's appearance, she noticed that he was much more beautiful and stronger than usual today. Nevertheless, she turned around and coughed, saying that there was nothing to compare. The Count sighed and said that this was a rather rough assessment. In any case, at that moment, a joyful Brea approached his uncle and asked how he looked. The Count picked up the baby and examined him from all sides and said that he looked great. He then asked if everything would go well, and Brea said a resounding yes. Marie was also sure of this because they spent a long time learning the etiquette of high society. After some time, the Count and Brea arrived at the palace. People looked back at the Count in surprise and said that they had not even finished the work that the Prime Minister had burdened them with. The woman also told her daughter that she would not marry a representative of the Charon family, but the girl said that she was just looking. Soon, all this idle talk was interrupted by one person whom Kentrail could bear. It was Jake, Viscount Jaden's father. The Count immediately asked if he was late. The guy said that His Majesty had not arrived yet, so he was not late either. The guys began to communicate with each other, just like Brea and Jaden, who at that moment said in bewilderment that according to Mom, she would kill Dad if he was late. Jake smiled sweetly and covered his son's mouth. Kentrail immediately realized that things were not going so smoothly for the titular couple of the century. At that moment, a woman approached the guys and introduced them to her daughter, Ayla. The man also said that it was the first time for his lordship's son to attend such an event, so they hoped that the children would become friends. The woman asked if Brea wanted to dance with Ayla, but the guy said in bewilderment that he was too young for that. Jaden echoed his friend's words. These people still wanted to say something, but the Prime Minister approached them and told them to stop. They immediately went their separate ways, saying stupid reasons for their departure. Jake laughed and told his friend that the capital had not changed at all. This is precisely why Kentrail did not want to socialize. People here do not care at all about the welfare of children and use them for their own benefit. In any case, the Count and Brea soon approached the king, who was happy to see them. Immediately he turned his gaze to the baby and assumed that this was Brea. He was surprised at how well-mannered the boy was. At this time, Brea looked at the king's crown, and seeing how big it was, he said that his neck would hurt because it was probably heavy. Kentrail laughed and smiled, looking at his nephew. Then he said that he was right. The king looked at Kentrail with emotion because he knew that he could smile like that. However, the king looked at Brea and asked him to come closer to him. At that very moment, without any words, the king took the baby and placed him on his lap. Kentrail, just like everyone around him, was incredibly shocked by what happened. The Count snatched his nephew and said that this was too much. The king asked him not to be angry. The man apologized and said that Brea was so cute that he couldn't help himself. Everything would be fine, but the fact that the king, who has no brothers, no heir, treats the child of a nobleman this way, well, this is all quite ambiguous, especially considering that this child is a distant relative of the queen. The Count was sure that such an incident could cause concern among the nobles. As a result, the angry Kentrail left the palace without even saying goodbye, and as a result, he refused to go to work. Our heroine didn't even know how many days Kentrail had been protesting. The absence of the Earl as Prime Minister will definitely put pressure on the royals. One of the women in the capital looked at people sweetly and joyfully asked if the whole family had really decided to go for a walk. Marie wanted to say that this was not true at all, but at that moment Kentrail interrupted her and said that everything was true. Immediately after this, he turned to the woman and asked her to put in more. Brea suddenly decided to play along and therefore joyfully began calling Marie Mom. Our heroine, in bewilderment, asked the young gentleman what he was saying, and the woman was even more touched. She was surprised that both children looked so much like their mother. Soon she held out the bread and told him to take it as a bonus. The girl thanked this sweet woman, and after that distributed all the treats to her loved ones. The action is postponed to the next day. The butler turned to His Excellency and said that the young master had received an invitation. The man asked the Count in surprise if he really didn't want to go. Kentrail asked the butler in bewilderment if he had really gained persistence from the nanny. The man replied that he was only worried about the count. Kentrail smiled and told him that in that case, he should have stopped him when he set those conditions to His Majesty. The butler, of course, could not have imagined that the count would demand that the king give every child the opportunity to sit on his lap as a condition for returning to work. The count asked in surprise whether he remembered correctly who the king was and also hugged Brea. The butler said that this was true and then asked his lordship if he would go to work on the appointed day. Kentrail replied that he would think about it, but for now, he had the opportunity to enjoy the break, even if he has to do a lot of work. Anyway, the man asked how Brea was feeling. The butler replied that the young master was studying now. A question soon followed about the nanny, and the man replied that Marie was now reading books on the terrace. He noticed that the count has been asking about her more and more often lately. At that very moment he lowered his pen and said that he would like to read the newspaper. The butler, in bewilderment, told the count that he had read it in the morning, but after a while Kentrail found himself on the balcony. The guy, of course, went out there to look at Marie, who unsurprisingly was sleeping again today. Kentrail immediately asked the butler to convey to the butlers a request to bring the girl a blanket. After some time, our heroine woke up while lying on a pillow and being covered with a blanket. Soon, she noticed the butler and, in bewilderment, asked if he knew who covered her with the blanket. The man said that his lordship asked the maids to do this. Marie asked in bewilderment if she understood correctly that he also cleared the table and brought a pillow. The man said that this is no longer entirely true. The maids were grateful to her, so they did it of their own free will. The girl asked in surprise what this meant, and the butler told her that she was kind to everyone. Marie suddenly said in embarrassment that this embarrassed her. The butler generally understood that there could be no quarrels between the head maid and the nanny, and this was a common thing. It is normal for employees to have good relationships with each other. At that moment, the man said that he too would like to express his gratitude to her. Thanks to her, His Excellency and the young master began to smile much more, which he was undoubtedly happy about. Our heroine, in turn, told the butler that if you think like that, then it is he who always gives her strength. The action is brought to the mansion. Brea counted while playing hide and seek. The game required a lot of people, so he asked the maids to play with him, and fortunately everyone agreed. This made Marie feel much more comfortable. At this time, Ellie pointed into the distance and said that she would hide there. Marie asked her to be careful. After some time, Marie hid behind a pillar and wondered if Brea could find her here. However, she still decided that it was not too difficult for his level. Then she raised her head, and to her surprise, among the whole pile of books, she noticed one that was different. The girl reached for this book, realizing that if this was the first volume, then it should be at the bottom. Suddenly, something went wrong, and the girl began to stagger and soon began to fly down. Fortunately, just at that moment, the count was behind her, who grabbed her and saved her from falling. Marie said in horror that the count had frightened her. He, in turn, said that she did not greet him, so it seemed to him that she was ignoring him. The girl said that she simply did not notice him. Kentrail immediately asked if she was going somewhere. Marie sighed and said that she was playing hide and seek with Brea. In this case, he wondered why she needed the book. Our heroine said that many people ask if she studies history, but she could not know what he knows, for example. In that case, Kentrail agreed with her and said that this book should be understandable for her. Marie answered him that one day she will definitely know more than even he knows. At that moment they fell silent, and the count simply looked at her. Suddenly, he found himself thinking that he thought she was cute. At that very moment he brought himself to his senses in bewilderment and asked himself what he was thinking about. He immediately turned around embarrassed and assumed that Brea was now driving. The girl said that this was so, and she deliberately hid so that he could easily find her. However, Brea still hasn't come, so she thinks she should go look for him. The count turned to her, and at that moment, the girl said that Brea would definitely like this game. But At the same moment, the window behind Marie shattered, and an arrow flew towards them. The Count, without thinking twice, rushed to the girl and pressed her to himself, and also covered her with his body. Blood splashed on different sides, and the man was still lying on Marie, who was incredibly shocked by what was happening. While the man looked at the arrow in bewilderment, Marie asked him if he was okay. Kentrail said he was fine because the wound was minor. He was more interested in how Marie was feeling, who also said that everything was fine with her. At the same moment, the butler ran into the room and asked His Excellency what had happened. The Count looked at the girl and asked the butler to take the nanny to a safe place and immediately lock all entrances and exits. After some time, Taylor told our heroine that she could go to her room because only trusted people remained in the building. At that moment, the guy looked at her hands and noticed how much she was trembling. Apparently, she was very worried. He immediately asked if just in case she could stay in the room with Ellie, and he, as soon as the situation became more stable, would come to them. The girl thanked him, and soon after these words, the guy turned around and went to patrol the palace. Marie realized in horror that because of her, not only Brea was in danger, but also the Count. Things would have been different if she had read the part of the book about the culprit behind all this. However, at that moment, she heard a rustling behind her and jumped in surprise. Turning around, she noticed the children. Ellie asked her sister what happened to her. Brea also asked Marie if everything was okay. Marie smiled and said that she had eaten a little too much. The guys immediately ran to her, and Ellie asked if she needed a pat on the back. Brea, in turn, took the nanny by the hand and said that he would hold her to make her feel better. Looking at them, our heroine understood that this was not the time to worry. It was better to concentrate on what she could influence. As long as she feels the warmth of the children nearby, she has nothing to worry about, and everything would be fine. But there was one but left. Even after 2 days, the criminal was still not caught. Uj saw someone in the corridor that day. He immediately smiled because he realized that it was Ellie whom he had just called to him. The girl approached him in surprise and asked if they really had classes today, to which the guy answered her that there were no classes today. Uj told her that he had finally passed the state exam and therefore came to inform her that classes would now become less frequent. Ellie realized in horror that her sister's relationship was under threat. At this time, the guy said that he was not used to seeing chaos here, and then he noticed the confused Ellie. The girl came to her senses and said that she herself did not know what happened. After all, neither her sister nor the Count said anything to her. Uj asked the girl where her sister was because he would like to say hello to her, because in the future he will not be able to visit them so often. At that moment, Brea appeared. He began to show the sheet and say that he did not understand some topics. The teacher was surprised and told the guy that there were no assignments today. However, Brea didn't really care, so he continued to demand the teacher to help him. He knew for himself that he could not let Uj see Marie. The teacher, of course, although he was upset, laughed and asked the young prince to take his time. Meanwhile, Ellie still couldn't let go of her thoughts, which were always spinning in her head, so she came to His Excellency. Kentrail came out and asked in surprise if something had happened. The girl in confusion began to say that she had something to tell. After some time, they were sitting in the office, and the Count asked Ellie in surprise whether she had seen a strange man. The girl said that there was a small loophole in the garden behind the mansion, and that's where this man was. Kentrail first offered candy and then said that the mansion is rebuilt every year and the garden is always guarded so that any outsider will be caught. Ellie took the candy and said that the person she saw was from security. With trembling hands, she continued to say that she saw this when she was playing hide-and-seek with the young master. Then she thought that he came out like that because he was a knight. The girl sighed heavily and said that she remembered the words of the Count, who told her and her brother that this was their new home. She remembers that Brea can only rely on her and the nanny when the Count is not at home, so she really wants to help. As soon as Ellie said all this, she looked at the Count, who was in confusion, and realized that this was all she could do. Just at that moment, Kentrail put his hand on the girl's shoulder and thanked her because she had helped a lot. Apparently, right after that, he asked her if she could tell who that knight was, to which Ellie nodded her head. After some time, the Count was sitting in his office and looking out the window. On the day of the attack, he thought the arrow was aimed at him, but it was clearly intended for Marie. But in this particular case, he could not understand why. Does he really not know something about Marie? Why was she in danger for some reason? He understood that although there were countless questions, at least the girl he saw was Marie, and she would never harm Brea. Looking at his nephew, the Count promised himself, just as Marie promised him, to protect them all. The main thing that he will save is Brea's childish smile, which will always shine. After some time, the action moves to the garden. Marie looked after the Count and his wound. The girl suddenly asked what the Count started talking about, but stopped while she was busy treating the wound. Kentrail sighed and said that with Ellie's help, they caught the culprit. As it turned out, it was a knight. He was sent to prison and interrogated there, but as expected, he did not confess. Marie could not believe this, and the Count told Marie that Ellie was very attentive. She immediately realized that something strange was happening. Our heroine smiled and said that children are always smarter than they seem. Somehow she looked worried about something. Kentrail, looking at her, thought. The words of Derek surfaced in his head, who in surprise told the Count that he had no idea why they tried to kill the nanny. Something is definitely not clean here. Sighing heavily once again, the man looked at the girl and addressed her. Marie responded in surprise. He turned around and said that he had previously asked her how she liked the Brea guard. As a result, there was a criminal among the knights, so he assigned Taylor to the child. The girl asked in surprise if it was really about that fencing teacher. Kentrail nodded his head and said that although he does not have much experience behind him, he can be trusted. The guy understood that for some reason she did not tell him why they wanted to kill her, although he thought that they were close. Or is he simply not aware of the whole situation? He looked at Marie and said that if he had known that she was in danger, he would have been more careful. Our heroine clasped her hands and said that she was fine. She just fell and got scratched, nothing more. At the same moment, Kentrail knelt down and took the girl's hands in his, after which he began to apply the ointment. After a couple of seconds, he said that it would be better and easier. Marie was incredibly embarrassed, but still thanked the Count. Soon after, the man said that Ellie was also very worried, so it would be better to check on her. Marie immediately stood up and said that she would go to her. She also remembered to thank Kentrail for being so kind. After some time, the action moves to Ellie's room, which our heroine just approached. Marie stroked her sister and asked if she was very scared from what happened recently. The girl turned over on her back and said that she was very scared. At first, she thought that the guy was just a good knight. Marie remembered that this suspicious man, who used the hole in the garden, often looked after Ellie and Brea before they moved. Every time she came home late from work, he was with them, and she trusted him with the children. However, she didn't understand why he didn't touch Brea when he was alone with him. In any case, Marie patted her sister and apologized to her, saying that she would like to pay more attention to her. Ellie screamed in bewilderment and said that her sister was talking nonsense because she was doing a good job. For example, she cooks delicious things every day. She also gave as an example that Marie collects her hair, buys new clothes, sends letters to her brother. Our heroine looked at her in horror, thinking that these were her responsibilities. Unfortunately, in the original, Ellie couldn't become happy because she was the sister of a criminal. The girl still wanted to say something to her sister, but Marie grabbed her, kissed her on the head, and held Ellie tightly in her arms, which confused her. Our heroine understood that at first she only wanted to protect Brea, but she is incredibly happy that she can also help Ellie and Brea. She promised herself that no one would dare to harm them, but still for this, she had to tell the Count her story. Marie thought about this all evening and all night. She was scared will Kentrail be able to believe the truth, she says, or will she hate it? Meanwhile, the action takes us back to the childhood of Kentrail, who followed the guys and was a little behind. The guy himself understood this perfectly well, so deciding to run faster, he lost his vigilance and stumbled. At that moment, a guy approached him and extended his hand. Kentrail said that he could stand up himself, to which the figure told him that he knew and just wanted to give him a ride. After some time, Kentrail held tightly to the boy, who decided to help him. In the depths of his soul, he felt a feeling that he was happy, and then he discovered in horror that it was just a dream. Hugging his brother even tighter, Kentrail said that he misses him terribly. Continuing to walk across the endless field, it seemed that everything would continue like this. Kentrail decided to say that his son was fine. Brea is growing and developing. Soon, darkness began to engulf the entire field, and the dream ended with screams calling for his brother to help. A moment later, Kentrail woke up. To Kentrail's surprise, Brea was sitting on it, calling his uncle and asking if he had finally woken up. Remembering the dream that the Count had just seen, he hugged his nephew as tightly as possible until he screamed, saying that he couldn't breathe. Brea looked at his uncle in surprise and asked if something had happened. Kentrail smiled and squeezed his nephew's cheeks and said that everything was fine. He just missed Brea. Brea realized that all he had to do to make Kentrail happy was to see him, although he thought he was having a nightmare again. Brea even hit him, but he didn't react. The boy approached his uncle and asked if it hurt, to which the Count said that it was quite painful. Brea immediately decided to help and blow on the site of the impact. Kentrail said that this was much better, and immediately after that, he took his nephew in his arms. Looking at Brea, he clearly saw that the boy was growing into a good man. The action moves into the hall. The children, Marie and the Count, were there. The Count, in turn, played the piano. Marie could not let the children go outside because of the threat of danger, so the Count decided to at least entertain them this way. Having finished playing the composition, he laughed and said that fortunately there was still gunpowder in the flasks. The children ran to him and started saying that he was cool. He stroked their heads and then turned his gaze to Marie, who was also pleasantly surprised by the Count's skill on display. At that moment, Brea ran up to Marie and asked her if she could play. Our heroine, looking at him, thought a little. After all, when she worked as a teacher, she learned several children's songs, of course, out of keen interest. The only problem was that the piano here is a high-class instrument, so if she said that she could play, she would look strange. In this case, the girl still shook her head and said that she did not know how to play. Brea thought it was rather sad. At that moment, the Count turned to the children and said that he would teach them to play. Brea and Ellie were happy. Only our heroine was a little surprised by Ellie's reaction, because just a second ago, she looked somehow strange. Or did she just imagine it? One way or another, meanwhile, Kentrail was already seating the children with a musical instrument. Marie also decided to throw stupid thoughts out of her head, thinking that the main thing is that the children have fun. Actions are postponed for the night. Outside the palace, Kentrail and Taylor moved towards Derek. As soon as the Count approached his right hand, he immediately took off his hood and asked him if he had learned anything. The guy bowed down and told the Count that as he thought, after the death of his brother and wife, it was these people who received the greatest benefit. In any case, the Count decided that it was too early to assume that this particular knight was behind all this. Derek immediately asked Kentrail if he had learned anything about him. Sighing heavily, he said that this guy had never opened his mouth, and most likely, there was little point in continuing to threaten him. Derek was about to say that this was pretty bad when suddenly the Count pulled out a letter and said that they had found it in the knight's house. Derek asked if it was related to the incident, to which Kentrail replied that due to the encryption, it was impossible to say exactly what it said, but he was still sure of the connection. After this, the Count put the letter back and sadly told his assistant that upon returning to the mansion, he would have to hand over the matter to him. Derek said that he would do as the Count wished, but he finally turned to His Excellency. The guy, looking at Kentrail, asked what he thought about the nanny. Can she be trusted? Kentrail, without thinking twice, said that she could be trusted. Derek surprisedly told him that he had not known her for long, so if he wanted to change the outcome of events, he had to put pressure on her. The Count stopped the guy and asked him to stop talking about it, because he himself knows what he should worry about. He knew that if Nanny had her way, she would have hurt Brea a long time ago, but she cares about him just as much as he does, and that's why he trusts her. He admitted that there was something suspicious about her, but she was not behind everything. Moreover, he even wonders how much she wants to protect Brea. Derek said that he understood the Count, and Kentrail, in turn, said that if something happened to him, he would have a request to take care of her. He also said that it would be necessary to take care not only of her, but also of her family. Can Derek do it? The guy looked at the Count and said that he would do his best. Actions are postponed to the next day. Marie and Ellie were sitting on the porch and waiting for something. The girl couldn't wait for the upcoming event. Our heroine smiled and said that there was only a little time left to wait. Either way, she was surprised that Ellie even circled the days on the calendar. The main holiday of this day, and all these days of waiting before that, were due to the fact that today, Barry will come for vacation. As soon as the carriage arrived, Marie immediately asked not to quarrel or fight, and she also told her sister that Barry would be with friends. Ellie told her sister that she understood, and so she immediately ran. Our heroine, in turn, wiped away tears of happiness because Barry has already grown so much that he now comes with friends. She knew that the children would be bored, so everything worked out well because new faces are always great. At that moment, Barry finally looked out of the carriage, and in turn, there was someone else behind him. The guy began to greet Ellie and his sister, who at that moment fell into a stupor. Barry asked his sisters how they were doing, and soon after that, a guy got out of the carriage, whom Barry introduced as his friend. This is Siege Kaler. Our heroine looked at this guy in horror, only because Siege Kaler is the main character of the original novel. Hair sparkling like threads in the sun. Divine beauty Siege. Kaler was the main character and lived up to the role. But besides, it was at the hands of this man that Count Kentrail was killed. Taylor, meanwhile, kept an eye on Brea and at the same time watched the visiting faces. After all, in the palace, there was a guy with third place in the fencing academy. Even looking at his hand, roughened by the sword, he realized that this guy was an unusual person. He is friends with Barry and has a good character, but why is the nanny on her guard? Immediately, Taylor started thinking about this guy's last name. The kingdom recently adopted an absolute monarchy. After this, there were many more noble families, but nothing is known about many of them. The Kaler clan was just such a family. Little was known about them. In any case, Taylor decided to visit the Count with Brea. After all, it's interesting to see a student after a long break. Meanwhile, our heroine was talking with the guys. She glanced at Siege and guessed that the road had been rough, so she offered him something to drink. The guy agreed, saying that he would be very grateful. Marie began to pour him juice, but she couldn't even imagine that he would be friends with Barry. After all, in the original, Barry died very early, and he could not even hold a sword in his hands. The guy was just showing his friend his older and younger sister. Siege happily accepted the treats, and then, with a smile on his face, asked where the Count was. Now Marie looked at him in surprise and asked why he was looking for the Count. The guy said that it wouldn't take much of his time, because he just wanted to thank him for his invitation. Marie started saying that he is working now, so she immediately changed the subject and decided that the guys were tired, so she advised them to rest first, and then she would call them for dinner. Our heroine did not know whether she could let them meet. At this time, Barry offered to show his friend his room. Meanwhile, the action moves again, but this time to Brea, who is very angry at everyone. They ignore him and even meet the new guest without him. At this moment, Taylor approached him and asked the young master if he could get up. Brea started screaming that this place was made by his uncle, and this is only his hideout. Soon after, the boy hugged the bear and tried not to cry. He really wanted to play with Barry. As he expected, Barry grew up. Brea also dreamed of becoming so big. And besides, all people hide something from him because he is small. The boy hoped that when he became like Barry, then people would also stop keeping secrets. At this moment, Taylor led our heroine to Brea. The girl looked at the young master in surprise and called him. Brea, in turn, began to angrily jerk his legs to show his protest, which was certainly funny. Taylor looked at the young master and assumed that he was very angry. Marie smiled and said, "It looked like it." Meanwhile, Brea was wondering why everyone suddenly became quiet. Is it worth watching what's going on? He decided it was stupid because everyone would know he was angry. Suddenly, Marie appeared behind the boy, climbed up his tree and called him. Brea looked at her in surprise and asked how she ended up here, to which our heroine told him that as a child, she often climbed trees. The guy suddenly remembered that he was offended, so he turned away and said that everyone had left him. Marie told him that a stranger had come to them, whom they needed to get to know gradually. Brea sighed heavily and said that he didn't know anything and didn't want to know. Our heroine moved back a little and started laughing at how cute Brea was being offended. However, due to her stupidity, she did not feel the crack of the branch, so a moment later it broke off and the girl flew down. Fortunately for her, Kentrail came to the rescue, who grabbed Marie and reminded her that he asked her to take care of herself. The girl immediately jumped out of the Count's arms. The man asked her if she was okay, to which Marie replied that she was fine and grateful for the rescue. Just at that moment, Taylor started running towards the guys, and Brea was shouting from above and asking if she was okay. Kentrail asked Taylor to look after Brea, who was just starting to descend. The nanny immediately told the boy that he needed to be careful, otherwise he would fall just like his nanny. Brea said that he is as careful as anyone, but she needs to be more careful. Kentrail laughed and took his nephew in his arms, saying that he had scolded her. Enough, Brea said he was scared, and then asked his uncle where he came from. He said he saw them from the window and became concerned for the nanny when she climbed the tree. He didn't think the part would break because it seemed solid. In any case, the Count laughed and told his nephew that his nanny was probably very athletic. At that moment, our heroine noticed sweat and decided that he was running here. Kentrail looked at Brea and asked what they were talking about. The boy said that it was about the new guest because he also wanted to see him. In this case, the Count suggested going together, since lunch was soon. Anyway, Brea started shaking his head and saying that he agreed. Breathing out a sigh of relief, our heroine decided that everything ended quite well. At least Brea is no longer offended. Soon the action is postponed to the next day. Brea, who was spending time with Ellie, suddenly stopped in a stupor. Looking at his little sister, Brea screamed in horror, asking if it was really Marie's birthday tomorrow. He immediately asked Ellie what kind of gift she had prepared, because he could not prepare anything. The girl smiled and said that her sister would be happy, even if Brea just congratulated her. However, the boy did not want it that way, because Marie was caring for him. Of course, he couldn't just leave it like that, so he literally immediately ran to his uncle. He started jumping up and down in bewilderment and asking him if he knew it was Marie's birthday. Anyway, he looked down and said that he would also like to give her something. The guys invited Brea to walk together and choose something. The very next morning, confetti began to fly in different directions in Marie's room. Ellie and Barry congratulated their beloved sister on her birthday. At that moment, Brea came up to her and, holding out the gift, said that it was for her and that she and her uncle had been choosing it for a long time. The girl laughed and embarrassedly asked Brea if they had chosen exactly. Taylor smiled and said that the young master could not choose just one thing, so the Count simply bought everything. Brea remembered that Marie loved scented candles. Ellie thought that there were too many gifts, but Marie didn't even know if she could use all these gifts for the rest of her life. Brea told the nanny that if the gifts ran out, she could tell him and he would give more. At this moment, Kentrail approached. Handing over the box, he said that it was a gift from him. Last time she didn't even wear a brooch. so he decided that accessories weren't her taste. Our heroine smiled shyly and said that she was afraid that the young master might get hurt. She couldn't even imagine that the Count was worried about this. Kentrail then asked if he understood correctly that she liked the gift. The girl looked at him admiringly and nodded her head. The Count turned away in embarrassment, when suddenly at that moment, Ellie ran up and asked her sister to look at her gift. The gift was a cute hat, which our heroine immediately liked. In general, there were a lot of gifts on her birthday, which she was happy about. She thanked all the people close to her, and also, especially thanked the young master Marie, kissed him on the cheek, and said that she would use everything carefully. In a past life, our heroine's parents did not get along with each other. They had to get married because of her. One way or another, she doesn't remember the last time she was congratulated on the holiday with all her heart. She tried to forget about this day because it seemed to her that it did not belong to her at all. But still, thanks to all these people who surround her, she wants to always remember him and look forward to her next birthday with joy. After some time, Marie tried on the dress and hat and then asked if it suited her. Ellie smiled and told her sister that she was cute. In any case, she asked her sister where she was going, because they weren't allowed to go out. Our heroine said that she was already an adult and was going to one person. Ellie looked in surprise and asked what kind of person we were talking about. Marie smiled and said that this was just a close person. Looking at her sister, the girl knew for sure that no one dresses like that to meet just a loved one. She was definitely sure that something was planned. Meanwhile, in our heroine, she was thinking that she felt better when the criminal was caught and that she had not been out for a long time. After some time, the action takes us to the city. Marie walked towards the woman and called her. It was Brea's former nanny. The woman smiled and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Our heroine looked at the baby and said in surprise that her baby had grown a lot. Erin said, "That's understandable since it's been a year." In any case, she was wondering how Brea was doing. Marie told her that he was fine. Every day he looks more and more like a count. Erin suggested that in this case, he would grow up to be a handsome man. The woman then looked at Marie and told her that she looked incredibly beautiful, and it was all for the sake of meeting her. Maybe she should go on a date. Our heroine laughed and said that she had no one to go with, and she just put on the hat that Ellie gave her. Erin told her that the hat suits her. Marie also said that the head maid will look after the master, so she is free until the evening. Erin immediately told her that she would treat her to dinner. At that moment, the girl jumped up in surprise because she noticed Yuji's in front of her, who was no less surprised. Marie was surprised that he lived so close, and she was even sad that she did not have time to say goodbye to him. The guy sighed and said that he was pleased to meet her. Our heroine immediately introduced Yuji's to Erin and said that he was the young master's teacher. The woman said that they worked in the same place and offered to sit with them. The guy asked if he wouldn't interfere. After all, they hadn't seen each other for a long time and would like to be together. Erin said everything was fine and there was no need to be embarrassed. Our heroine smiled and also said that he could sit down. Yuji's was glad that they were so friendly. Before sitting down, he looked at Marie and told her that she was especially beautiful today. And again, the action moves to the palace. Brea was just asking Ellie where Marie had gone. Meanwhile, the Count was busy with his own affairs and at the same time drinking tea. Unexpectedly, Ellie said that her sister went on a date. From what he heard, Kentrail spat out everything he had drunk. Both Kentrail and Brea began to ask in bewilderment who Marie had gone with and where. Ellie didn't pay much attention to their cries and continued reading the book, saying that she didn't know where her sister was. At that moment, Brea grabbed the book and started shouting that this couldn't be done. Marie him. The Count thought that Marie looked joyful when she asked for leave, and Ellie told the master that her sister should also find her happiness, and they should not take it for themselves. Kentrail turned to Ellie and asked her if her sister had told her who she went for a walk with. The girl said in surprise that she had gone for a walk with some close friend. Briella was actively furious, but the Count in turn was only confused, which Ellie, of course, noticed. Already that evening, Taylor ran into the gentleman's room and said what he had found. The Count immediately jumped up and asked where she was. The gay smiled and said that it was near the market. Besides, there are a lot of knights in the area, so he doesn't have to worry. And by the way, it was as if he had been waiting for news all day. The Count looked at Taylor with eyes that said for him that he needed more information. The guy in that case said that there was a man next to Marie. This news seriously shocked Kentrail. Confused, the Earl thanked Taylor for the information. Meanwhile, the guy was thinking that the girl was difficult to find, and the Count should think about it. After some time, he sat in the room alone and realized that he could not control his emotions, no matter how ugly it was on his part. In any case, he decided that he should congratulate the nanny if she had met her love. Otherwise, he would neglect her feelings. Only some feeling inside his chest made it clear that he did not want to lose her. He doesn't want to let her go. However, if their feelings are not mutual and she has a lover, then he can understand her. Meanwhile, our heroine had just returned from the city. The butler asked if everything went well, to which Marie said that everything was fine. Unexpectedly, she was literally immediately attacked by Brea, who in bewilderment asked her if she really went on a date. Our heroine sat down with him and in bewilderment asked him who told him. That he immediately replied that Ellie told them this. Marie laughed and said that she went to meet Erin Brea, must remember her since she is his past nanny. The guy in bewilderment asked if this was true, to which the nanny told him that she would not dare leave him alone. Our heroine was once again amazed by the cuteness of this baby when he is angry. In any case, she suggested we go together next time. Marie, at that moment, realized that as she thought Ellie had misunderstood her, which means that if Brea knows, so does the Count. He in turn was like the wind Marie. As soon as she saw him wanted to talk to him, but he in turn ran away. She said that she would like to talk about Brea's lessons, and the Count still ran away and said that he allowed them to be conducted at her discretion. Marie was upset that the Count could not be caught, and at that time the guys were watching all this. Ellie said that the Count liked their sister, and Brea asked not to talk nonsense. The girl immediately said that the Count wouldn't worry so much about her date, and even on Marie's birthday, he couldn't take his eyes off her. Brea laughed and asked his sister if she was too worried. The Count is simply kind to people. Ellie screamed that this was not so. There is clearly something more here than simple goodwill. Brea immediately fell to the ground and began talking about how he was being killed. Here Ellie angrily said that the Count himself trusted her more than her own brother. The guy suddenly said that this was understandable, because even he was scared by the stories about the criminal. Ellie immediately turned away and said it was nothing. Then she was simply impressed. Brea told his sister that if he were in her place, he would be very scared. Nevertheless, the girl said in a depressed voice that the criminal was caught and now everything is fine, but something in her voice was strange. Brea suddenly looked away and asked his sister, what about him staying here? Ellie snorted and said that she was able to defend herself. Brea smiled and asked if it was true. Meanwhile, the action moves to the garden. Our heroine was picking flowers and couldn't understand why the Count was ignoring her. Did he really hear about the date? She immediately decided that this was nonsense and clenched her fist and crushed the flower. In any case, she is very interested, so it is better to ask him directly. Although what if she tells about this misunderstanding, but it turns out that the matter is completely different? It will be quite embarrassing. She understood that she could be wrong. There is no point in talking such nonsense to a busy person. Just at this moment, our heroine's thoughts were interrupted by a strange rustling coming from the side. All these noises scared her a little, so after collecting the flowers, she decided it was time to return. Soon after she stood up, she noticed a letter on the bench, which of course caught her attention. The most frightening thing was that the letter contained only one word, traitor, literally an empty garden, in which a sudden note was found, with the inscription, traitor. Marie thought that on the Count's estate, she had identified all the dangerous people. As it turned out, this was her last warning. Now she knew that these people could harm Brea at any moment. If she continues like this, she might actually lose him. Despite the Count's mistrust, we must tell him the truth. After some time, someone was actively knocking on the Count's door. Kentrail asked who came to him. Hearing Marie's voice, he immediately looked down and began to remember all those meetings in which he ran away. Sighing heavily, he asked to come back next time if it wasn't so important. After all, he still doesn't have the courage to meet her. Nevertheless, our heroine did not listen to him, and therefore entered the Count's office, flooded with tears. Kentrail immediately jumped up in horror and began asking what happened. Did someone really hurt her? Running up to her, he asked if something had happened to the children. But Marie said that everything was fine. She just held out the note. Kentrail asked in surprise what it was. Marie replied that someone had given her a secret note. Traitor Kentrail asked in bewilderment what this meant. Marie told him that it was about her. The man looked at her in bewilderment. Has she really betrayed someone? But then who? If she betrayed him, there would be no point in leaving her a note. At that same moment, he realized in horror that what she wanted to say was that the girl was in cahoots with those who threatened her family. At that moment, our heroine looked at Kentrail and asked him if he had ever thought that she was strange. The Count asked again in surprise. The girl said that he is very attentive, and especially to Brea. She couldn't believe that he didn't feel how in an instant she seemed to become a different person. Remembering the past and the beginning of the whole journey, Marie said that everything happened in one day. Kentrail looked at the girl and asked if this was important. Our heroine told him that this is very important. The Count immediately became thoughtful. He remembered looking at Marie's resume. He saw that this man had experience working with children, and there were no questions about it. The butler looked at the Kentrail and asked the Count if anything was bothering him. The man said everything seemed fine, so they could hire her. As soon as the girl got to work, the Count began to hear his nephew crying too often. Seeing how Brea couldn't stop crying while rejecting her made him think about his choice dozens of times. But at one unexpected moment, something changed, and Brea began to smile next to her. Then he thought about the dramatic change. From that moment, there was not a day that Brea did not smile. In this case, there was no longer a problem. But at the same time, he clearly felt that Marie now was different from herself in the past. Our heroine was still glad that he had such thoughts. The Count told her that he thought it might have been a simple mistake. In this case, the girl immediately told the Count that the story she was about to tell him was completely true. When the Count was young, he loved to fish with his brother. Kentrail did this to be with him. When he ran away to avoid social events, his brother scolded him. When his parents jokingly talked about changing the family coat of arms, he decided to draw it himself. She didn't know how many facts she needed to tell her for her to believe in all this. Next, she spoke about Derek's subordinate, whom he could trust. The girl was trembling all over and said that this guy was tall. His eyes were red, and Kentrail at that moment stopped her and said that she might not continue. He himself knew that literally no one knew about Derek except Taylor and the butler. He couldn't believe what he heard. Is the story that Marie told for hours in a trembling voice, a world that in turn is just the usual plot of a book? Is it true that Marie is an assassin hired to kill Brea, but she was possessed by someone else? The man immediately asked why Marie asked again. In surprise, Kentrail asked why the real Marie wanted to kill Brea and who ordered her to do it. The girl said that everything is explained after the incident, so she also does not know the reasons and the identity of the customer. The girl understood that this person appeared in a side story, but how could she explain that she simply did not read up to this point? Unexpectedly, Kentrail came up to her and hugged her, saying that he understood everything and there was no need to talk about it further. Looking at her, he said that everything was fine. After all, now he, and Brea are alive. Our heroine immediately asked the Count if he hated her because after all she tried to kill him. The man said that he did not feel these feelings at all, because it was not she who wanted to do this. If she was still planning the assassination, she would not have said anything. Although it was all a dubious story, more like a lie, her trembling proved that it was all true. Even so, he couldn't hate her. At this moment, Kentrail was wiping her tears and decided to ask Marie her real name. The girl said her name was Hayrin. The Count smiled as he looked at her and told Hayrin that she turns out to be a very sensitive girl. The man decided that she had been through a lot and suffered a lot, and also that she was lonely. Marie asked in surprise what it was about, to which Kentrail told her that in a past life she had loved ones who were not here. Everything would be fine, but these relatives were not particularly reliable. For example, parents were always busy. She also doesn't remember all the faces of her friends because they didn't really manage to meet. She doesn't have good memories. Then why is she crying? However, she decided that if she met her friends, she wanted to talk to them as if they had never left. Before the accident, she and her mother wanted to go on a trip. Soon after these thoughts, Hayrin's eyes closed, and she collapsed on the Count, only thinking about how she missed everyone. After some time, a seriously frightened Kentrail moved the girl to the ward so that she could sleep. Barry approached his sister and said that 3 days had already passed, so she needed to take a break, otherwise she would get sick. She just nodded her head. The guy turned around and said that he would bring her something to eat. She'll have some food, and she'd better go to bed. Ellie thanked her brother. As soon as he left, she fell into her thoughts. She thought she had noticed some strange things about her sister. Remembering the day when the Count played the piano for them, she remembers how Brea asked her sister if she could play, to which she said that she could not, although she had known before. Also, the brooch she received from an important person had not been worn for a long time. And what is most important for Ellie is that at some point, her sister began to smile every time she called her by name. Ellie asked her sister why she didn't wear a brooch, to which Marie replied that the young gentleman might get hurt by it. The girl assumed that her sister loved the young master. Marie smiled and said that she loved both Brea and her and Barry. She loves them all. Only Ellie immediately saw that this was a lie, because her sister always said that the young master and she were a way to make money. On difficult days, she returned home angry and said that she would not live like this if things were different. Ellie couldn't understand why at some point her sister started lying. Why does she pretend to be happy? For example, remember the situation with the rabbit. Marie knitted a rabbit for her and kindly asked her to wait a little. Although all this was quite strange, she decided to remain a good and younger sister because she did not want to be abandoned again. However, she seemed too sincere. It was hard to believe that this was a lie. She noticed all this warmth and love in her gaze. She noticed that Marie never shouted at her after these strange changes. Is this really her sister? At some point, she even thought that her sister had already abandoned her. Could it be that an angel came down from heaven to replace her? And so, days and years passed. Over time, these things ceased to matter to her, because no matter who her sister was, she was her family. However, after fainting, Marie suddenly changed. Ellie immediately thought that she would leave her. With tears in her eyes, the girl held her sister's hand and asked her not to leave. All this monologue and Ellie's actions were observed by Kentrail, who saw himself in her, as he also felt about his brother. Anyway, he had heard enough and didn't want to watch anymore, so he turned around and went to his office. Meanwhile, Derek was sitting in his office, who addressed Kentrail and said that he had arrived. The guy immediately noticed that the atmosphere in the mansion was strange. Has something really happened? The Count answered him that Brea's nanny had fainted. Derek wanted to say something, but Kentrail interrupted him and asked what about his request. The guy answered the Count that he was almost finished. These words could not but please him, because it seemed that he could no longer wait for the moment for the enemy to show his face. Meanwhile, Brea came to Marie's room, accompanied by Taylor. The boy looked at the nanny and asked Taylor if it was because of him that Marie got sick. Taylor asked the gentleman, in surprise, why he thought so. The guy said that all the people he loves are leaving him. It happened with both mom and dad. Taylor was shocked by what was said to the little boy. Anyway, he said it wasn't their fault. The guy turned to the gentleman and said that there are truly evil people, and he is certainly not one of them. He has nothing to blame himself for. He said he would swear on his own words, and shortly thereafter, at Brea's request, Taylor lifted him onto the bed. The boy moved closer to Marie, sat more comfortably, and opened his notebook. He immediately took up the pen and began to write. Taylor surprisedly told him that he could rest today. Brea said that he was afraid that he would forget everything he wanted to say to Marie. The boy spoke from himself and addressed Marie. He said that according to his uncle, she was fine, but he knew that his uncle was lying because he was shaking. Also, by the way, in the mansion they say that there is a suspicious person who is watching them. All the people whisper to each other, but they hide this information from him. Is it because he is small? With tears in his eyes, he wrote that he wants to grow up and help everyone. But in the end, all he can do now is just play, and this is very sad. He didn't mean to say that he wouldn't go to fencing and writing classes, so she better get up soon. By the way, he said that when she wakes up, they will go to Erin as she promised, and then they will go with Uncle Ellie and Brea to the market. The boy turned to Taylor and asked him if he could stay here a little longer. No matter how sad it was for him to watch the young master's revelations, he was forced to shake his head and refuse him. Brea sighed heavily and said that he understood him. In that case, they will come here tomorrow. Taylor took the young master in his arms and said that they would definitely come here tomorrow, and now it was time for him to rest. Taking one last look at the nanny, Taylor told her to himself that if this continues, Brea will grow up too quickly. Wake up quickly, Nanny. As a result, 5 days have passed since our heroine lost consciousness. As soon as Marie woke up, the young gentleman ran to her as fast as he could. Soon after, the mansion was once again filled with laughter and a positive atmosphere. The very next morning, Marie was walking in the garden. Only to her surprise, Kentrail ran towards her. The man caught up with her and said that Brea had been looking for her for a long time. He also recalled that he asked her to rest more because he had just woken up. Our heroine said that she went out to get some fresh air, to which the Count still said that it was dangerous to walk alone. The girl replied that that is why she does not go outside the yard. In any case, Marie looked at the Count and asked him if he could do something more for her. The man asked what in surprise. The girl grabbed his face and began to say that apparently it was he who needed rest. Just look at how much weight he has lost. Marie laughed and asked if he was really that worried. Kentrail told her that it was. By the way, he was wondering why after their explanation she fainted. He thought that he did not have time to tell her everything he wanted. Marie asked the Count, in surprise, what he wanted to tell her. Nevertheless, the atmosphere was strange. Is this really a declaration of love? At that moment, the Count told her that if she liked someone, then he wished her happiness, but still it would be good if she stayed with Brea until he grew up. Our heroine said that she decided to visit Erin next time with the young master, but she thinks it will be difficult to arrange now. Kentrail understood who she was talking about, but why did she talk about her? Marie said that Brea was offended by her because she went to see her alone. She also said that that day she went out wearing a hat that Ellie gave her. Marie said everything so that Kentrail would understand her hints and realize one could only hope. Kentrail, which had slowed down for just a few seconds, was suddenly struck through by lightning. He looked at Marie in horror and asked if she really went to Erin. Marie happily nodded her head and said that she even asked him for leave then. The guy was absolutely perplexed and didn't even know how to react to this. At that moment, he turned around sharply and cleared his throat. He soon said that it would be difficult to arrange a meeting with Erin for some time. Being incredibly flushed from embarrassment and this misunderstanding, Kentrail told her that she could just send her a letter. Nevertheless, he looked around and noticed that Marie was also standing blushing and waving her hand. Although he was incredibly ashamed of what he said, he still approached her and wrapped her in his jacket. Looking at her, he said that even during the day, a sick person can be cold, but he is still the healthiest of all. There was a nice pause between them, and the atmosphere that was at the beginning of the conversation reigned again. But at that moment, the screams of Brea, who was looking for Marie, were heard. Kentrail immediately turned away, and Marie sighed and said that the young master was looking for her. Kentrail smiled and said that he would help, so she should hurry up and go. After some time, Marie accepted a gift from Jaden and asked if she could accept it. The guy said what kind of doll she made for him, and it was also a gift because he was told that she was sick. Marie clutched the gift to her heart, thinking how cute it was. Brea, in bewilderment, said that he could also give a treat. He approached Marie with today's pudding and treated her to it. Our heroine was delighted with the taste of the pudding. It must have been so delicious because it was a gift from the young master. At this moment, Marie smiled and said that she thought she heard that young master Jaden had a fight with Ciela again. Brea snorted and said that it was his own fault. Jaden screamed in disbelief, saying that this was his favorite toy. Brea, looking at the pudding, said that if he had a younger sister, he would give her books, sweets, and stuff. Jaden looked at him and asked if he could give away the bear in that case. Brea said, not very confidently, that he could, to which his friends started shouting that it was all a lie. Marie was happy to watch them fight because they were cute. The action moves to the Count's garden. The stranger asked Kentrail if everything was okay. The Count said everything was fine. Is he really worried about something? The guy said that he had heard rumors that his residence was under special protection. Is something wrong going on? Jake Viscount asked if there was anything he could do to help. Kentrail looked at him and realized that this was an old friend and a strong ally who would always be by his side. Nevertheless, he also understood that he could not be hastily drawn into the fight because the Baron also had a child. Kentrail told his friend that everything was fine. Leaning towards Kentrail, Jake told him that most of the problems were due to his stubbornness. Sighing heavily, the guy in any case asked to contact him if he needed help. Jake will take care of Brea if the Count is in danger. He is trustworthy, but nothing is clear yet. We need to find more evidence. Fortunately, the circle gradually narrowed, but it all started with those who benefited most from the death of their parents. The action moves to the Imperial Palace, where the stranger came to His Majesty. The man smiled, looking at the guest, and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He wondered if he was doing well. The king's father-in-law and the queen's father Kavran thanked the king and said that it was all thanks to him. The man asked His Majesty if he had heard the news. It seems something has happened at the Prime Minister's mansion. The king smiled and said that he had heard, but seeing Kavran's excitement, he could assume that this was alarming news for him. The man said that this was not true at all. He just wants to keep his nephew safe. At that moment, the king just remembered that this was indeed his nephew. At that moment, he stood up and said that in order to preserve the throne, he had sent his young nephew into exile. He smiled looking at Kavran and asked himself to admit his political weakness. How could he even mention it out loud? The king simply asked to support him, because after all, the king's actions cannot be criticized. At this moment, the king's wife sighed in surprise and asked if everything was okay with Kentrail and with Brea. The man looked at her and asked her not to act like she didn't know anything. Did she really dare to turn away from him to help her father? The girl wanted to say something, but the king told her to shut up. Turning to them, he said that they were very similar. Kavran turned to His Majesty and said that he had urgent business to attend, so he would take his leave. The king said that he could leave, and besides, it was time for his wife to go too. After some time, Kavran and his daughter left the throne room. The man patted his daughter on the shoulder, and soon after that he left. At this time, the maids looked at the queen with disappointment, saying that she worked tirelessly for 2 weeks to come here, and in the end, it all ended so quickly. Looking at the leaving woman, they only said with sorrow that their queen was poor. Meanwhile, the action moves to the stables. Siege just entered it to find Barry. The guy said that he had heard from rumors that Barry returned here because of the incident with the Count, and now he could safely go back to the academy. Barry asked what the incident was, to which Siege said in surprise that he had heard about it here. The guy told his friend that there was nothing like that here. In any case, Siege asked if everything was safe, to which the guy said that everything was fine. But at first, he was very afraid to leave his sisters. The action takes place in Barry's flashback to just a few days before Barry's departure. He came to the Count's room, who was just talking with the butler. Kentrail immediately assumed that the guy came here to refuse a trip to the academy. Barry asked the Count, in surprise, how he knew this. Looking at the guy, Kentrail said that he knew that he was worried about his sisters. Barry replied that Ellie is still just a child, and although Marie says that she is fine, he is worried, which is why they are thinking about staying. Kentrail smiled and told the guy that Ellie may seem like a baby to him, but still she is stronger than he thinks. Looking at him, he said that perhaps it would be better if he stayed close to them. But if he went to the academy, then instead of just being close, he would also protect them. In return, Kentrail promised that he would temporarily look after them for him, so he could not worry and focus on his studies. That's how the Count insisted on the academy, and the sisters also want Barry to graduate from it. Siege told a friend that he would be bored alone, so he is glad that Barry is with him. The guy laughed and told his friend that he had previously advised him to find more friends. Still, he was worried that his sister wouldn't get better. I wish the holidays were longer. Siege laughed and said that he always wanted them shorter. The guy said that even if he is not as diligent as Barry, he still prepares for everything. Barry replied that if he were a teacher, he would not be happy. Barry told a friend that he was jealous that he, as the best student, could graduate from the academy. Early Siege immediately told him that he did not know what to do if he graduated early. After all, he's happy with everything now, but it's hard to think about finishing his studies and inheritance. Barry laughed and reminded him that second sons had nothing to worry about. Siege smiled and said that it was. The guy immediately said that he thought he was a diligent student who knew he was a reveler. Barry looked at his friend and told him that he was literally proud of being a handsome genius, but this time he would surpass him and move on to the next class. Siege laughed and said that dreaming is not harmful. He thought to himself that Barry was indeed very sincere. He didn't even know if he was completely satisfied with his abilities. At first, he thought that he was a hard-working nobleman from an impoverished family. However, if there are those who need to be protected, you want to quickly become stronger for their sake. When Siege visited his house, he suddenly became jealous. Meanwhile, Brea sat and looked out of the window in surprise, watching the falling leaves. Suddenly they turned to the gentleman and said that you shouldn't be distracted by anything during exams. After the dismissal of teacher Ujays, it was difficult to find a replacement, and thus a gap was created in Brea's knowledge. Our heroine tried to teach him writing on her own, but there was one thing. At just 4 years old, Brea was going through his biggest crisis. He was incredibly bored. He said that he wanted to play chess with Ellie, but Marie told him that this was not possible. He promised her to write 10 sentences first. The children have not left the mansion for several months now, but they have no time to be bored. The motivation to play with Ellie was quite good, because after a while he finished, and Marie gave him permission to play. Nevertheless, our heroine began to gradually worry about Ellie's education. After all, it's not comparable to the academy, but she went to school with the neighboring children, of course, before the ban on leaving the mansion. Actions are moved forward some time. Ellie stood in front of her sister and said that she wanted to become a teacher. Marie asked her again, in bewilderment. Ellie repeated what she had said, saying that she wanted to become a teacher. Our heroine asked her sister if she had really decided to do this so suddenly, to which Ellie told her that she had been thinking about it for a long time. She spent a lot of time with Brea and decided that she liked kids. She loves them very much and thinks she knows how to take care of them. The girl said that she watched her sister teach the young master how to write, and her desire only grew. Marie scratched her sister's head and asked what if she had to study hard to achieve this. The girl proudly said that she could handle it because she was smart. However, Ellie decided that it would probably be better if she became a maid. Our heroine asked why this is. She explained that the maids take on girls her age as apprentices, so she will start working right away and have more money. Marie told her sister that she would be glad if she chose what she liked. After all, the Count cared about them, only because they were children. If they stayed here, then… At that moment there was a knock on the room, and as it turned out, Kentrail immediately entered. The man looked at them in surprise and asked the girls who gave them the idea to worry about such trifles. He said that he was surprised that the light was still on somewhere and came to check. He asked them to close their doors before going to bed. Marie smiled and said that she usually checks everything before she goes to bed. At this moment, Kentrail approached Ellie and, crouching on his knee, addressed her. He assured her that she could live here as long as she wanted because they were Brea's valued friends. Anyway, he asked why they were talking about being a maid. Marie said that she convinced her sister to become what she wanted, and she wanted to work as a teacher. Looking at Ellie, Kentrail told her that this was a great idea because she would make a good teacher. The girl asked in surprise if this was true. Kentrail told her that few people could do the job. After all, she is a kind and smart person. At that moment, the man told her that he would find a tutor for her, and at the same moment the sisters looked at each other in bewilderment. Ellie decided that this was too much and told the Count that he had already helped enough. Kentrail looked at her and reminded her that she wanted to become a teacher. The girl said that this is so, but first she still wants to try it herself. The Count smiled and agreed with her decision. However, he assured her that if she needed help, she could reach out at any time. Ellie was incredibly happy, so she happily thanked the Count for the help and opportunities provided. Already in the evening, our heroine said that she was surprised by her sister's dream. For her, she remained a child. I wonder when she matured so much that she began to think about the future. Kentrail laughed and said that he too still considers Brea a baby. Marie laughed in response and added that it was like just yesterday that he was running away from her and wouldn't let her put on diapers. Smiling and looking at Marie, the Count still said that all children grow up quickly. He then turned to her and said that they were very kind to them, so he was grateful for everything. Marie replied that they also owed a lot to them. Kentrail began to reach out to her and say that he would do everything possible for his people. He also said not to worry and take his help not for granted, but as a sincere desire. At this moment, Marie turned away embarrassedly and thanked the Count. Having missed this unsuccessful attempt, the Count turned to the girl and asked if she had a dream. The girl smiled and said that maybe she had a dream in the past, or now, who knows. I used to want to take care of children. Although she did not get a job in a kindergarten, she was still raising children. In any case, in that life her dream came true, and immediately after that, she came here. She smiled again and said that now she just wants her children to grow up safe and healthy. The Count looked at her in surprise and said that they were already growing up in care and affection. Marie nodded her head, but soon after said that it was late, so it was time for her to sleep. Looking at the girl leaving, Kentrail understood that if Marie had a dream, no matter what it was, he would like to stay close. The action, meanwhile, takes us forward for some time. Winter has come. Our heroine suddenly remembered that Ellie and the young master are now in class, and they must really want to get out of the mansion. And of course, it was true. Brea screamed in bewilderment and told his uncle that all the snow would soon melt. Ellie also said that she had already completed everything. Kentrail pointed out the mistakes and said that we need to think about it again. The young master was beside himself. Nevertheless, the Count told the children that as soon as they had done everything, then they would go and play. Our heroine at that moment approached the children and gave them warm cocoa, and also brought the Count coffee. He thanked her for this. Unfortunately, the culprit was never found, so the Count joined the children's home education. Our heroine asked Kentrail how Ellie was doing, to which the man said that she was doing well, and that she was a pretty smart girl and determined. Marie looked intently at how diligently her sister was writing something. Kentrail noticed this, and in bewilderment asked if everything was okay, to which Marie thought a little. The Count immediately began the topic of not leaving the mansion, and so he himself took up teaching the children. Although the girl understood this, he still provided a lot of material. Kentrail suddenly said that in order to become a teacher, you need to pass an exam. At one time he passed the state exam, so it's better to study with him. Just at that moment, Brea screamed and said that he was done. At the same moment, Ellie also joined in, saying that she too had coped with everything. The Count was quite surprised and happy about this. One way or another, he knew why they were trying so hard, so he sighed and said that now they are free. The children immediately ran to get ready outside. Marie shouted after them to dress as warmly as possible and not forget about gloves. At that moment, Kentrail put his hand on Marie's shoulder and told her that this was their first snow, so it would be nice for them to take a walk. Our heroine, of course, was not against it, so she smiled and said that this was a pretty good idea. At that moment, the butler approached His Excellency and said that it was cold outside, so he needed to take outerwear with him. Kentrail thanked the assistant and took the cape only immediately after that he put it on Marie. The girl was definitely surprised. She immediately turned around and told the Count that it would be better if he put it on himself, but the man said that he did not get sick as quickly as she did. Our heroine was quite embarrassed that this was happening in front of the butler. The man at this moment said that he expected this, so he grabbed several raincoats. Kentrail appreciated the butler's work, and Marie kept thinking to herself whether the Count was being too kind to her. In any case, another layer of clothing will not be superfluous. After a while, the guys went outside, and the first thing they noticed was how happy Brea and Ellie were with the first snow here. After all, this was the first snow for Marie, but she remembers like yesterday how she held the young gentleman in her arms when he still could not walk. Now Brea runs very quickly, but the Count, who seemed heavy, is perceived completely differently. They even walk side by side. At this moment, the Count turned to Marie and said that he wanted to talk about something. Our heroine, meanwhile, thought that although the Count was kind to everyone, but maybe he, only the girl, didn't have time to finish her sentence, because at that same moment, a shell was flying behind the guys. Kentrail noticed this, so he turned around sharply and shielded the girl from the cold snow. Brea spoke admiringly that his uncle lived up to the role of the Count, while Ellie ran after the boy in horror. Within a moment, she was dragging him away, saying that they would be better off playing with each other. Kentrail sighed heavily and turned around, after which he said that they would talk later. Looking at the departing Count, Marie smiled and said that they could talk a little later without any problems. After all, there was no hurry, because now the most important thing is their health and safety. After some time, the guys were home. Ellie was watching Marie, and Marie in turn was doing something. Just at that moment, Brea arrived and asked in bewilderment what Marie was doing. Ellie told him that this design was for puppet shows. She suggested that the puppeteer should arrive soon. The boy was incredibly shocked and delighted because he had never seen anything like this before. Just at that moment, a certain voice began to greet everyone present, and soon the Count came onto the stage. The action moves into the past. Our heroine looked at the table in bewilderment and asked what all this was. The Count asked her if she remembered how they made postcards for Brea. Looking at one of the carved bears, she said she remembered. At this moment, Kentrail sighed heavily and said that the children were most likely already tired of the mansion. He said that he decided to put on a show for them. Marie assumed that he already knew how to do this. She suddenly spoke about the moment with playing the instrument, to which Kentrail told her that at first he wanted to become a traveling musician. Looking at the girl's surprised face, the Count asked if this really didn't look like him. The girl said that this is not true at all. Either way, she will help him. She asked if he could play other instruments, to which Kentrail smiled and nodded his head. He then looked at Marie and asked what about her, because she said she couldn't, but that was a lie. The girl asked in bewilderment how he knew. Looking at her, he told her that her expression that day said it all. Marie smiled shyly and said that it was true. Where she lived, musical instruments were much more accessible, and you could learn to play just by going to school. She assured the Count that next time she would show him the music of her native place. Kentrail smiled and accepted this promise again, summing up what she had promised. And again, the actions returned to reality. Meanwhile, the play was already being shown in full, and the children were delighted. Marie watched the performance with the children all this time, and was no less interested. The entire play was accompanied by music and poetry. If you give flowers to the dragon, your wish will come true. The dragon told the warrior a lot more, which Brea and Ellie listened to very carefully. The performance went on for quite a long time, so not surprisingly Ellie and Brea fell asleep. The butler took the boy in his arms and said that he would carry the gentleman to the bedroom. The Count gave the go-ahead to the butler, while Taylor was about to take Ellie to her room. Once the children had gone to their rooms, Kentrail approached Marie and said that they had done a good job. The girl smiled and told the Count that he had done well. She assumed that the young master really liked it, but in any case, Kentrail said that it was quite difficult to be a dragon. Looking at the model of the dragon, Marie asked in surprise if there were dragons in this world. The Count nodded his head and asked in surprise whether they really weren't in her world. The girl laughed and said that in their world, dragons are just creatures from legends. Kentrail asked in surprise what the legend meant. Marie immediately gave the example of the firebird, but at the same moment, the Count asked what kind of bird it was. He apologized and said that he didn't understand a little what she was talking about. Marie smiled and promised to tell the Count about all this in more detail later. At that moment, she reached for the remaining figures, but Kentrail stopped her and asked her not to remove them. Taking the prince in his arms, he told her that there was one more personal performance left. He admitted that he was secretly working on it because he thought that Marie was also having a hard time and being bored in the mansion. After some time, the performance was supposed to begin. All the spectators were in their places, which meant the Count's exit. At that very moment, he began to speak on behalf of the dolls. "Oh, I can't take my eyes off your beautiful face, so don't pull away, sir." Marie, perplexed, began to think that the Count had tried to recreate a brief history of a popular romance novel. She understood that this was most likely the first experience in such a matter in the Count's life, so this caused tenderness and joyful laughter. He really thought so, and he couldn't even understand whether the audience liked his play or not. In any case, he continued, "You don't even suspect that I'm changing only thanks to you, princess. I began to express my emotions more openly, not just respect or banal sympathy." Our heroine was not at peace at that time. Even though it was just a performance, for some reason my heart was beating very fast. At this point, Kentrail said that when he realized his feelings for her, that's when he realized he loved her. Marie knew that it was impossible not to love such a warm, sweet person. In any case, even apart from his status, he is too good for her. Can she love him? Anyway, Kentrail looked at her and asked how she was feeling. Marie finally decided that she would be happy next to him. Soon, with tears in her eyes, she said that it was quite touching. The Count was glad that he was even able to touch her to tears. Meanwhile, the girl was wondering if she could make him happy. Is it possible, being in Marie's body, to make their future with Brea happy? The next day, Kentrail arrived at the king's palace, which made him quite happy. The guy bowed and said that his humble servant had arrived. The man smiled and told the Count that he had been busy with personal problems all his vacation. Was he able to solve them? Kentrail nodded his head, after which he handed over the documents and said that the king's approval was needed. The man of course agreed, but still decided to ask who the guy was next to the prime minister. The Count smiled and said that it was Bidul. The guy greeted the king with a trembling voice, who was surprised by the guy's name. He was interested in what family he was from. Kentrail said it's just people. Bidul meanwhile recalled a conversation with the Count in which he said that he could not appear before His Majesty. However, since Bidul was doing a good job with Kentrail's affairs, he decided to say that this guy was the acting one. The king was surprised, realizing that this was his work. He asked if the guy did everything himself, to which Bidul nodded his head, but added that the Count approved the work. At that moment the man took out some document and said that he should be well rewarded. He also decided that if the Count checked all the documents, then everything was correct. Kentrail, however, I asked to check again, but the king had his way. The Count asked why His Majesty always takes documents so lightly. The man smiled his wild smile and suggested that he had appointed the wrong person for this position, in which case Kentrail should help choose another. Although the Count was surprised by this look, he still asked if he could properly reward Bidul for her work, to which the king agreed. In such a case, Kentrail said that he would like to bestow the title on his assistant. Bidul, hearing these words, shouted in bewilderment and was about to stop Mr. Prime Minister. The king immediately reminded Kentrail that when he placed it near him, there was a resonance in society, and even then he did not support it. The Count said there were a lot of rumors back then, but now he's just trying to give talented people what they deserve. Bidul was precisely one of these, because Kentrail could entrust the guy with all his affairs in his absence. The king immediately assumed that the Count was speaking as if he was going to leave somewhere. Kentrail again said it was just a title. Just think bestowing a title on a commoner. Kentrail knew and understood that royal power was unstable. Even when he was appointed prime minister, the aristocrats could not calm down for a long time. Most of all, the king now needed talented people, and perhaps this was not an easy decision, but still he had to agree. He also understood that he could not help but worry when he was away from home, because he himself needed an effective striker. He asked to grant the title Bidul, and then the king's power would become stronger. A lower title will suffice. As long as it is not hereditary, the aristocrats will not resist. Kentrail turned to Bidul and asked what he thought, to which the guy screamed and said that he was honored. The king sighed heavily and said that he would still think about this question and request actions are moved forward some time. Kentrail approached the cart. Bidul also came running at that moment, but the Count asked him to walk a little, and he listened. A moment later, Kentrail went inside, and Derek was sitting there reporting that everything was ready. The Count was glad about this, but again asked his friend for forgiveness for having to do this. Derek said everything was fine, and then asked Kentrail if everything was okay. The guy said that the king would think about it, but still he has no other way than to bestow the title. He can't afford to miss out on talent. Derek asked the Count in surprise if Bidul was not their man. Kentrail told him that even His Majesty believed that he was on his side. By the way, he also understood that the investigation would show whether Kentrail would be on the side of the king. Anyway, he said that there would be an announcement for new maids and servants. He asked Derek to prepare and send his people. Derek asked in bewilderment if the Count really thought that the Queen had something to do with this. Of course, there was nothing wrong with being suspicious of her. The Queen certainly benefited from the death of Kentrail's brother and his parents, but it is unclear whether it is aimed at Brea. After all, she may have a grudge against the Charon family. Kentrail immediately said that he would give Derek a list of the families he expelled during that case. He wanted the guy to track them. The guy said he could do it, so Kentrail was happy. He soon admitted that although the matter was difficult, one must not forget about safety. This evening Marie and Kentrail met. The girl was surprised and told the Count that he was late. The guy looked at the girl in surprise and asked if she was really waiting. The girl explained herself and said that the butler asked her so. On the way back, she decided to meet the Count. Marie immediately lowered her head and decided that this was a rather strange excuse. Unfortunately, she couldn't look him in the eyes after the puppet show, and yet it was rude to constantly look away. Nevertheless, she decided to ask the Count if he was tired. After an awkward silence, the Count said that everything was as usual. Now our heroine was no less surprised than the Count earlier. She couldn't understand why he didn't look at her. After all, if she is not sure that she can make him happy, then you can remember the old Marie and just imagine that she can ruin everything. The girl decided that she just needed not to interfere. After all, she already told him everything about the rest. The Count will take care of it. Although at the same moment, a picture of a sleeping Brea appeared before her eyes. The girl immediately grabbed Kentrail by the hand and told him that none of this was true. The Count, perplexed, asked what she was talking about. The girl told him that he was lying because she felt that something happened today. She is worried about him and about Brea. Be that as it may, they became close people to her. She understood that even if they did not have a future together, she at least hoped that they would be happy. At this moment she pulled out her hands and said that the Count's lie was also quite obvious. Kentrail asked again, in surprise. Marie told him that Brea is very similar to Kentrail. Is he really not his son? After a strange pause, Marie told the Count that she had told him everything, so he too could tell about all the hardships that were bothering him. Realizing that it would be quite difficult to get Kentrail to talk, the girl decided to add that if he was silent, then she would not say anything. Kentrail sighed heavily and said that he would tell her. And yet why does she have such good instincts? In this case, the girl decided that she was right, and the Count had a hard time today. Kentrail sighed again and said that it was indeed a little hard. Looking at the Count, our heroine asked him to tell the truth. If it's hard, then you need to say so, because a little is certainly not about Kentrail. The guy turned his speech to Marie and said that it was the hardest for her because he knew her story. The girl said that she would be glad if Kentrail told her about his difficulties. Even if they are small, they can always think of a solution to the problem. Immediately after this, she asked not to think about the fact that she was imposing herself. The Count, in bewilderment, said that this was not so at all. If it weren't for her, it would have been much more difficult for him. Once again, there was a slight silence, after which Kentrail said that he actually had something to tell her. He directly told her that he suspected the Queen and his uncle in all this. Definitely an amazing combo. Our heroine was surprised because in the original story, these two did not play a big role. Of course, if you remember, the Count tried to contribute to the destruction of the palace, but why were they targeting Brea? Marie asked the Count if he had reasons for this. The guy said that it was these two who benefited from the death of their brother, daughter-in-law, and parents. Our heroine suddenly decided to ask what happened to his parents. The guy said that there was a collision on the road, and that's exactly what happened to his brother. After his death, the head of the Charente family was a little, in general, part of the power was transferred to the Queen's family. Power struggle. This is of course not new in history, so Marie could easily understand this. Perhaps Uncle Kentrail really encroached on Charente's power, and if so, then the king may also have something to do with this. Walking along the corridor, Marie thought with bitterness that although she did not grow up in a particularly good family, at least her relatives did not threaten her. One way or another, if the guesses are confirmed, Brea will be in for an unpleasant surprise. We could only hope that this was not their doing. Seeing that Marie's face had changed, Kentrail approached her and asked her not to worry because he could protect both her and the children. Our heroine suddenly said, "You too." The Count recoiled in surprise and asked what this meant. The girl laughed and told him that he also needed to be protected, and she would do so. Meanwhile, Brea ran at full speed along the corridor, throwing all the pieces of paper. Nevertheless, he brought at least one sheet. It had 100 points on it, and the guy was bragging about it to Marie. The guy proudly asked Marie if he was great. The girl started giggling at how cute this guy was. Just at that moment, our heroine took out a letter and said that the postman had visited them. The children were immediately delighted and asked to let them read it too. After all, Brea didn't just take up writing, which he hated more than life itself. He snatched the letter and quickly ran to read it. Marie shouted after them to be careful. After reading Barry's letters, the guy wanted to write letters to him, and conduct some kind of dialogue. They all read together a letter from Brea, who was writing for dear people from the county. The end of the semester was approaching, and he hoped they were doing well. He asked Brea if she listened to her sister, since he was always worried about them. Ellie said, in bewilderment, that she had already grown up. He also turned to Marie and asked if she was forgetting about food. After all, if she falls unconscious again, he will be angry. Then he addressed the young master. Brea assumed he was eating well, having fun, and growing. Overall, that was all he had to worry about right now. The guy suddenly said that it was hot last summer. Next to the training field, there was a large tree under which Brea always rests. It seemed that there was something similar in the county, and probably the young master and Ellie were playing near him. By the way, it was even awkward for him to write such letters every time. As soon as he sits down to write, his friends immediately guess that Brea is writing letters to his family. There is nowhere for anyone else to write to him. In any case, he would not have written this letter if Ellie and the young master had not pushed him. He also said that he would return in a semester. He endlessly thanked the Count for everything he does for them. And the most important thing is that Brea misses them all. After some time, Kentrail came to Brea and Ellie calling them to him. The Count smiled and told them that if they went with him, he would introduce them to someone. A moment later, Kentrail introduced Derek, saying that he was his strongest and most loyal person. Brea hid behind Ellie in bewilderment and thought about how big Derek was. Marie, meanwhile, was surprised that the Count decided to introduce the children and his assistant. Kentrail sat on his nephew's knee and asked the children not to be afraid of someone he had trusted. For a long time, Brea nevertheless said that he was scary. The Count said that if something happens, when both he and Taylor are not around, Derek will take care of them. As soon as Brea heard the words that something would change, he immediately asked in horror if everything was okay. Marie told the boy that everything was fine, because you just always need to be prepared for unforeseen circumstances. In any case, Brea now knows everything, which means everything is fine. Kentrail was happy about this too. Once again, looking at his nephew, the Count asked him not to worry because he was not going anywhere. Brea asked if it was true, and added that if my uncle was lying, he wouldn't let it go so easily. Kentrail laughed and said it was true. Just at this moment, Derek bowed down to the young master and personally introduced himself, asking him to take care of him. Our heroine approached Derek and, with a smile on her face, asked him to take care of the young master. The guy just nodded his head. Brea, meanwhile, was shocked by Derek's height and big hands. Hayren remembered that in the original, it was Derek who was with the Count until the end, so he would be able to protect the young master. Of course, at first this guy seems scary and rude, but she is pleased that he is their ally. At this moment, the Count turned to our heroine and asked if they could talk. After some time, they found themselves in the Count's office. Opening the box of letters, Kentrail said that Derek had been working on one case all this time and was at Brea's house. Realizing that we were talking about his grandfather, Marie asked if he was doing well. The Count said that everything was fine and he was still healthy. Then he got to the point again. It was about Brea's mother. He wondered if she had left anything and eventually found her letters. Marie was in a stupor because she understood that the box contained the last letters from Brea's mother. The Count said that he would like to read these letters together because he decided to share all the hardships with her. He admitted that he did not have the courage to open them alone, which is why he called her. Marie asked if she could really look at them, to which the Count said that she was a close person to Brea, so his mother would not mind. Our heroine was incredibly happy to hear this. In this case, she took one of the letters and, opening it, suggested reading them all together. After reading one of Marie's letters, she said that this letter was written shortly before Brea was born. Kentrail agreed with this too. The content was ordinary. This letter contained gratitude for the birth of a son, the story of why she decided to name him that the Count. Listening to all this, understood that this was different from his brother's diary. This was followed by a joyful letter about how the child opened his eyes for the first time, hope for his healthy future, and a list of gifts that he wanted to give his son. And also, there were words that I would like to live long and happily together as a family. Reading all these letters and seeing this desire, tears immediately appeared in Marie's eyes. She was worried that she might not be good enough for the young master. Kentrail immediately told her that this was not true. Putting his hand on her hand, he said that there is no person on earth who can take as good care of Brea as she does. Kentrail said that he was not good enough, but the girl reminded him that he was not ready for this either. But still, he made every effort to become the best uncle. Sighing heavily, Kentrail turned his gaze to the box and said that there was one last letter left. Taking it in her hands, Marie was surprised that it was untouched. Was this really the last letter? One way or another, they began to read it. The Count immediately noticed and assumed that this letter was also about Brea. Our heroine suddenly stopped in bewilderment and asked the Count to wait. He asked in bewilderment what happened. Marie said in horror that Brea's appearance was described here, but it was completely different from what he really looked like. She explained that according to the stories, the location of the birthmark does not agree. Brea has had a birthmark on her left leg since childhood. She remembered it because of its bizarre shape. Nevertheless, once again looking at the letter, the girl saw how the right leg was indicated here. The Count immediately decided that she was either mistaken or that this meant that the last letter was a fake. In any case, the action moves to Marie's room, where she was resting while Ellie was writing a letter. Our heroine kept thinking about how deeply she felt. Ellie noticed a strange expression on her sister's face and therefore asked what happened. Marie stood up and told her little sister with a smile on her face that everything was fine. Deciding that everything was in order, Ellie said that she would have a small request. She would like to take a walk. The girl said that her friend was leaving somewhere outside the capital, and that's why she wanted to say goodbye. Our heroine understood that her sister had not left the estate for a long time. One way or another, she is glad that Ellie is texting with friends, and the desire to see them is not strange. Exhaling heavily, the girl said that she would ask the Count for permission for such a matter. After this, Marie asked Ellie if she was wondering why they were not allowed to leave the estate. The girl thought a little and assumed that all this was due to the fact that someone was hunting the Count. Ellie said that she previously thought that he had been caught, but since they continue to sit here, it means that something has not yet been settled. Marie couldn't restrain herself at that moment and simply hugged her sister without further ado. Almost with tears in her eyes, she told Ellie that she was already very grown up. One way or another, even if she understood everything, it's better not to overdo it, and then everything will be fine. The very next day, Marie talked with the Count. Then he asked, in surprise, whether Ellie really wanted to go out. Our heroine nodded her head, saying that Ellie wants to see her friend, who is leaving. After all, almost a year has passed, so her desire to go outside is understandable. Marie told the Count that Ellie understands the seriousness of the situation, and she is not just giving in to desire. Kentrail still decided to agree to this adventure, but in this case, he said that Derek would go with them. Our heroine asked if it was for an escort. The Count, of course, nodded his head. Looking at his assistant, he said that Derek had finally moved, so now he was ready to protect them. It was to this person that he completely trusted himself and his safety, so he could calmly send Ellie with him. Marie understood that Derek was strong in body and served on the Count's side, so certainly nothing should happen. In this case, our heroine smiled, and thanking the Count, said that she would tell Ellie everything. Kentrail looked at her with admiring eyes. He then asked Marie if she was feeling stuffy, and soon after, he suggested they go for a walk as soon as he finished work. The girl smiled and said that they could do this after capturing the criminal. The Count thanked her for her understanding, and in this case he promised her that they would go somewhere after all this. Our heroine immediately asked if the Count had an idea about the criminal and the one who wrote the last letter. The guy said that around the same time, there was an accident. and according to rumors, a maid disappeared from the Brea house. Marie suggested that she was involved in the substitution of letters, although the Count was not sure there was still a possibility of this, and that is why he is looking for her. Seeing these surprised faces of Marie, the guy would like her not to worry so much. Nevertheless, he understood that if he made a mistake, he would be guilty of Brea like no one else. In any case, he offered cookies for Marie. The girl took the cookie and thanked the Count, saying that the young gentleman also ate sweets. And by the way, in this house all the men love sweets. In any case, Kentrail was incredibly glad that he could share his experiences with Marie. Actions are postponed to the next day. Derek and Ellie were just heading into town. At this moment, the girl turned to the man. The guy asked to call him Derek. Looking at him, she asked if he could do something about his dark clothes. The guy looked at himself in bewilderment and asked what this meant. Ellie told him that his clothes are conspicuous and he scares people. Derek agreed with grief. And in this case, Ellie said that she would help and show what was worth buying. After some time, the guys left the boutique, and Derek didn't look like himself. Ellie immediately praised herself, saying that she, as a designer, has taste. Derek looked at himself in bewilderment and asked if it really suited him. Ellie said that this is definitely a super costume, and now all the ladies are wearing it. For some reason, these words struck the guy as if lightning had struck him. The girl was just thinking about how cute this guy is. In any case, she headed forward and pointing into the distance, said that they should meet there. Ellie looked around in surprise and said that her friend was late. Nevertheless, Derek had an instinct that never failed him, and so he said that their meeting was cancelled. A moment later, he stood in front of Ellie and added that he didn't even know that this meeting would happen so soon. He asked the girl to listen carefully. On the count of 3, she should hug him tightly, and they would run to the store where they bought the clothes. He explained that there was a door at the back, and from there, she would need to run straight to the Count's estate. Ellie asked in surprise what Derek would do. Of course, the guy could stand up for himself, so he asked him not to even think about it. To himself, he understood that it was better to stay with the child, but there were too many enemies. It is strange that for these people sending so many mercenaries is a common thing. After a moment, he decided not to think too much, so he grabbed the girl at about 3 and they ran. Ellie's hat even flew off from such harshness. At this time, a chase began after them. After some time, they came running to the destination that Derek had spoken about. The guy touched the girl and told her that he believed in her and that she was strong so she could handle it. As soon as he wished her luck, he turned around and ran in the other direction to detain the mercenaries. Ellie, in turn, thought that she had to do everything not to become a burden for Derek, so she needed to quickly run to the Count and call for help. Only she couldn't escape, because at that very moment, one of the mercenaries overtook her and ordered her not to move. The girl, with horror in her eyes and trembling in her body, began to slowly turn around, not even knowing what to do. Soon, a dull and heavy blow was heard on this freak, and he fell to the ground. Ellie turned around in bewilderment and saw Yuji's in front of her, who was asking her former student if she was okay. The girl immediately ran to the teacher and hugged him. Yuji's, nevertheless, said that it would be better for them to talk later, but for now they need to run. Fortunately, that evening the girl was already at the estate and sleeping in her bed, but Marie didn't even leave her side. The Count, in turn, did not leave both Ellie and Marie. At some point, he broke the silence and asked the girl how Ellie was feeling. Our heroine said that her sister was not injured, but most likely this incident shocked her too much. Soon she turned to the Count and, with tears in her eyes, said that it was all because of her. She put her sister in danger. Kentrail calmed her down and said that it was his fault Marie rejected this, and said that he had nothing to do with it because it was she who accepted the offer of those people. The Count immediately asked not to say that, because after all, it was not the real her. Actions are moved back some time. Yuji's brought the girl to the estate. The Count apologized in horror for sending Derek alone. because he did not know that there would be so many people there. However, he asked how Derek was doing. As it turned out, he injured his hand, but it was not fatal. In any case, he really regrets that he could not protect Ellie. Returning to the real world, Marie asked the Count how the young master was feeling. The man said he was crying. He was afraid that he might get dehydrated from this, so he asked Taylor to look after him, so he would be fine. The Count also added that after a thorough investigation, it turned out that the letter was a fake, and her friend had long fled from this house. In turn, Ellie, due to the fact that she did not leave the estate for a long time, did not hear about this news. Marie assumed that these people wanted to kidnap Ellie and threaten her. Kentrail said he thinks so too. After a short pause, our heroine said in horror that Barry was most likely also in trouble because he was now on his way home. Immediately, I asked if he was alone. Marie replied that he was not alone. He will reach the capital with his friend. Kentrail said that he understood in this case and would send guards on the day of Barry's return. Our heroine was incredibly grateful to the Count for his responsiveness and thanked him for it. Kentrail told her that everything was fine, but given the situation, Barry would have to take the weekend. Marie smiled and said that if it weren't for him, Barry wouldn't have studied at all. At this moment, the girl wondered if UJ's had already left the estate. Deciding to check it out, she came to his room and noticed the teacher there, who was still there. UJ's looked at Marie in surprise and asked how Ellie was doing. The girl said that her sister was fine thanks to him, but because of the shock she was still sleeping. The teacher apologized to the nanny, saying that he should have arrived earlier. Our heroine asked him again. Eugees explained that he has a house in the center of the capital, so he noticed Ellie's arrival. And of course, the Count's carriage itself attracts attention. At this moment, he admitted that he always looks forward to Marie getting out of this carriage. Marie stood in bewilderment. The guy laughed and apologized. Still, he was afraid to burden her, so he wanted to get closer gradually. However, he can take better care of Ellie and keep strange people away from them. In any case, our heroine said that if it weren't for him, it would have been bad, so she is incredibly grateful to him. But soon after she stood up and apologized to the teacher, Eugees, of course, understood what this meant. In this case, he nodded his head and said that one way or another, soon he would be all busy with work and would not be able to see her. So he asked Marie to take care of herself until their next meeting. Finally, before leaving, the guy turned around and told her that she had no doubt that they would meet again. The action takes us into a snowy night, straight to a group of people walking through the forest on horseback. As it turned out, it was a group of people with Barry and Siege, who was just saying that they needed to rest. Barry said in surprise that 3 days had already passed since the planned date. Siege explained to his friend that due to such a terrible snowfall, the horses get tired quickly. The guy twisted his face and said that he also wanted to get there faster, but still. Barry looked at his friend, and especially at his hand, and realized that he was only getting worse. What happened earlier? As expected from the words of Marie and the Count, danger indeed awaited them in the form of mercenaries. Of course, the guys would not be a simple victim, because after all, they study at the best academy. Barry was so experienced at that time that in a duel against a mercenary, he was able to knock out his sword. One way or another, the guy thought about it. Aren't they trying to kill them? Then why do these people fight and not look for the right moment? He assumed that these robbers were going to take them alive. Just at that moment, one of the mercenaries swung his blade. Nevertheless, Siege came to the aid of his friend and put an end to this freak. Just at that moment, a guy ran towards them. Coming closer, he said that he had previously heard that they were the best students from the academy, and apparently the rumors were true. One way or another, Siege said that there are too many opponents. The guy who came running to them said that he would block the road, and they in turn needed to run. Siege said that in this case they would die, so he is against it. The guy said that they could not leave their comrades. Meanwhile, one of the mercenaries was flying towards Siege and swinging his blade. Barry, of course, noticed this mercenary and therefore shouted in horror to his friend that there was danger behind him. After some time, they were in the camp. Barry was bandaging the hand of a friend who asked Barry who he was. The guy asked again, in surprise, to which Siege told him that he also asked the Count why he hired them an escort, and was wrong in the end. Already putting on his cloak, Siege looked at his friend and asked him if his sister was really a simple nanny. Barry replied that he was worried about the Count because he was too kind, considering that he even sent them people. Siege asked his friend again in bewilderment, asking if he was really talking about the current prime minister. Barry nodded his head and asked what was wrong. The guy replied that he had only heard rumors in which the Count was very cold and stern. Barry laughed and said that Kentrail was actually a very nice person. One way or another, the Count is kind at least to his family, so he doesn't want to hear about how evil he is. Looking at Barry, Siege asked if he really didn't understand why these mercenaries were following them. The guy wanted to say that he didn't know, but at that moment, screams were heard, and soon after blood gushed everywhere. Siege jumped up from his seat. Seeing the enemy ahead, the guy told his friend that as soon as they arrived in the capital, he would buy him something tasty. But now it was time to deal with these freaks. The next morning, the butler ran into the Count's room, calling out to the Count in horror. The man was incredibly exhausted, and it was clear that he was running as fast as he could. As soon as he caught his breath, he immediately said that Barry had arrived at the estate. A moment later, our heroine went outside and noticed her brother, behind whom was his friend, and those accompanying him. The girl immediately hugged her brother, and with incredible trembling in her body, said that she was glad that he was alive. Having come to her senses a little, she moved away and asked if it was really him, and if he was not injured. Barry laughed and said he was fine. Then he turned around and said that if he was okay, then his friend was very bad, so he needed to be examined. Our heroine immediately asked the butler to take care of this, and he called the doctor. Barry, in turn, asked his sister how things were going with Ellie, the young master. After some time, our heroine brought her brother to Ellie's room, and at the same time told about what had happened. The guy immediately sat down next to her, and our heroine asked him not to forget about food. In any case, she will ask Taylor to look after them. At that moment, the Count entered the room, and apologizing to Barry, said that he understood that he was tired after a long journey, but would like to know what happened on the way here. As soon as Kentrail asked this question, the guy shuddered once again. Holding his sister's hand, he said that when they were almost arriving at the estate, another attack occurred. Kentrail sighed heavily, and soon after told Barry that his friend was recovering, but he had lost too much blood and passed out. In any case, the Count said that he would contact the Siege family, to which Barry was very grateful. At that very moment, everyone was shocked that Ellie woke up and called out to her brother. Barry jumped up immediately. Marie jumped up in the same way, and in horror began asking her sister how she was feeling. In turn, Barry hit her on the head and said that she was stupid, and asked, or rather ordered, that if anyone else writes to her, she should not dare go anywhere. Ellie wanted to say something, but saw that her brother began to cry. Barry told her that he put his best friend in harm's way and thought that he had lost his little sister. The girl was also incredibly moved by the fact that they were so worried about her, and soon they all hugged each other. Meanwhile, Siege began to come to his senses. Looking around, he realized that he was in the Count's house. The guy came to his senses a few days after Ellie woke up. It took a month for the wounds to completely heal, but now his life was not in danger. At this moment, our heroine brought the guy tea, which Siege was grateful for. Marie said that she would go to Ellie and check on the young gentleman because he got nervous and fell asleep next to her. Barry told his sister that he would look after his friend. As soon as the girl left the room, the guy told his friend that the Count advised him to rest. Siege agreed with this. Soon after this, the guy changed his face and asked if there was news from his family. Barry replied that the Count had already sent them a letter, so everything was fine. For some reason, it was clear in Siege's eyes that something was wrong with this, but he decided not to attach any importance to it, just like Barry. Then the guy looked at his friend's hand and asked how Barry himself felt, because he also got it. The guy said that was true, but he got off lightly. Barry also said that there is more news. Their escorts are fine, and they are extremely grateful that they fought alongside each other instead of running away. The guy told his friend that he was really good at fighting, and he was wondering why he didn't realize his potential at the academy. Siege laughed. He then again decided to ask if Barry knew why they were attacked, but the guy said that he could not find out. Looking out the window, Siege sighed and said that the walls of both his and Barry's houses hid many secrets. After some time, the guys went outside to practice. Siege watched his friend. At that moment, our heroine also went outside and called Barry. The guy immediately stopped. The girl asked her brother if he started training too early, to which the guy said that everything was fine. Brea also greeted Barry. The guy at that moment said that the one who goes out with him and just watches has more problems. Siege said embarrassedly that he actually didn't break any bones. At that moment, a voice came from behind them, telling Barry that he had really grown up. As it turned out, this person was Taylor, who went outside after hearing a familiar voice. The guy immediately scratched Barry's head and reminded him that he asked to be called teacher. At this time, Siege realized that this man was in fact the famous Sir Taylor. He entered the academy as a commoner and was often promoted to the next class early. This is a real genius who has become so famous. Nevertheless, Siege laughed because Barry the bastard did not know about it at all. When they told him, he only said that Sir Taylor had not told him anything like that. At this moment, the guys approached Siege. Barry introduced his friend whom they met at the academy. It was a great honor for Siege, so the guy got up from the ground and introduced himself. Siege Taylor. This name was known for Taylor. Under the direction of the Count, he conducted a small investigation. This family is quite noble, living in a remote area, and they have always remained neutral in the struggle for power. They have 2 sons, and Siege is the youngest. The eldest son is the successor, so Siege is not entrusted with important matters. In the academy, he is known as a sincere, excellent student, and judging by how hard he fought, sighing, the guy decided that he really looked like a genius in this matter. It's a pity that Siege couldn't show his skills now due to injury. Nevertheless, at least Barry was able, so the teacher invited the former student to study with him. Barry, of course, was only for it, so soon after these words, he rushed to the attack. Ellie and the young master watched in admiration as their brother and Taylor fought. Brea said, in surprise, that Barry's brother was very cool. Ellie smiled and said it was all because he worked hard. But in any case, the brother was unable to parry Taylor's blows several times. Siege at that moment told her that the guy simply had not yet revealed all his abilities. After all, during all the time spent together, he noticed that Barry was stronger in attack than in defense. Just at this moment, the guy decided to demonstrate all his strength accumulated at the academy. Although Taylor defended himself from this attack, he could not help but admit that Barry had progressed quite a lot. Looking at the guy, he told him that it was even difficult to cope with him. Now Barry was very happy to hear this. Soon after the training, the young master ran to Barry and started telling him that he was very cool. However, Barry said he is still far from perfect. Taylor, in turn, answered him that he lasted 10 minutes, which is already very commendable. He then looked at the young master and asked if he would show them his skills. Brea immediately said that he was shy because in comparison with Barry, his skills were nothing. Nevertheless, the guy asked the young master to show him his skills. Sighing heavily, Brea said that if that's what they wanted, he would show them a little of his knowledge. Soon after this, he took up the sword and began to carefully wave it and show what it could do. Brea asked how they liked his skills. Barry smiled and shouted to the young master that he was great. Meanwhile, Siege was surprised that Barry could smile. At the academy, he always walks around with a serious face, but this is alien to his family. Looking at the young master, he realized that he was growing in love and affection. Siege couldn't even imagine that he would ever be jealous of a child. At this very moment, the guy's train of thoughts was interrupted by Ellie, who approached him. The girl thanked Siege for protecting her brother. The guy said that this was nothing, and even a common thing for friends. Nevertheless, our heroine also came up and said that she also wanted to thank him. She looked down embarrassedly and thanked Siege for saving her brother because she was very worried about him. Looking at Marie, he remembered her look when they first met. He saw how she kept her distance from him, just like everyone else in this mansion, and he knew it. However, Brea also stayed away from him in the first days of his studies at the academy. A good family, beauty, and talent. Siege Kaler was liked by everyone around him, even if he didn't really want to. He was happy that he was treated well from childhood, but as he grew older, he realized that people were not interested in him, but in his last name. But again, one day an exception appeared in the form of Barry, which ignored him. When Siege annoyed him, instead of smiling through his teeth, he became angry and scolded him for his mistakes. It was thanks to this that Siege felt that he had a real friend. He became interested in getting to know his family better when he talked about his sisters, and therefore during the holidays, he even went with Barry to the county. But to Siege's surprise, something unpleasant happened. In this house they were not kind to him, and everyone was afraid of him. But right now he received thanks, and for the first time he received them as Siege and not as Kaler. It was so sincere in his eyes that the guy even told them that he was more grateful to them. After all, these people were very kind to him, so he was more grateful for their sincerity. The action moves to the Count's office, who was surprised to ask who attacked Barry Derrick. Interns said that when he arrived at the place, everything was already over. In this case, Kentrail asked, in surprise, where this pendant came from. Derrick said that this was mentioned during the attack on Ellie, but there was one but. The Count, of course, asked what this but was. And then Derrick said that he could be making things up, but it seemed to him that they had done it on purpose. After all, in a case in which it is difficult to recognize the customer, they suddenly openly leave evidence of his guilt. In any case, the Count decided that it was time to find out everything. He asked Derrick if he could contact those who had already been imprisoned, to which the guy nodded his head. And again, the action moves to the next morning. Ellie and the young gentleman were playing a guessing game. Looking at Brea's drawing, he said that it was a dragonfly, and that was correct. Siege laughed and asked how it could be called a dragonfly. Barry echoed his friend's question. Brea and Ellie proudly said that this is not just a dragonfly, but catching a dragonfly. The guys asked in bewilderment how this could be understood. Marie, to whom the young gentleman ran, saying that he had won, said that last fall they caught dragonflies. Ellie pointed at the guys and told them that they lost. At this moment, Barry asked his friend why they needed victory in such a children's game. The guy, after looking at the young master, said that he wanted to squeeze his cheeks. He has no younger brothers or sisters, and this is actually his first time seeing a child. Barry, at that moment, asked his sister if she had really become close to the young master lately. The girl stuck out her tongue and said that they had always been close. In any case, she reminded that they had won, which means it was time for the wish to come true. The guys laughed and said that they remember. They immediately asked what they should do. The action moves to the garden, where Barry and Siege are giving Ellie and Brea a ride on their backs. The young master at this moment shouted and asked Brother Siege to speed up. Barry laughed and asked them to be careful. The workers in the garden smiled from this cuteness. Siege, sighing heavily, thought that this was just a sweet wish, but he was very mistaken. Brea shouted in bewilderment that Barry's brother had overtaken them, and they needed to speed up. Children are very energetic. Ellie looked back and told her brother that they were catching up. Barry asked in surprise if they were playing catch-up. The girl decided not to answer this question, and noticing the stairs in front of her, she asked to be let go here. After some time, the guys took a break from jogging, and Ellie and Brea sat quietly on the stairs. Once Siege caught his breath and came to his senses, he was finally able to ask what kind of house this was. Brea proudly said that this house was built by his uncle Siege, guessed that the young master liked him very much. Turning to Barry, the guy said that the Count was truly a good person. Barry immediately repeated his words, that society was wrong about him. The guy smiled and agreed with this. After this, Siege turned to the young master and called him. The boy turned and asked what happened, when suddenly Siege poked the young master on the cheek, just as he wanted earlier. He immediately screamed in bewilderment and asked him to stop doing that. Ellie asked in bewilderment why guests could touch him, but she couldn't. Brea replied that Siege had done a good job, so he allowed him a little, and no one should do that. The girl enviously asked to let her touch his cheeks once, but Brea was persistent. Barry, meanwhile, watched all this and could not stop laughing. Siege, who in turn stood in bewilderment, feeling comfortable next to these people, also began to smile. Returning back to the estate, Marie immediately asked the guys if they really wore Ellie and Brea all day. The guys said that this was true, and that their shoulders were dying from pain. Barry smiled and said he didn't know Ellie was so heavy. The girl began to angrily beat her brother and ask how he dared say such a thing to the girl. At this moment, our heroine asked what was wrong with the young master. As it turned out, Siege was looking after him, and that's why he said that the young master was already sleeping. The guy immediately decided to hand the baby over to his nanny, because after all she knew better what to do with him. However, the girl told Siege that he had done a good job, and that the young master seemed pleased. The guy looked at them with a smile, happily realizing what it means to have a real family. The action is postponed to the next day. Ellie was walking somewhere, but an incomprehensible figure was following her. At some point, the girl felt that something was wrong, and therefore decided to turn around. But, fortunately for her, it turned out that Derek was behind, which the girl was very happy about. She immediately said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Although she really wanted to meet, and even begged her sister, the girl wanted to ask where he was going. At that moment, the guy took a toy out of his pocket and, handing it to the girl, said that this was her reward for helping her choose clothes. Ellie said, embarrassedly, that she didn't expect any reward. Derek, in turn, said that this is how he expresses his gratitude. That's all. In this case, she gladly accepted this gift and was grateful for it. Suddenly, Derek sat down on his knees in front of her and began to apologize for putting her in such danger. After that, he again held out something and said that it should be given to the nanny. He bought it along with a gift for Ellie. The girl grabbed this gift in surprise and began to look at it closely. She couldn't believe that her sister and Derek were so close. Why is he giving her a gift out of the blue? Derek, in turn, thought that even though the nanny doesn't know, this is a sincere gift, an apology for his doubts about her. He knew that if she were their enemy, her family would not be threatened. There's definitely something fishy here, but it's not Marie's fault. At that moment, Ellie called him. The guy turned around in surprise, and the girl immediately told him that she wanted to learn self-defense so as not to stand if something like this happened again. Derek told her that the main thing for her was to run away quickly. Ellie missed these words and said that if she asked Taylor about it, her sister would find out and would worry. In this case, she thought that he would help her, but if so, she apologized and said that she would not interfere with him. Derek immediately told her that she was not bothering him. Looking down, the guy understood that although Ellie didn't show it, what happened certainly shocked her. Sighing, the guy took her hand and said that he would show her something, but still her task would be to run away as quickly as possible. Ellie happily agreed. The action is moved to the library. Our heroine, looking through the shelves of books, assumed that she had already read all these books. At that moment, she turned around and looked at the window that was damaged in the incident. How exactly the arrow flew at them from this window, which still frightened Marie very much. At that moment, the Count entered the room and suggested that the girl was once again looking for some kind of book. He approached her and said that she could ask others to teach hieroglyphs to children instead of torturing herself. However, our heroine said that she could not trust this to anyone else. Kentrail has made this decision, but its advice always stands. The girl at that moment said that she was looking for a book about noble families. The Count assumed that she wanted to study the family tree. Marie said it was true. She wants to study it and everything connected with it because he said that he was suspicious of the Queen and his uncle. Our hero was not going to find out more about them. And besides, her knowledge about this world is small. Kentrail in turn changed his face and said that this was exactly what he wanted to talk about. After some time, he showed her all sorts of documents. The drawings had the emblem of the royal family all over them. The Count once again said that she was right. This pendant was dropped while trying to visit Ellie. In this case, our heroine was disturbed by the fact that these people did not seem to hide what they were doing and who they were. Kentrail nodded his head and said he thought so too. In any case, he sent his people to the palace. How he was told that when his uncle arrived, there all the servants were forced to shut their mouths. Isn't it possible that it all started from that moment? Marie, regarding the words about the Count's people in the palace, seems to understand why he was made an eminence grise. It seems like a struggle inside the palace is simply inevitable. One way or another, the Count told her that was all. There was no more news or anything suspicious. But still, that was not all. Kentrail also learned about the Queen's personal life, although it was unpleasant. According to rumors, in order for the Queen to please the King, all sorts of goods were purchased to facilitate this. Initially, the king hated his uncle Kavran. The world spoke of the love of his daughter and the king as something great. But based on all these facts, a question arises. Was this all an act? Kentrail, of course, assumed that their relationship was contradictory, but he had no idea that it would turn out to be so dangerous. Holding the royal pendant in his hands, Kentrail asked Marie if she felt doubt in her heart. The girl nodded her head and said that someone definitely wants the Queen to be suspected in this matter. Either the Queen or her side must be to blame. At this point, the Count apologized to the girl, saying that if they had caught Brea's attackers, there would have been more information. Our heroine smiled, and looking at Kentrail told him not to think about that because he already works very hard. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and soon the butler came inside. The Count asked in surprise what had happened. The butler said that he had received a letter. Kentrail said he could have just left the letter on the table. Then why the rush? The man held out the letter and said that it was an invitation from the Queen's palace, but he thought it was strange. The Count asked why he thought so, and the butler immediately replied that the recipient was not his lordship, but Madame Nanny. The girl was surprised. Why was she invited? Did she really commit some crime without knowing it? Kentrail told her that during his investigation, Marie had no record of committing crimes, so there was no need to worry. In this case, the girl assumed that she would still have to be present there. The Count told her that this is a ball that is held every year. However, he didn't go to them, so he thinks that nothing bad will happen if she doesn't go either. Marie decided that he could do this because he is a count. Kentrail could not understand whether her presence there was necessary. The girl said that they had to go, otherwise they won't know why he's angry with her. If the Queen is connected to incitement to murder, this point will help find out what is going on behind the scenes. However, Marie was worried because she is very bad at etiquette. She didn't even know what to do. Don't they give the king a special greeting in places like this? The girl still said a lot of disturbing words, but the Count put his hand on her shoulder and said that if she was going to go to the ball, he would teach her etiquette. One way or another, the time had finally come to give her the gift. The girl asked in surprise what gifts we were talking about. At that moment, he took out a box from behind his back and asked Marie to turn her back to him. The girl nevertheless obeyed the Count, and soon after that, he put a pendant on her neck. Since Marie said she doesn't mind jewelry, Kentrail wanted to give her a gift that she would feel comfortable wearing. Our heroine looked at the pendant in surprise and asked if she could accept such gifts, but still it was incredibly beautiful, although very expensive. The Count smiled and said that he hoped that she would wear it during the party too. This time he chose a small decoration so that it would not hurt Brea. Marie was very pleased with this gift and the attention of the Count, so she accepted this gift and thanked him. The very next morning, the county said goodbye to its guest. Siege was forced to bow out. Our heroine looked at the young master and assumed that he was very saddened by Siege's departure. The guy was glad that they started treating him like that. So at that very moment, he sat down next to Brea. Taking him by the hand, he told the young master that compared to living in his house for several years, he had much more fun living here for a few months. The kid was now both happy and sad, but Siege still promised that he would return. Brea was moved, but the nanny told him that one way or another they would meet again at the Queen's ball. Siege at that moment looked at Barry and told him that he still didn't believe that he would meet them there. The guy said that he would stay at home with Ellie. Also, shortly after these words, Barry told his friend that he might take a leave of absence next semester. Siege sighed at first and then laughed. Barry laughed back and asked what that meant. He won't be there, but he's laughing? The guy suddenly said that he had almost no friends besides him. If he controls himself, then there will be a lot of people around. Siege nodded, and soon after that, he advised his friend to think about returning as soon as possible. After some time, the guy waved his hand and stood near the carriage. As soon as everyone said goodbye to Siege, he climbed into the carriage, and as soon as they set off, the guy decided, just in case, to apologize for all the inconvenience. After a while, the guys were sitting in the palace. Marie drank tea, the Count read the newspaper, and Barry and Brea played together. Our heroine suddenly looked at the young master and, smiling a little, said that people appreciate when they lose. The Count asked her again. Marie said that Ellie always says that when 4 people play together, they can evenly divide into pairs. Kentrail smiled and suggested that Siege was good with children. Our heroine said that if it weren't for their preparations for the ball, he would have stayed here. However, Marie was restless because she sent several letters saying that Siege was wounded and was in the county, but, as a result, no one visited him, and she was a little surprised. Probably the second son enjoys less cordiality in the family. The Count told her that he was not interested in becoming the head of the family, so there was a good relationship between him and his brother. But still, most often it was not like that. At that moment, our heroine looked at the Count in surprise and said that if he did not become the head of the family, then suddenly there was a knock on the door. The butler told his lordship that the things he spoke about had arrived. Kentrail was happy about this, just like Brea Marie asked what these things were. The Count smiled and said that since it would be her first time at the ball, it would be impossible to wear what came to hand first. Having seen a whole bunch of new things, Marie told the Count that it was somehow too much to just accept all this from him. Kentrail refused to listen to this and asked to just accept it. The girl understood that the necklace given earlier was most likely also very burnt, but now this. Is it possible to accept something like this? At that moment, the joyful cries of Brea were heard from behind, who told Ellie that there were things for her too. Our heroine saw how happy her sister was and was very happy about it. The girl turned to the Count and thanked him for even worrying about Ellie. Having stroked her behind the ear, Kentrail told her that her concern for her sister was commendable, but it was still better not to be shy about taking full advantage of the gifts from him. Unfortunately, the romantic moment was once again ruined because there were still children in the room screaming and looking at everything in surprise. Nevertheless, after a short pause, our heroine looked up and told the Count that she too had prepared something for him. Actions are postponed to the next day. Our heroes came under a tree, and Barry was just digging a hole under it. At that moment, a proud Brea came running to Marie and told her that he had written a letter. The Count looked at everything that was happening and asked our heroine in surprise how she even thought of this. Marie smiled and said that in the place where she grew up, children did this at least once. Looking down and looking at the box, she said it was called a time capsule. They will all put letters and things here together. Then they will bury this box, and after a while they will pull it out. The Count asked if that was why she asked to write what they wanted to tell themselves from the future. Marie said that was true. When children grow up and open the box, they will be able to remember the past. At that moment, a young gentleman approached the nanny and asked her in surprise if he could put it down. Looking at Brea, our heroine noticed a book that the boy really values. The young master, in turn, said that he was already big, so he didn't need to read fairy tales. One way or another, he finally asked the book of fairy tales to be a good girl, because later he would return to meet her. After everyone put their things down, our heroine said that the time capsule was a good memory. One way or another, she said that she would like to fill the children with expectations about the future. The Count asked what this meant. The girl looked at the children and said that this was so that they would not be afraid of tomorrow because of any terrible incidents. Shortly after this, Marie asked her brother to look after the children while she buried the box. The Count sat down on his knees at that moment. Looking at his letter written by him in advance, he only thought that Marie did not understand anything. Everything he gives is material, even if she always says that she receives unnecessary care. But still, for himself, he knew for sure that it was she, and not he, who shared the most valuable things. After a while, the guys looked at Brea in surprise and told him that he looked like a different person in these clothes. The guy embarrassedly thanked them for their compliments, and then told the young master that he was also extremely handsome, probably because he had already grown up a lot. Then the two guys switched to Ellie and started telling her how beautiful she was. But at that moment, Marie finally came out to them. Brea immediately ran to her, saying what he knew: Marie is the most beautiful. At this moment, a carriage finally arrived in the county, which was supposed to take our heroes to the king's palace. Soon after the carriage arrived, the butler opened the doors and wanted to help Marie up, but the Count asked to wait. The man came up and told the butler that he would do everything himself, so he immediately extended his hand. Our heroine was pleasantly surprised by the Count's attention and care. The butler, in turn, did not even think of contradicting and was glad to see the current Count. After Marie entered the carriage, Ellie was to follow, whom the Count also helped to get inside. As soon as they sat down, our heroine began to examine the necklace she had been given. Ellie noticed this necklace and immediately told her sister that it was very beautiful. Marie smiled and thanked her sister for the nice words. However, Ellie doubted that she bought it herself, so she would like to know who gave it to her. Marie looked away in surprise and asked what she needed to confess. Enthusiastic, Ellie asked her sister not to try to evade the answer. Shortly after this, Kentrail came inside and told the guys that they would see each other when they arrived in the kingdom. He wished them a good trip and said that the butler would take care of the mansion, so there was no need to worry, and it would be better to have fun there. After some time, our heroes arrived at the palace. Marie asked her sister not to be nervous and to do as they taught. Ellie looked at her sister and said that most likely among all of them, she was the most nervous. Nevertheless, Marie told her not to forget to run to Taylor in case of danger. Barry at that moment approached his sister and asked her not to forget to take care of herself first in such a situation. Don't put yourself in danger trying to help others. However, the Count approached them and reminded them that this was a royal palace, so they would not be subject to a surprise attack. Kentrail smiled and said that he would watch them so that they could not worry and enjoy the ball. All our heroes were ready for the upcoming event, so all that remained was to get used to their surroundings. Kentrail at that moment leaned over to Marie and told her that he would accompany the children. Immediately, he put on a serious face and walked forward while everyone around him greeted the Prime Minister. People also noticed the girl who came with the Count. They assumed that this was the nanny of the Count's family. Meanwhile, Brea was the happiest because he met his friend Jaden. The guys joyfully ran to each other, saying that they had not seen each other for 100 years. Jaden wanted to say something about his parents when suddenly angry girlish screams were heard behind them. Turning around, they noticed Jaden's younger sister Ciela, who was asking her brother where he ran so abruptly alone. She wanted to ask her brother if they were finally going where they were going. But in front of her was a very handsome guy who immediately attracted her with his appearance. The girl looked at him admiringly, and Jaden, in turn, introduced his sister to the family of Count Charand. Ciela bowed and greeted them. At this moment, an unexpected meeting occurred. Again, Jake Viscount told the Count that if he saw him here, the sun would most likely set in the west. The guy immediately showed Bidul, who thanks to Kentrail, received the title and territory last summer. This guy is very good at his job. Beadle was embarrassed by such compliments, so he bowed to the Count, saying that he wanted to meet in person and convey his gratitude for such help. Our heroine, in turn, looked at all this and thought that it was true. The Count has recently been unable to engage in social life, or more precisely, he did not want to. Nevertheless, she began to look around, and to her surprise, saw Eugees at the ball. The guy noticed the surprised look, so he turned around and noticed that it was Mrs. Nanny. He immediately approached her and asked if she was doing well. Marie said everything was fine. The girl began to say that the young master was in that direction, when suddenly she realized something. At their last meeting, she refused the teacher Eugees his declaration of love. However, the man looking at Marie said that she looks great today. Anyway, he said that he didn't expect to meet her here. The girl smiled and said in response that she did not think she would end up in such a place. The girl said that she was here because of the Queen's invitation, and now she is enjoying a luxurious life. The guy asked in surprise about the Queen. Marie answered him that the Queen most likely wanted to see Brea, and she allowed her as his nanny to be here with them. The girl asked if the Queen didn't usually invite people. Eugees told her that this was a very unusual thing, but it was true that the Queen loved children. One way or another, at that moment, he handed the champagne to the nanny, saying that it was good because it had a sweet taste. The sweet girl apologized and said that she was very nervous, so she couldn't drink alcohol. Eugees immediately said that he understood her. In that case, he picked up the bottle and asked, "What about this drink?" In turn, he assured her that it was a non-alcoholic drink. Our heroine was surprised that after that incident teacher Eugees was so friendly. She decided to agree anyway. At that moment the guy said that he was hoping to meet His Excellency, but he was not visible. Marie answered him that the Count had gone away for a while to talk with a friend. In this case, the guy asked the nanny to stay with him later, when suddenly Kentrail and Brea appeared on the horizon, who said in surprise that this was teacher Eugees. Our heroine showed Eugees in surprise and said that they hadn't seen him for a very long time. The Count said it was true. Eugees immediately greeted the Prime Minister. After that, he greeted the young gentleman, but he asked him in bewilderment what he was doing next to Marie. Kentrail took Marie with him, saying that the ball would start soon, so it was time to go inside. The girl smiled at the teacher and said that they would meet again. The guy waved his hand at her, a little depressed, wishing her to have fun. Meanwhile, Ciela called her brother Barry and diligently told him something, but at that moment, Siege entered the room and told him that he had been looking for them for a very long time. Barry immediately apologized and said goodbye to Ciela, saying that he would return as soon as he had spoken with his friend. Ciela was very upset, and Marie asked her brother not to go too far. Siege laughed and quietly told Barry that he was really popular already. The guy asked to stop making fun of him. Then he sighed and asked what he looked like in the academy, where there was no one to protect him from children. He must see this appearance. However, in turn, Siege said that he would also take a leave of absence and approached him to say so. Barry screamed in bewilderment and asked why he was doing this. Siege, that he's just bored. A moment later, the guy walked away from Siege because he noticed someone's gaze. Some guy was watching them all the time and did not take his eyes off. Barry assumed that this was the Siege family. The guy in turn said that they are not alike at all, but still, Barry is savvy. Since he is the second son, he may become a hindrance to his older brother in becoming the head of the family if he graduates early from university. Barry didn't even know how to react, so his face rather showed regret. Siege asked not to make such a face because he is normal. At that moment, our heroine was watching the guys and suddenly remembered Siege's age. After all, the story of the original novel will begin soon. Nevertheless, at that moment, His Majesty appeared on the balcony. The man said that he was glad to see everyone. He smiled and thanked everyone for their visit. Their public affairs of state always bring them great help. The king said that he and his wife decided to arrange this Thanksgiving banquet. Our heroine, meanwhile, asked if the king was dressed many times more luxuriously than the queen. The count explained to her that the queen dresses modestly so as not to attract other people's attention, so there is no need to worry about this. He had heard that these were the king's preferences. Since childhood, he liked luxurious things. Marie understood that the queen simply could not wear the desired dress, even at the ball which she herself was in charge of. She's so beautiful, but she's trying to match someone else's preferences. One way or another, while the king was communicating with the public, our heroine clearly noticed how the queen was looking at her. Then our heroine noticed Brea standing nearby, who was delighted with the beauty of the queen. The woman smiled sweetly at the child and waved her hand. She was glad to see Brea. The boy continued to look at her in surprise, but reflexively, he raised his hand and waved it too. Soon she turned around. Marie immediately became aware of a certain feeling of awkwardness. Meanwhile, the king wanted everyone to have a good time. Our heroine immediately turned to Kentrail and wanted to ask him questions about Her Majesty the Queen. Suddenly, they were interrupted by a voice from behind. The king looked at the girl and assumed that she was the same nanny of the count's family. The man smiled, telling her that he called her to see her face at least once. Our heroine immediately bowed and greeted His Majesty. After that, she introduced herself. The king, looking at the girl, asked what family she was from. The girl raised her head and said that she was from the Peora family. Immediately, he said that he remembered there the possessions and positions were put in order, thanks to the condition of getting rid of the bonds belonging to the head of the family. The girl said that this was true, to which the man immediately smiled, and as always, rather creepily. Anyway, he said he only called her for one reason. He wanted to thank her for looking after the nephew of his longtime close friend with utmost sincerity. Marie looked at the king in surprise and asked if it was he who invited her. The man nodded his head and asked what was wrong with that. The girl said that there was nothing serious about it because she only thought that the queen had sent the invitation. The king approached her and said that this upset him a little. The organizer of this evening is the queen, but it was he who invited her. Nevertheless, the queen approached them and asked His Majesty to allow her to introduce herself. Our heroine looked at her admiringly and thought that even her voice was very beautiful. Meanwhile, the king sighed and gave the queen what she asked for. The woman came closer and thanked them for their visit. Looking at Ellie, she told her that this pink dress looked great on her. The girl immediately panicked, so she embarrassedly managed to say, "Thank you." She then approached the young duke and said that she was Kentrail's cousin and that she would be pleased to see him again. At this moment, the king told the guests that they were most likely in the imperial palace for the first time, so he could call his subject to accompany them. Nevertheless, Kentrail intervened, and thanking for the offer, refused it. He said that he would escort his people himself, and the king was still busy greeting other guests. Immediately after this, he turned to Marie and smiled while looking at her. All the people around were shocked that the Prime Minister had just smiled in front of everyone. Anyway, Kentrail said they'd probably bow out soon. In turn, the queen still looked after them. As soon as Kentrail and his people departed, the woman called her subject to her and asked her for something. After some time, the girl approached our heroine and called her. She said that the queen asked to meet her in the garden. The count immediately decided that he had to refuse. He asked the girl to tell the queen that Marie was not feeling well. Meanwhile, the girl thought about it. Soon after she agreed, thinking that the queen would not harm them. The count asked her how she could be sure of this. The situation with the meeting of the queen and Brea immediately appeared in her head. Marie decided that a person who loved children would certainly not harm the young master. The count still wanted to stop her, but our heroine told him that she would be in a prominent place. Kentrail still agreed, but asked her to be careful. In this case, the queen's subject escorted Marie into the garden, and after some time, they finally arrived. As soon as our heroine walked inside, she saw the beautiful queen looking at her. The woman broke the silence and said that she was curious to see the man whom His Majesty had personally invited. Marie replied that she thought the queen had invited her. The woman in bewilderment said that she in turn thought that Marie was the king's mistress, since he sent her an invitation. Our heroine screamed in horror and said that this was not so, because they had never even met His Majesty in person. Today she saw him for the first time. Marie asked the queen not to think about such things. She couldn't even imagine something like that. She wanted to say something on the contrary, and immediately thought about Kentrail, which was just outside. The queen also noticed Kentrail, closely watching them, and immediately understood everything. Apparently, Marie is the very person whom Kentrail treasures. Now the queen understood that the girl was worthy of this care. Looking down, the woman said that she hadn't even received half this kind of interest. Our heroine immediately decided that, as expected, the queen was not the kind of person who would kill Brea. She just wants the king's attention. After some time of communication, the queen told Marie that she was wasting her time, and Kentrail might speak badly of her because of this, so she had better go already. Coming out of the garden, our heroine was tormented by the thought that if the queen did not hire Brea to kill, then who? At that moment she saw Siege and his brother. The guy told his brother that he went to see his friend, but Siege's brother did not believe it, saying that he was trying to look good in the eyes of his parents. He told his brother to behave as a second son should, and not even dare to aim for the place of head of the family. Marie immediately realized that he had a very bad relationship with his older brother. By the way, in the original, the main character did not have a brother, or rather, in the original story, Siege was already the head of the family. Immediately, our heroine began to be interested in the question of how Siege was able to inherit this place. At that moment, the count approached Marie and asked her in surprise what had happened. The girl awkwardly turned around and said that it was nothing serious. She asked him to go back inside. One way or another, already leaving Marie, assumed that something had happened before the start of the novel. At that moment, the count turned around and told the girl that she was worrying too much. After he poked her forehead with his finger, he turned around again and said that it was time for them to return home. The girl agreed with this. Upon returning home, Marie spent a long time learning to play, using the count's lessons. As soon as she finished the symphony she had learned, the girl asked if Kentrail liked it. The man said that this was very commendable, and that this was the first time he had heard such a thing. The use of staccato technique was very original, and therefore appealed to him. He also believed that with a couple of training sessions, the skills could become even better. He then hugged her and approached her, saying that she kept her word about the performance, so next time he will play their famous songs. Realizing that he was incredibly close, the count leaned away, thinking about it, and Marie exhaled embarrassedly and said that she agreed. Then she looked at the count and decided that the count really loved music and knew how to play musical instruments. Our heroine suddenly decided to ask His Excellency if his older brother were alive, and he would not have received the position of head of the family, whether he would have become a wandering musician. The guy smiled and looked away, saying that this was also quite possible. Marie suddenly became thoughtful. If the count had been a traveling musician and not the head of the family, and if they had not met in such circumstances, could she allow herself to desire this man? At that moment, he took Marie by the hand and said that in any case he met her, and he was glad. He then asked if she wasn't going to discuss what happened after that evening. Marie asked in surprise what the count was talking about. The man said that he had been telling her a lot since he decided to be sincere with her. Marie, in turn, thought that he doesn't really tell everything. After thinking a little, the girl finally decided to speak. she saw Siege quarreling with his older brother. Everything would be fine if not for one thing. But in the book, she read Siege was already the head of the family. As the start of the original novel approached, the girl was worried that something might happen. Kentrail immediately remembered that after Brea's death in the book, he became angry and became a villain. If he competed with Siege, then perhaps there was some kind of connection between them from the very beginning. The guy asked in surprise if it was really Siege. Our heroine understood what the Count wanted to say, but said that it was unlikely because Siege was not such a villain in the book. Besides, I wanted to believe in Siege, whom she saw all this time. At that moment, children ran into the room. Briella looked at his uncle in bewilderment and asked his urgent question. He wanted to know what dolphins looked like. Kentrail asked his nephew in surprise why he asked this. So suddenly, Briella replied that he saw a cloud in the shape of a dolphin, but Ellie said that it was not him. Ellie said that it was so, and the young master said that she was stupid, and it was a dolphin. Our heroine at that moment approached the window, looking at the cloud that the children were most likely talking about. She said that she thought it looked like a dolphin. Ellie said, in bewilderment, that the dolphins were not drawn like that in the book. Then how does he know that? Briella replied that he was on the card with animals that Marie made for him. Ellie snorted and said that you need to be at sea to know about such things. At that moment, the Count said that if the opportunity arises to leave the house, he would not mind going to the sea together. The children immediately ran to the Count, asking if he was telling the truth. Briella and Ellie were very happy. Kentrail said that he really did, and then looked at Marie and asked her opinion. The girl smiled and said that she was happy with everything, because it would be an exciting excursion. The action takes place on a rainy evening. Although our heroine said so, the situation was still very confusing, so she wanted to know when they would catch the criminal. After all, the queen was definitely not a criminal, and the king was an absolute suspect. But still, if the king had truly been a criminal, he would have ordered the death of not only Briella, but the entire county of Charon. At this moment, our heroine noticed that the time capsule was coming out due to the rain. Apparently, the ground had not hardened enough since they had only recently buried it. The girl decided to go down to the street to check the time capsule, and if possible, temporarily take it inside. But to her horror, as soon as she got closer, she noticed that this was not their time capsule that they were burying. Ira, I have something to tell you about your family. This is an important matter, so the writer wanted to talk in person, but she needed to leave urgently, so she wrote this letter. The Count said that he knew that his mother was a late countess and exchanged letters with her sister. However, our heroine wanted to know why she hid the wooden box under the tree. The guy cleared his throat and said it was because she had a girly side. Marie asked again in surprise. Then she complained that her husband and 2 sons did not give her peace in romantic games. He had heard that young lovers sometimes hide and exchange letters. One way or another, he thought that over time the letters were buried between water and soil. Thanks to heavy rain, he appeared, although it is surprising that the letters were so preserved. With a heavy sigh, the Count said that if he had known that she would leave them so soon, he would have joined her in these games. Our heroine, nevertheless, decided to ask the Count what his mother wanted to ask in the letter. She wanted to know some secret of her sister. Her mother must have found out first and turned to his sister to confirm it. He suddenly asked if Marie remembered how strange the last letter from his sister was. The girl said that if we are talking about a birthmark, then she remembers. The guy said that he was talking about this letter. The answer to his mother's question could be in his sister's letter. But since there is a possibility that the letter was forged, he wants to send someone to Brielle's maternal family to confirm it. Taking Marie's hand, he asked if everything would be okay if he told her everything after this. Our heroine, of course, agreed, and the Count thanked her for her trust and expectation. After some time of silence, he told the girl that next time she should not go out alone on a rainy day like today. Marie said she was worried about their time capsule. It could have been washed away by such heavy rain. Sighing, Kentrail said that she could ask for his help. The girl replied that she could not disturb His Excellency, so she did not do this. Nevertheless, the Count explained to her that he was worried about her because she could slip or freeze. The girl suddenly smiled. The man asked in surprise why she was smiling. Marie replied that she was happy that the Count was worried about her. Anyway, she apologized and said that she would no longer go out alone when it was raining heavily outside. Meanwhile, Brea was running along the corridor and calling Marie. The Count looked out in surprise and asked his nephew what had happened. The boy happily turned around and greeted his uncle. He then explained that Jaden was arriving soon, so he asked Marie to make a chocolate cake. Suddenly, the young gentleman stopped, and looking at the palette that his uncle was holding, he asked if he was really painting. The man smiled and said that it was, and then asked his nephew if he would like to come with him and take a look. After some time, the guys were in the hall in which there was a whole bunch of easels. Kentrail, meanwhile, had just finished drawing, so he said that they were done for today. At this time, Brea looked at what came out and said with admiration that it was Marie. Kentrail took his nephew in his arms and asked if he had done a good job drawing her. He plans to give her this painting for her birthday. Brea thought for a while and then asked his uncle if he liked Marie. Kentrail asked in surprise why he was asking him such a thing so suddenly. One way or another, he remembered Brea's promises to Marie and decided that his nephew might cry again. Meanwhile, he was furious because there was something he had been thinking about for so long. Kentrail decided that he didn't want to lie about his feelings, but before that he decided to ask his nephew if he liked Marie. The guy said that he really likes her. After all, she is their valued member of the family, and he likes her as much as his uncle. The young master said that he just thought that the uncle was really in love with Marie, because this drawing was very beautiful. Kentrail patted his nephew on the head and said that he thought the same. He likes Marie just as much as Brea. Meanwhile, the action moves outside our heroine, and her brother and sister were doing laundry. At that moment, the workers approached them and asked if they wanted to leave the laundry for them. Marie replied that they would strongly do it themselves. The women said they could handle it today because she doesn't look good, and Ellie is still young, and she should be playing instead of doing laundry. The girl said that she was not the least bit tired. The women laughed sweetly, and patting her on the head, said that playing was still much more interesting than working. In this case, our heroine decided to ask for help today. The workers said that they did not need to say that because it was not their job. Soon Marie left, and the women told Ellie that they bought cookies, which are popular in the capital. She can come to their room and play a little later. Nevertheless, Brea approached Ellie and asked in surprise why her sister looked so depressed. Meanwhile, the workers were asking who this beautiful lady was. One of them heard that she was the daughter of a baron. The girl asked her friend, "Isn't the Count the kind of person who doesn't let anyone into the mansion without a particular reason?" In this case, the girl asked her if she thought that she and the Count looked like an ideal couple. After some time, the angry Ellie stood behind the Count and breathed anxiously. The man turned around and told her in surprise that he was looking for her sister. Nevertheless, she interrupted him and directly asked who this girl was. Kentrail looked at her in bewilderment and asked why she was talking about this. The girl sighed heavily and said that they urgently needed to go to Marie. Meanwhile, our heroine was sitting in her room and looking at the donated necklace. She recalled the dialogue between the worker of the mansion. Marie thought she was a nice girl. She seemed to get along well with the Count and seemed friendly. However, did Kentrail meet her in the novel? At that moment, there was a knock on the room. Marie asked in surprise who it was, to which the guest said that it was Kentrail. The man asked if he could come in. Our heroine understood that now she would not be able to hide her anxiety in front of him. That is why she apologized to the Count and said that she was busy and would come to him a little later. Nevertheless, he was familiar with this behavior. Leaning toward the door, he decided to explain what happened today. He told Marie that the girl with whom he was in the garden today was the Baroness, the wife of Baron Jake. He also explained that she is married to Jake, so there are no affairs. Now, after clarification, he would like her to open the door. The girl opened the door and looked at him and thought, is it normal to feel that their feelings are the same? Anyway, Marie wanted to say something, but the Count interrupted her and addressed her as Hayrin. He wants her to call him by his name instead of Your Grace. Our heroine was very surprised by this. Kentrail asked her in surprise if she was really uncomfortable with the way he addressed her. Marie immediately said that this was not so. In this case, the Count wanted an explanation, to which the girl screamed in embarrassment and said that she would tell him later. Kentrail laughed, but still decided to change the subject and tell the reason why he called the Baroness. As it turned out, this is all due to the fact that she is very close to his sister. They often exchange letters. In that case, he wondered if he could find out if the letters in the past were actually from his sister. Our heroine asked if it worked. Hornbeam told her that firstly, the things in the wooden box were handwritten letters from his sister. However, the letter that contained the words about the mole was written backwards. The guarantee in this letter seems strangely different. In any case, if it's definitely hidden, I don't think Brea's grandfather was able to reveal it. One way or another, he considered the option of visiting him directly. The girl asked again and said that he could be attacked along the way. She also began to say that if he left his place without a count, then Kentrail suddenly interrupted her and said that he had not decided yet, so he should not worry too much about it. Now he invited her to meet their little guest and discuss this immediately. After some time, the girl enthusiastically clapped her hands and said that she was finally able to meet the nanny. She heard a lot of things, and they are also in charge when Jaden arrives. Our heroine told her that everything was fine, and that Jaden was good and kind, and sometimes even brought gifts. The woman stroked her son's head and said that he had prepared something this time too. The boy shyly handed over the pendant and said that Ciela wanted his doll, so he would like her to make a doll for her. Marie smiled and agreed. Our heroine thanked the Baroness and Jaden, and then said that she had also prepared a chocolate cake. The Baroness said admiringly that this was Jaden's favorite dessert. In this case, our heroine happily said that she would bring it right away, but they needed to wait a little. Already entering the kitchen, the girl could not believe that that woman was such a good person. At that moment, she wondered what the Count felt when he noticed her jealousy. She was very ashamed. In any case, it was too late to make excuses. At that moment, the Count came in after Marie and told her that it would be difficult to bring dessert alone. At this moment, Kentrail noticed a terrible picture. One of the workers in the kitchen was carrying a bowl of boiling water and accidentally tripped. He screamed in horror and immediately rushed towards her to cover her with his body. The girl didn't even have time to blink before everything had already happened. The girl carrying the bowl screamed in horror and asked the Count if he was okay. She didn't even know what to do. Kentrail, although he was completely doused with boiling water, with difficulty said that he was fine. Our heroine realized in horror that he was definitely not okay because it was boiling water. Meanwhile, people were running around in bewilderment and calling for doctors. After a while, he lay in his bed and said that he was fine. Marie did not believe him, but he said that after taking medicine, he would quickly recover. He also added that it was a minor incident that should not be so worried. It doesn't hurt him at all. Only now, the woman in turn corrected the Count and said that this was more likely not a minor incident, but a minor burn. He immediately began to pierce her with his gaze. Marie, meanwhile, understood that this was the second time the Count took all the pain upon himself to protect her. The girl immediately said that she could know when he was lying, and she knew that he was pretending that everything was fine, so she asked him not to suffer anymore in her place. Although the Count listened to her carefully, he still said that he could not promise this. Marie told him that it doesn't make her happy when he suffers by trying to protect her in this way. The man told her that he was ready to get hurt by protecting her, no matter how many times our heroine asked him not to say such things. If something happens to him because of her, then it will be better for her if she is the one in trouble, not him. Soon after, she turned around and left. The very next day, our heroine was walking with the Baroness, who was worried that Jaden was bothering the Count, Marie replied that she, on the contrary, was glad that they had come for a visit. Nevertheless, the Baroness noticed Marie's worried look and did not even know what to do. She took her hand and said that everything would be fine, because Kentrail is a strong person. Meanwhile, Brea and Jaden sat near Kentrail, who said he was fine. Only the nephew asked his uncle not to lie. Marie is very worried. The man said that he was really fine, and the nanny was worrying in vain. There's nothing to worry about, and he can't understand why they're angry. He said, looking at Brea, that his uncle is strong. Would it really be better if Marie suffered as much as he did? The young master said that he hoped that Marie and uncle would be okay. Marie at least thinks so. At that moment, the boy began to remember the words of people who were horrified that his parents were killed, and that only he could survive. Brea started crying and telling his uncle that he would be very sad if he got hurt because of him. Kentrail, seeing his nephew's tears, was distraught. He didn't know Brea was so worried. Soon, he hugged him and began to apologize to his nephew, saying that his uncle would get better and be healthy again. The next morning, our heroine came to the Count to apply ointment and bandage him. As soon as the girl finished, she notified the Count about this and said that she now needed to take her leave. However, Kentrail did not want to let her go just like that. He stopped her and apologized. The Count told Marie that it was not her fault that he was hurt, and he did not want to make her worry because he simply could not see when she was in pain. Our heroine turned to him and said that she thought exactly the same. She can't see him suffer, but somehow there were times when she couldn't protect him from suffering. She knew that if it weren't for him, she would have suffered much more. The Count suddenly smiled, and so Marie, in bewilderment, asked the Count why he was smiling. The guy said it was because she said she couldn't see when he was in pain. He took her hand and said that he was very pleased to hear this. There was silence in the room. Meanwhile, the action moves to the Kaler family mansion, where apparently a terrible event occurred. At that moment, there were knocks on the door in the room where all this happened. The woman asked the master for forgiveness. Soon she opened the door. As it turned out, this was an ordinary maid who brought tea, which the master always drinks. But she noticed real horror in front of her. Siege stood around the bloody bodies and gazed at the maid. Once again, the action moves to the county of Charente. Brea told his friend that next time he will come to visit. Jaden asked in surprise if this was true. Did the Count really give permission for this? Brea sniffed and said that unfortunately, he had not yet given permission. In this case, Jaden sighed and said that in this case next time he will come to him again because they are friends. Nevertheless, he said that it was difficult for him to go all this way, not for him, but for his escort knight. Brea immediately asked his friend when he would come next. Jaden told him that he would come before 100 nights had passed. At this time, someone was looking closely at Brea, and as it turned out, it was Ciela. The girl looked at the boy embarrassedly and asked him if she could come next time too. Both Ellie and Brea told her that she could certainly come to them if she wanted to. Of course, Ellie told the guys that as soon as they come to them again, they will all play together. The children were happy about this. The Baroness, who watched all this, said that she would like to see them more often. The Count answered her that they had been coming a long time and were probably very tired from the journey. The girl replied to Kentrail that she could do this often since Brea is Jaden's friend. She also remembered about the question and told the Count that she did not know about the secrets of the former Countess's family, so she was sorry. Ira and she were close, but realizing that there was a secret that she didn't tell was quite sad. Kentrail sighed heavily and said that he understood her. Either way, he was grateful for her answer. The woman smiled sweetly and apologized for not being helpful and not being able to help them. Our heroine understood that if this was something carefully hidden, then most likely it was a secret that could lead to misfortune for the Baroness. Anyway, the woman decided to change the subject and asked Kentrail how he was feeling. The Count answered her that there was nothing to worry about. Everything was fine. He also made it clear that although he will recover soon, it's not that he doesn't care about his injury. Looking at Marie, he added that with her taking good care of him, he was recovering well and without any complaints. The Baroness was glad to hear this, but nevertheless, it was time for her to leave, so she bowed at last. As soon as the door closed, the Count looked at Marie again and told her that it was true that he was recovering well. Thanks to the use of medicine every day, he is healing faster than he thought, and it's all thanks to her. He then turned to the girl and said that since he was injured, he needed rest. He was thinking of taking a break from his prime minister duties for a few days. He also added that in order to find the criminal tracking Brea, he needs to visit the mother house of the Brea family. He also said that he would like to be with him as much as possible at this important stage of growing up. Marie said that she understood him, and if that is what he wants, then she would like him to always stay in the mansion. Kentrail stood up and asked her in surprise, why is she really worried that someone might attack them? Our heroine, without thinking twice, lowered her gaze and nodded her head. The Count said he picked her up and promised that once it was all over, he would stay by her and the children's side. The action is postponed to the next day. People in the city were buzzing with breaking news. People read them in bewilderment and wondered if anyone had heard of this family. Many people heard about it for the first time. Nevertheless, they understood that all this was terrible. Just think the suspect who committed this murder is the second son of this family. That same morning, the Count said that the distance to the Brea family mansion was quite far. One way or another, he assured that he would return quickly, as soon as he could, and Taylor and Derek would protect the mansion until then. At that moment, someone began to run to the Count and call him. As it turned out, it was Taylor who, for some unknown reason, ran towards them with all his might. As soon as the guy came running, Kentrail asked him what happened, to which he replied that the Count would most likely have to postpone his trip. Kentrail, for obvious reasons, questioned and asked why Taylor thought that the guy stood silently. Soon, he handed over the newspaper and said that a murder had occurred in the kingdom in a noble family. Taylor said that the head of the family and his wife were both killed. Taking the newspaper into his hands, Kentrail asked in surprise who the suspect was. After a short pause, Taylor sighed heavily and said that the suspect was Siege Kaler. Our heroine couldn't believe what she was seeing. In the original story, Siege's parents were alive. Is it all because of her? Due to her saving Brea, the original story was twisted. Everything was so bad that even the fate of the main character of the book was changed by 180 degrees. Looking down, the woman said that she hadn't even received half this kind of interest. Our heroine immediately decided that, as expected, the queen was not the kind of person who would kill Brea. She just wants the king's attention. After some time of communication, the queen told Marie that she was wasting her time, and Kentrail might speak badly of her because of this, so she had better go already. Coming out of the garden, our heroine was tormented by the thought that if the queen did not hire Brea to kill, then who? At that moment she saw Siege and his brother. The guy told his brother that he went to see his friend, but Siege's brother did not believe it, saying that he was trying to look good in the eyes of his parents. He told his brother to behave as a second son should, and not even dare to aim for the place of head of the family. Marie immediately realized that he had a very bad relationship with his older brother. By the way, in the original, the main character did not have a brother, or rather, in the original story, Siege was already the head of the family. Immediately, our heroine began to be interested in the question of how Siege was able to inherit this place. At that moment, the Count approached Marie and asked her in surprise what had happened. The girl awkwardly turned around and said that it was nothing serious. She asked him to go back inside. One way or another, already leaving Marie, assumed that something had happened before the start of the novel. At that moment, the Count turned around and told the girl that she was worrying too much. After he poked her forehead with his finger, he turned around again and said that it was time for them to return home. The girl agreed with this, Upon returning home, Marie spent a long time learning to play, using the Count's lessons. As soon as she finished the symphony she had learned, the girl asked if Kentrail liked it. The man said that this was very commendable, and that this was the first time he had heard such a thing. The use of staccato technique was very original, and therefore appealed to him. He also believed that with a couple of training sessions, the skills could become even better. He then hugged her and approached her, saying that she kept her word about the performance. So next time he will play their famous songs. Realizing that he was incredibly close, the Count leaned away, thinking about it, and Marie exhaled embarrassedly and said that she agreed. Then she looked at the Count and decided that the Count really loved music and knew how to play musical instruments. Our heroine suddenly decided to ask His Excellency if his older brother were alive, and he would not have received the position of head of the family, whether he would have become a wandering musician. The guy smiled and looked away, saying that this was also quite possible. Marie suddenly became thoughtful. If the Count had been a traveling musician and not the head of the family, and if they had not met in such circumstances, could she allow herself to desire this man? At that moment, he took Marie by the hand and said that in any case he met her, and he was glad. He then asked if she wasn't going to discuss what happened after that evening. Marie asked in surprise what the Count was talking about. The man said that he had been telling her a lot since he decided to be sincere with her. Marie, in turn, thought that he doesn't really tell everything. After thinking a little, the girl finally decided to speak. She saw Siege quarreling with his older brother. Everything would be fine if not for one thing. But in the book, she read Siege was already the head of the family. As the start of the original novel approached, the girl was worried that something might happen. Kentrail immediately remembered that after Brea's death in the book, he became angry and became a villain. If he competed with Siege, then perhaps there was some kind of connection between them from the very beginning. The guy asked in surprise if it was really Siege. Our heroine understood what the Count wanted to say, but said that it was unlikely because Siege was not such a villain in the book. Besides, I wanted to believe in Siege, whom she saw all this time. At that moment, children ran into the room. Brea looked at his uncle in bewilderment and asked his urgent question. He wanted to know what dolphins looked like. Kentrail asked his nephew in surprise why he asked this. So suddenly, Brea replied that he saw a cloud in the shape of a dolphin, but Ellie said that it was not him. Ellie said that it was so, and the young master said that she was stupid, and it was a dolphin. Our heroine at that moment approached the window, looking at the cloud that the children were most likely talking about. She said that she thought it looked like a dolphin. Ellie said, in bewilderment, that the dolphins were not drawn like that in the book. Then how does he know that? Brea replied that he was on the card with animals that Marie made for him. Ellie snorted and said that you need to be at sea to know about such things. At that moment, the Count said that if the opportunity arises to leave the house, he would not mind going to the sea together. The children immediately ran to the Count, asking if he was telling the truth. Brea and Ellie were very happy. Kentrail said that he really did, and then looked at Marie and asked her opinion. The girl smiled and said that she was happy with everything, because it would be an exciting excursion. The action takes place on a rainy evening. Although our heroine said so, the situation was still very confusing, so she wanted to know when they would catch the criminal. After all, the queen was definitely not a criminal, and the king was an absolute suspect. But still, if the king had truly been a criminal, he would have ordered the death of not only Brea, but the entire county of Charente. At this moment, our heroine noticed that the time capsule was coming out due to the rain. Apparently, the ground had not hardened enough since they had only recently buried it. The girl decided to go down to the street to check the time capsule, and if possible, temporarily take it inside. But to her horror, as soon as she got closer, she noticed that this was not their time capsule that they were burying. Ira, I have something to tell you about your family. This is an important matter, so the writer wanted to talk in person, but she needed to leave urgently, so she wrote this letter. The Count said that he knew that his mother was a late countess and exchanged letters with her sister. However, our heroine wanted to know why she hid the wooden box under the tree. The guy cleared his throat and said it was because she had a girly side. Marie asked again, in surprise. Then she complained that her husband and 2 sons did not give her peace in romantic games. He had heard that young lovers sometimes hide and exchange letters. One way or another, he thought that over time the letters were buried between water and soil. Thanks to heavy rain, he appeared, although it is surprising that the letters were so preserved. With a heavy sigh, the Count said that if he had known that she would leave them so soon, he would have joined her in these games. Our heroine, nevertheless, decided to ask the Count what his mother wanted to ask in the letter. She wanted to know some secret of her sister. Her mother must have found out first and turned to his sister to confirm it. He suddenly asked if Marie remembered how strange the last letter from his sister was. The girl said that if we are talking about a birthmark, then she remembers. The guy said that he was talking about this letter. The answer to his mother's question could be in his sister's letter. But since there is a possibility that the letter was forged, he wants to send someone to Brea's maternal family to confirm it. Taking Marie's hand, he asked if everything would be okay if he told her everything after this. Our heroine, of course, agreed, and the Count thanked her for her trust and expectation. After some time of silence, he told the girl that next time she should not go out alone on a rainy day like today. Marie said she was worried about their time capsule. It could have been washed away by such heavy rain. Sighing, Kentrail said that she could ask for his help. The girl replied that she could not disturb His Excellency, so she did not do this. Nevertheless, the Count explained to her that he was worried about her because she could slip or freeze. The girl suddenly smiled. The man asked in surprise why she was smiling. Marie replied that she was happy that the Count was worried about her. Anyway, she apologized and said that she would no longer go out alone when it was raining heavily outside. Meanwhile, Brea was running along the corridor and calling Marie. The Count looked out in surprise and asked his nephew what had happened. The boy happily turned around and greeted his uncle. He then explained that Jaden was arriving soon, so he asked Marie to make a chocolate cake. Suddenly, the young gentleman stopped, and looking at the palette that his uncle was holding, he asked if he was really painting. The man smiled and said that it was, and then asked his nephew if he would like to come with him and take a look. After some time, the guys were in the hall in which there was a whole bunch of easels. Kentrail, meanwhile, had just finished drawing, so he said that they were done for today. At this time, Brea looked at what came out and said with admiration that it was Marie. Kentrail took his nephew in his arms and asked if he had done a good job drawing her. He plans to give her this painting for her birthday. Brea thought for a while and then asked his uncle if he liked Marie. Kentrail asked in surprise why he was asking him such a thing so suddenly. One way or another, he remembered Brea's promises to Marie and decided that his nephew might cry again. Meanwhile, he was furious because there was something he had been thinking about for so long. Kentrail decided that he didn't want to lie about his feelings, but before that he decided to ask his nephew if he liked Marie. The guy said that he really likes her. After all, she is their valued member of the family, and he likes her as much as his uncle. The young master said that he just thought that the uncle was really in love with Marie, because this drawing was very beautiful. Kentrail patted his nephew on the head and said that he thought the same. He likes Marie just as much as Brea. Meanwhile, the action moves outside our heroine, and her brother and sister were doing laundry. At that moment, the workers approached them and asked if they wanted to leave the laundry for them. Marie replied that they would strongly do it themselves. The women said they could handle it today because she doesn't look good, and Ellie is still young, and she should be playing instead of doing laundry. The girl said that she was not the least bit tired. The women laughed sweetly, and patting her on the head, said that playing was still much more interesting than working. In this case, our heroine decided to ask for help today. The workers said that they did not need to say that because it was not their job. Soon Marie left, and the women told Ellie that they bought cookies, which are popular in the capital. She can come to their room and play a little later. Nevertheless, Barry approached Ellie and asked in surprise why her sister looked so depressed. Meanwhile, the workers were asking who this beautiful lady was. One of them heard that she was the daughter of a baron. The girl asked her friend, "Isn't the count the kind of person who doesn't let anyone into the mansion without a particular reason?" In this case, the girl asked her if she thought that she and the count looked like an ideal couple. After some time, the angry Ellie stood behind the count and breathed anxiously. The man turned around and told her in surprise that he was looking for her sister. Nevertheless, she interrupted him and directly asked who this girl was. Kentrail looked at her in bewilderment and asked why she was talking about this. The girl sighed heavily and said that they urgently needed to go to Marie. Meanwhile, our heroine was sitting in her room and looking at the donated necklace. She recalled the dialogue between the worker of the mansion. Marie thought she was a nice girl. She seemed to get along well with the count and seemed friendly. However, did Kentrail meet her in the novel? At that moment, there was a knock on the room. Marie asked in surprise who it was, to which the guest said that it was Kentrail. The man asked if he could come in. Our heroine understood that now she would not be able to hide her anxiety in front of him. That is why she apologized to the count and said that she was busy and would come to him a little later. Nevertheless, he was familiar with this behavior. Leaning toward the door, he decided to explain what happened today. He told Marie that the girl with whom he was in the garden today was the Baroness, the wife of Baron Jake. He also explained that she is married to Jake, so there are no affairs. Now, after clarification, he would like her to open the door. The girl opened the door and looked at him and thought, is it normal to feel that their feelings are the same? Anyway, Marie wanted to say something, but the count interrupted her and addressed her as Hayrin. He wants her to call him by his name instead of Your Grace. Our heroine was very surprised by this. Kentrail asked her in surprise if she was really uncomfortable with the way he addressed her. Marie immediately said that this was not so. In this case, the count wanted an explanation, to which the girl screamed in embarrassment and said that she would tell him later. Kentrail laughed, but still decided to change the subject and tell the reason why he called the Baroness. As it turned out, this is all due to the fact that she is very close to his sister. They often exchange letters. In that case, he wondered if he could find out if the letters in the past were actually from his sister. Our heroine asked if it worked. Hornbeam told her that firstly, the things in the wooden box were handwritten letters from his sister. However, the letter that contained the words about the mole was written backwards. The guarantee in this letter seems strangely different. In any case, if it's definitely hidden, I don't think Brea's grandfather was able to reveal it. One way or another, he considered the option of visiting him directly. The girl asked again and said that he could be attacked along the way. She also began to say that if he left his place without a count, then Kentrail suddenly interrupted her and said that he had not decided yet, so he should not worry too much about it. Now he invited her to meet their little guest and discuss this immediately. After some time, the girl enthusiastically clapped her hands and said that she was finally able to meet the nanny. She heard a lot of things, and they are also in charge when Jaden arrives. Our heroine told her that everything was fine and that Jaden was good and kind, and sometimes even brought gifts. The woman stroked her son's head and said that he had prepared something this time too. The boy shyly handed over the pendant and said that Ciela wanted his doll, so he would like her to make a doll for her. Marie smiled and agreed. Our heroine thanked the Baroness and Jaden, and then said that she had also prepared a chocolate cake. The Baroness said admiringly that this was Jaden's favorite dessert. In this case, our heroine happily said that she would bring it right away, but they needed to wait a little. Already entering the kitchen, the girl could not believe that that woman was such a good person. At that moment, she wondered what the Count felt when he noticed her jealousy. She was very ashamed. In any case, it was too late to make excuses. At that moment, the Count came in after Marie and told her that it would be difficult to bring dessert alone. At this moment, Kentrail noticed a terrible picture. One of the workers in the kitchen was carrying a bowl of boiling water and accidentally tripped. He screamed in horror and immediately rushed towards her to cover her with his body. The girl didn't even have time to blink before everything had already happened. The girl carrying the bowl screamed in horror and asked the Count if he was okay. She didn't even know what to do. Kentrail, although he was completely doused with boiling water, with difficulty said that he was fine. Our heroine realized in horror that he was definitely not okay because it was boiling water. Meanwhile, people were running around in bewilderment and calling for doctors. After a while, he lay in his bed and said that he was fine. Marie did not believe him, but he said that after taking medicine, he would quickly recover. He also added that it was a minor incident that should not be so worried. It doesn't hurt him at all. Only now, the woman in turn corrected the Count and said that this was more likely not a minor incident, but a minor burn. He immediately began to pierce her with his gaze. Marie, meanwhile, understood that this was the second time the Count took all the pain upon himself to protect her. The girl immediately said that she could know when he was lying, and she knew that he was pretending that everything was fine, so she asked him not to suffer anymore in her place. Although the Count listened to her carefully, he still said that he could not promise this. Marie told him that it doesn't make her happy when he suffers by trying to protect her in this way. The man told her that he was ready to get hurt by protecting her, no matter how many times our heroine asked him not to say such things. If something happens to him because of her, then it will be better for her if she is the one in trouble, not him. Soon after she turned around and left. The very next day, our heroine was walking with the Baroness, who was worried that Jaden was bothering the Count. Marie replied that she, on the contrary, was glad that they had come for a visit. Nevertheless, the Baroness noticed Marie's worried look and did not even know what to do. She took her hand and said that everything would be fine, because Kentrail is a strong person. Meanwhile, Brea and Jaden sat near Kentrail, who said he was fine. Only the nephew asked his uncle not to lie. Marie is very worried. The man said that he was really fine, and the nanny was worrying in vain. There's nothing to worry about, and he can't understand why they're angry. He said, looking at Brea, that his uncle is strong. Would it really be better if Marie suffered as much as he did? The young master said that he hoped that Marie and uncle would be okay. Marie at least thinks so. At that moment, the boy began to remember the words of people who were horrified that his parents were killed, and that only he could survive. Brea started crying and telling his uncle that he would be very sad if he got hurt because of him. Kentrail, seeing his nephew's tears, was distraught. He didn't know Brea was so worried. Soon, he hugged him and began to apologize to his nephew, saying that his uncle would get better and be healthy again. The next morning, our heroine came to the Count to apply ointment and bandage him. As soon as the girl finished, she notified the Count about this and said that she now needed to take her leave. However, Kentrail did not want to let her go just like that. He stopped her and apologized. The Count told Marie that it was not her fault that he was hurt, and he did not want to make her worry because he simply could not see when she was in pain. Our heroine turned to him and said that she thought exactly the same. She can't see him suffer, but somehow there were times when she couldn't protect him from suffering. She knew that if it weren't for him, she would have suffered much more. The Count suddenly smiled, and so Marie, in bewilderment, asked the Count why he was smiling. The guy said it was because she said she couldn't see when he was in pain. He took her hand and said that he was very pleased to hear this. There was silence in the room. Meanwhile, the action moves to the Kaler family mansion, where apparently a terrible event occurred. At that moment, there were knocks on the door in the room where all this happened. The woman asked the master for forgiveness. Soon she opened the door. As it turned out, this was an ordinary maid who brought tea, which the master always drinks. But she noticed real horror in front of her. Siege stood around the bloody bodies and gazed at the maid. Once again, the action moves to the county of Charente. Brea told his friend that next time he will come to visit. Jaden asked in surprise if this was true. Did the Count really give permission for this? Brea sniffed and said that unfortunately, he had not yet given permission. In this case, Jaden sighed and said that in this case next time he will come to him again because they are friends. Nevertheless, he said that it was difficult for him to go all this way, not for him, but for his escort knight. Brea immediately asked his friend when he would come next. Jaden told him that he would come before 100 nights had passed. At this time someone was looking closely at Barry, and as it turned out, it was Ciela. The girl looked at the boy embarrassedly and asked him if she could come next time too. Both Ellie and Barry told her that she could certainly come to them if she wanted to. Of course, Ellie told the guys that as soon as they come to them again, they will all play together. The children were happy about this. The Baroness, who watched all this, said that she would like to see them more often. The Count answered her that they had been coming a long time and were probably very tired from the journey. The girl replied to Kentrail that she could do this often since Brea is Jaden's friend. She also remembered about the question and told the Count that she did not know about the secrets of the former Countess's family, so she was sorry. Ira and she were close, but realizing that there was a secret that she didn't tell was quite sad. Kentrail sighed heavily and said that he understood her. Either way, he was grateful for her answer. The woman smiled sweetly and apologized for not being helpful and not being able to help them. Our heroine understood that if this was something carefully hidden, then most likely it was a secret that could lead to misfortune for the Baroness. Anyway, the woman decided to change the subject and asked Kentrail how he was feeling. The Count answered her that there was nothing to worry about. Everything was fine. He also made it clear that although he will recover soon, it's not that he doesn't care about his injury. Looking at Marie, he added that with her taking good care of him, he was recovering well and without any complaints. The Baroness was glad to hear this, but nevertheless, it was time for her to leave, so she bowed at last. As soon as the door closed, the Count looked at Marie again and told her that it was true that he was recovering well. Thanks to the use of medicine every day, he is healing faster than he thought, and it's all thanks to her. He then turned to the girl and said that since he was injured, he needed rest. He was thinking of taking a break from his prime minister duties for a few days. He also added that in order to find the criminal tracking Brea, he needs to visit the mother house of the Brea family. He also said that he would like to be with him as much as possible at this important stage of growing up. Marie said that she understood him, and if that is what he wants, then she would like him to always stay in the mansion. Kentrail stood up and asked her in surprise, why is she really worried that someone might attack them? Our heroine, without thinking twice, lowered her gaze and nodded her head. The Count said he picked her up and promised that once it was all over, he would stay by her and the children's side. The action is postponed to the next day. People in the city were buzzing with breaking news. People read them in bewilderment and wondered if anyone had heard of this family. Many people heard about it for the first time. Nevertheless, they understood that all this was terrible. Just think, the suspect who committed this murder is the second son of this family. That same morning, the Count said that the distance to the Brea family mansion was quite far. One way or another, he assured that he would return quickly, as soon as he could, and Taylor and Derek would protect the mansion until then. At that moment, someone began to run to the Count and call him. As it turned out, it was Taylor who, for some unknown reason, ran towards them with all his might. As soon as the guy came running, Kentrail asked him what happened, to which he replied that the Count would most likely have to postpone his trip. Kentrail, for obvious reasons, questioned and asked why Taylor thought that the guy stood silently. Soon, he handed over the newspaper and said that a murder had occurred in the kingdom in a noble family. Taylor said that the head of the family and his wife were both killed. Taking the newspaper into his hands, Kentrail asked in surprise who the suspect was. After a short pause, Taylor sighed heavily and said that the suspect was Siege Kaler. Our heroine couldn't believe what she was seeing. In the original story, Siege's parents were alive. Is it all because of her? Due to her saving Brea, the original story was twisted. Everything was so bad that even the fate of the main character of the book was changed by 180 degrees.